Good morning, everybody. How are
Yo, yo,
we doing?
yo.
It
The
is
hell?
a terrific. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that peacock going on. Damn, son.
Come on, hair. Go down. Get down,
Dude,
Mr. President. Get down.
to be fair, I'm having a bit of a bedhead day. I've got a couple of toughs going all over the place, but it's not too bad. The luxury of having a
Yeah. I
haircut.
was about to say, you look good. I'm trying
Cheers,
to grow
man.
my hair out, so I'm not going to be cutting my hair anytime soon. I will be coloring my hair soon, just for,
Dude, I'm
as
buzzing
they
for
say,
that.
shits and giggles.
Yeah, dude, I'm
Um,
buzzing for
oh,
that.
nice.
Oh man, what's news then? Tell me what did I miss yesterday? Like I said to some of the guys that I do trade with, I was gutted. I couldn't look at the charts at all yesterday until about 3ish. I got back about 4 5 p.m. The Wi-Fi eventually got sorted. So the Wi-Fi was good for when I got back, but I missed all the moves, and I was like, I mean, the market seemed flat anyway. Gold seemed to be doing God knows what. It seemed to drop quite
Yeah.
nicely, but then it almost completely mitigated. So I was like, truth be told, I'm probably glad that I missed the moves. But tell me what happened? What did I miss?
So you didn't really miss all that much. I think the thing that you missed mostly was we just spoke about the competition and the rules regarding
Okay,
the
nice.
competition and so on and so forth. We had quite a bit of issues with our streaming platform yesterday, but I've done some research. Basically, I went to go and check what happened, and it seems as though yesterday had a bunch of DDoS attacks across the world. So for those of you who don't know what a DDoS is, it is a disruption in delivering of service. So it is effectively a hacking attempt that slows down traffic. So it slows down internet traffic. Packages and whatnot get delayed, and there's an attempt to try and disrupt servicing. And that's basically what we had yesterday, and we were affected by it as well. So even when you're at home, your information seems like it's going up normally, but how it's received is a little janky and a little all over the place. So yes, that's what we had yesterday, and it seems as though our streaming platform was a little affected by that as well. Hopefully today is not going to be a problem. My MetaTrader was affected by that for like 5 minutes or so, where 5 minutes the price itself wasn't moving, and then all of a sudden it would move and it would like jump around.
Yeah, catch up.
It would catch up. I went to go and check now today, this morning, and all of the bars are back to normal. So even those little gaps that it had has been refilled after restarting MetaTrader. So hopefully today we're not going to have that issue.
Yeah, no, hopefully not.
Distributed denial of service attack. There we go. Thanks, MGN. DDoS. Distributed denial of service. So they deny the service of the distribution, effectively, of data. So yeah, hopefully that's not going to be a problem today. I feel good today, dude. I don't know about you.
I don't feel bad. I just feel I like my sleep, and I struggle to sleep anyway, as you guys know. And obviously, being in a different place, I struggled with my sleep a little bit over the past couple of days. So I'm a little bit. I feel good mentally. I feel good. I'm just a little bit tired. Just feel a little bit achy. I'm looking forward to getting back into the office tomorrow and getting back to normal. But other than that, dude, I feel strong. I feel good.
Ah, dude, that's good. I slept well. However, we did have a fire close to us, so there was a lot of smog and just burning smells in the air, like
Oh, nice.
like a field that's burning down. There's all kinds of different brush and trees and whatnot that was burning. So a lot of smoke and smog the whole of like yesterday afternoon until this morning, basically. So I'm
You're like a
congested
window
as
open person as well.
yeah, but I mean you can just have like one window open and it will kind of like the smog will
Yeah.
come into your house. Anyway, so I'm very congested today. So you'll probably hear in my voice that there's like a little raspiness to it.
You do sound a bit husky, like.
I slept well, but all of this is just just very, very congested. So I do apologize to everybody if you're hearing my voice and it's a little grating to you. It's just a little everything. Anyway, but other than that, I'm good. Body feels good. Gym session yesterday was great. Today is going to be a home gym session. Going to do some push-ups, some sit-ups, some squats. I'm going to go and jog a little bit later. Just typical, let's call them movement exercises, body weight exercises. I haven't taken a trade yet this morning.
All right.
So I'm waiting for price to play out. Other than that, things are looking good. Good day, weather's good, charts look good, feeling good. Had 2 cups of coffee this morning already. One of them instant coffee and the other one was from a mocha pot. So, yeah, let's go. Garden Desires asking, did you sleep on your head, Richard? That's usually how I sleep, mate. No, so if my hair looks like this, okay, I'll show you. Just do this. Okay. When I go to bed at night, my hair does whatever it wants to. More so is if I've taken a shower or something before going to bed and I don't dry my hair.
I know.
So I just comb my hair back with my hands and then I just get into bed and then I wake up like this. And this is what you get. This is...
Dude, if you had an Asian partner, they would flip out on you for doing that.
Why?
For going to bed with the wet hair. I can't remember what it is, but there's like a saying in Cantonese or in Chinese saying that basically you go to bed with the wet hair, you die, pretty much. And I don't know what basically it causes colds, it causes like different illnesses, flus and stuff like that. But they say you should never go to bed with wet hair. And
dude,
yeah.
I've been doing this for years and I'm still alive. So,
yeah, I know. Literally same as that. Maybe it's a different rule for women. I don't know. Maybe because women have longer hair. I don't know. It's some Chinese conspiracy.
Yeah. So my hair is always a little wild, but I prefer it like that. I like it when my hair is.
I hate it. Dude, I hate it so. Because I'm a bit like you.
I like it.
Oh no! I'll jump in the shower, jump out the shower. I will dry my hair, but then I'll just like brush it all back so it's like slick back, and then I'll go to bed. I'll wake up in the morning, my hair's just like all over the place, and it stresses me out. I hate having just chaotic hair.
Dude, it's the, how can I put this? It's the minimalistic approach to hair care. Just wake up in the morning and go about your day looking the way that you look, and nobody's going to screw with you, mate. Like everybody's going to be like, that guy looks crazy.
Thinking about that guy, is clearly, he's clearly not okay. He's the type of guy that doesn't care what you look like.
Yeah, I mean, I dress well. I'm always clean clothing. I always smell good. All of that kind of like stuff. But it's never done for anybody else apart from
100%.
For myself.
Yeah.
So my hair looks the way that it looks. I'm not here to appease you. I'm here to...
That's a lie.
Appease myself.
You are here to appease individually me. Especially
individually
me.
You.
Yeah. Just solely me.
I see that Garden Designs has sent through the new meme. So I'm going to go ahead and open up. Oh, dude.
It's a good, yeah.
It's pretty good. I'm going to just quickly download it and then I'll bring it up on screen for you guys.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Oh, dude. Garden Designs, you crack me up, mate. This is pretty good.
It's his AI skills that impress me. I'm really interested to see what happens with pound and euro dollar right now. I think we could have a break of this low. If we can get a break of this low, I think that could be nice.
Just going to say hello to everybody in chat, basically. Lam, easy to get cold and headache only. Well, I mean, you won't die.
Yeah, there you go then. Yeah, easy to get a headache and colds and all.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said, unless perhaps like her mum just said you will die to try and scare her off doing it.
I mean, here comes Henry telling us exactly, and then literally,
Yeah.
don't sleep with wet hair, you'll die.
Lam Lam, I'm a Hong Konger. Oh, no way, dude, that's sick. I'm a
Never
Hong
heard that
Konger, never heard
before.
of that before. So my missus is a Hong Konger, and that's where I got my information from. Like I said, perhaps it was just her mum trying to scare her away from going to bed with wet hair.
Dude, do you want to see the meme?
Yeah, go on, bring it up.
Dude,
Dude,
Dirk
that is
looks
sick.
absolutely menacing. He looks like
He, he,
an evil overlord, just kind of like with his hands there, puppeteering everything, marionetting us all.
but dude, he
He's
actually
changed
still looks
LJ.
like Dirk though.
LJ doesn't look like LJ no more.
Actually, looks like he's had like a few too many pizzas.
I don't know.
I mean, he's buffed up now from the neck down, but he's kind of also buffed up from the shoulders up.
Yeah, but like they've taken away his aesthetic. Like, where's all of his bangles? And he doesn't have an earring now.
He
But
is still
fair
in the
enough.
flannel though. He is still in the flannel.
I mean, this is like
Yeah,
Dirk
yeah.
looks like a mixture between like Mr. Manhattan and Doctor
Mega,
Doom.
yeah, well,
You
I'm mega
know?
minded then.
No, don't you dare say that. Megamind has a humongous, like he's got a mega head. Whoa,
Mm.
whoa. So yeah, in this case, it looks pretty good. It's pretty funny. I'm gonna send this one to Dirk as well so that he can have a look see. But yeah, very very menacing, very menacing.
Dude, like I said, it actually looks like Dirk as well, which is amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, bold person with glasses. How difficult is it to make a bold
I,
person with
I
glasses not
mean,
look like a bold person with glasses?
yeah, I mean, fair.
All right, we've spent enough time talking crap and just taking the Mickey out of poor Dirk. I mean, myself, Will, and LJ don't look any better on that. On
Dude,
that.
I mean, to be fair, I look pretty class. Like, garden design has done one hell of a job on me. Yeah, like, I don't look that bad.
What if your face is so generic that AI is like, well, it was
This
easy
is,
to create your
yeah,
face.
this is just what a standard white British guy looks like. So,
Yeah. Just like copy paste. Just there we go. Done
yeah,
and dusted.
garden designs didn't even need to put an image in of me. It just said white guy from UK with tattoos.
Yeah.
And he goes, I already know. I got it. I got it.
Yeah. Like, oh, there we go. Easiest one. He screwed
Generic
up the
haircut as
Australian because
well.
apparently AI doesn't know what Australians look like.
I mean, well, Australians do come with a wide variety of styles, should we say?
Yeah.
I'm amazed it didn't give him like a Crocodile Dundee circle.
Yeah, that's true. So let's have a little gander at gold. Yesterday we had these zones that I wanted price to come back to, and it didn't quite reach the established zones that I wanted. It didn't reach the consolidation. Why is this thing not updating? Come on. Update. Oh no. That's not good.
Lovely. So it's not just me, because I was just having a couple of issues as well. I was just lagging a little bit. And now I know it's not my Wi-Fi, because my Wi-Fi is back up and it's okay.
There we go. All right, there we go. Go back to the 5. So it just seems as though there's maybe a bit of a delay. There we go, starting to pitch up. So anyway, we had these established zones that I wanted with some consolidation. We ended taking this very first one. So right here, okay, there's a delay. There we go. Wow, what a delay. We had the lows of Tuesday last week and then the slight consolidation into Wednesday last week that became Thursday's nice little area of support. So it was a resistance point, support, became resistance pushing lower, became a support again, pushed up and came back to it again. And that's effectively the reaction that we had yesterday. So tried to break through, consolidated, didn't break up higher, eventually started breaking lower, which is great. Came back into that area now, consolidated over the night. We pushed lower into this bottom area that I had up yesterday as well, this breakpoint. Even though we broke below, we never had follow through pushing price lower off this area. And now today, we can see that it used it as a area of support and started pushing up as well. So this initial area on the left, this one here, is now not that important to me immediately. We'll see if there's some sort of importance a little bit later if we do get a little bit of a retracement coming back to it. But this area down here is now a much stronger area of support to me because we wicked this area and then started pushing up very strongly out of it, breaking the previous sessions high, the New York high, the London high, and it seems as though we're on our way to try and test yesterday's highs as well. So gold to me is looking pretty good. If I go over to the daily, I thought that we could have a bit of a deeper push down, but now we have a very nice bullish day so far. We didn't sweep yesterday's lows, which is down here on this candle wick here. We're on our way to come and test yesterday's highs. And then we'll see whether or not we're going to have a strong reaction from that. Maybe pushing down or maybe continuing pushing up to try and get back to this upper area or even come back to the 50 EMA on the daily. So I do like gold right now for potential buys. I do. It looks good. Maybe a bit more of a pullback and then a continuation up. That would be great. I don't know about you. What do you think, Will?
Sorry, can you hear me okay? Because my screen's just crashed. Oh, no, I'm back. Am I back? Okay, so my trading view is... Okay, I'm back. So my trading view isn't loading. I don't know if it loads.
I can see down here that it's just like a... Yeah, it's not loading.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, so my trading view's crashed. Okay. It depends. Like immediately, I think we could be looking at a pullback. I think we could be looking at some lower price action. However, so around that level there, if I don't know if we're going to go as low as yesterday's New York session high, but if we can go down to around that level there, which is just into the Asia range, then I think that's going to be a really nice area to be looking at targeting. Especially if you look at, pound euro dollar as well. Pound euro dollar is looking very sort of potential downtrending. The Dixie's looking like it could be potentially trying to push up. Haven't looked at the Nasdaq yet, but it does. It's all starting to look really nice. Also, Lam just saying, I just messaged the missus now. And there is, she was like, it is a well-known thing, mostly among like mothers and grandmothers, traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, and it's, what is it? It's the belief that this going to bed with a wet scalp could cause and invite coldness and dampness, Han Shi, into the body, creating headache, stiff neck, sinus congestion, lead to a cold. Not death. She did correct me. Not death. Yeah.
Okay.
Just.
I mean, there is a lot of these sayings that like old proverbs, if you want to, where
but they were interesting as well.
Maybe in the past, like years and years and years ago, maybe it led to some,
Well, you can imagine like back like. Hundreds of years ago, you can imagine how a cold could have led to death. You can imagine how like hundreds of years ago that could have been. So potentially, I suppose, at one point that would have been don't go to bed with a damp scalp because you could die. But yes, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, well, in my case.
But dude, you just woke up with sinus congestion. So I mean, is it the fire? Or is it Han Shi? Is it a damp scalp?
Well, I've been doing this for years, where I've gone to bed with damp hair. Didn't wake up the next morning.
Maybe the missus is just there like drying your hair. Maybe your wife's just there like drying your hair. No!
Using a hair blow dryer on my hair.
Yeah.
No, it was definitely the smog and smoke. because I started feeling like already a little bit congested last
Yeah,
night,
no,
even before I
yeah.
went to go and take a shower. So it was just like everything's not. It's very
I get that if
dry
we
and
have like a
very
barbecue.
clumped up.
Yeah, if we have a barbecue the night before, and we'll put like the fire pit on, you're just all that smoke and all's going into your body, into your system. You wake up usually with a little bit like bunged up, a little bit sinusy.
Yeah.
Anyway, like I said, I can't see TradingView right now. It's still a black screen. So I'm just trying to analyze on your charts, but I mean, it looks nice for a pullback. I don't think we're going to get any immediate price action to the upside. I could be
Mm.
wrong, but I can only trade what I see. So if you just zoom in real quick for me, Rich.
To
Yes,
this.
yeah, perfect. So
Okay.
you can see that we're getting that triple wick rejection to the upside. It's failing to break, and yeah, bang on. It's failing to break a new higher high. Although the candlestick characteristics as it moves down, we're slowing down in that volume. So right now
Mm.
we are bullish. So if we were to sell it again, it would be counter trend trading. You're going to be higher risk. So we are looking like we want to continue higher, but I think I'd like to see a better pullback, if I'm honest.
Yeah. If I were to look at just the way that it's currently moving, if this is the high over here and we had this little area of consolidation and this is the low down here with its own kind of consolidative price action within that section, with a nice volumetric reaction off of this area down here, I would say this as a potential pullback zone would be great.
Yeah.
You can consider this over here as a base, which already had a singular reaction off of it. I'm just going to move this out of the way so maybe it can be seen a little bit more clearly. So we have a bunch of bases that we can potentially come and test. One of them was already tested. So the reaction off of this base that we have here was a little bit more volumetric. I mean, look at this nice strong few candles that we had. This area, slight little area of consolidation up over here makes sense as well. Just this little bit of sideways, or let's say it's not consolidative, it's more sideways price action, unvolumetric or non-volumetric price action, with an attempt to push higher, and then quite a bit of bearish price action, and then a
Yeah.
reattempt to push
The
up
only
higher,
issue with that I
looking a
don't like.
little weak.
Yeah, the only issue with that I don't like is the two candle push prior, or like immediately after immediately after the high has
This,
been put in. Yeah.
these,
So that
yeah.
no, the two candle push down afterwards after the high was just put in.
Which one? This one.
No, you know the higher day, the London high.
Oh, these,
No, London high. There you go.
these.
The two candles after, the two bearish candles after that.
Oh, okay, these
There
big
you
ones.
go. Yeah. So
Yeah.
those two candles there are absolutely beautiful in my eyes. It's the four or five candles, or the five or six candles after, that just dropped in volume. Like we really struggled to start
Mm.
moving down. Like we just dropped instantly. So
Yeah,
that
agreed.
and then we had that very last candle. We had that really good wick candle before that bullish engulfing that you've just marked out. So it's almost like if that price action was a little lower, and we had the exact same two candle, wick to the downside, bullish engulfing up, then I think we would have been in a really, really nice position to start continuing higher. But unfortunately, I just don't think we're at a stage where this is going to be the continuation high. Although, gold doesn't really have that habit of pulling back. Gold usually enjoys the idea of, continuation and just flowing and moving in one direction. So I don't know.
So on the lower time frame right now, considering what we've seen already with this nice volumetric movement that we had here, we created the high, we've created a low with this leg, we've created a lower high, and we're struggling to push higher from this point. This is very much lower time frame. That's why I'm saying I'm thinking
Yeah.
a bit of a pullback is in line now. The question is, how deep of a pullback are we going to have? Are we coming back to this area over here where we basically... So I'm going to remove that base because it was already tested. But we do have this candle here, which you can consider a bullish order block, because we wicked lower than that candle, and we didn't close above, but the high of this candle completely envelops this one. So it's not entirely a outside bar engulfing. It is just an outside bar. So not entirely engulfing, but I can still consider this as an area. So we may see price come back down to this bullish order block that we have here. If I go over to the hourly, we can see that on the hourly, we've slowed down significantly on the previous hour. So the previous hour is almost like a reversal indication on the hourly, and we've got half an hour still left of this hourly candle, and it is quite bearish. So I'm wondering whether or not we're going to have a little bit of downward price action, potentially coming back down to this area over here, and then deciding what it wants to do from there. So, or maybe even just this area of interest just above it. So this zone here. So that would basically be 4493 to 4484 if we are to start pushing bearishly now. But we do have a base area at 4508 to 4504 on CFD. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how volumetric this movement is pushing us down. I mean, we are still on the daily within this downward channel, this higher time frame channel that we have here. We're still stuck in that. And even more so, we're still stuck in this boxed area here, which is, you can think of it as one deviation and one deviation below, above and below, but it's the midway point, 0.25% higher, 0.25% lower. So it's that 1/4 quadrant above and 1/4 quadrant below, which we're currently stuck in as well. So we're just kind of playing in this area right now. And as it stands right now, it's a little indecisive for me in terms of its willingness to push volumetrically up. So I'm thinking a bit of downward price action first and foremost, and then a potential push higher. So right now, first port of call, second port of call, third port of call if we're going to start pushing lower.
I like the first. I think the first is a little small. I think if you take the whole sort of range, if you go a little bit high, like drag it a little bit, yeah, bang on. So that there would be the perfect zone for my pullback. If that gets disrespected, I think we're going to skip your base, and I think we're going to head down to a bit lower. I think we're going to head down to that third point of call.
This one down here.
Yeah. There. I think we'll just completely skip the middleman.
Yeah, this is just a base, so it is a potential area for it to come and bound off of. But
yeah,
the stronger one would be the area, the established area, like it was a previous zone of resistance, became an area of support. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think that'd be nice. My chart, I believe, has come back.
Refreshed. Let's have a look.
Refreshed itself. There we go. So, as you can see, I got euro dollar in front of me now. Euro dollar looks really nice. So come back. There we go. So we got this high here, which is the Asia high. And then we've got a sweep of the Asia high here during London. So this is the new London high. And then what we had post that was a beautiful, really, really nice bearish engulfing candle with a reaction to the downside. The only problem is we dropped in volume immediately after. So I'm like, well, that was kind of anticlimactic because I was kind of hoping we could see something like this.
We do have core CPI flash estimates year on year, as well as CPI flash estimates on the euro today, and it's an Italian bank holiday as well. So,
okay, interesting.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less, let's say, conviction
Okay,
right now.
yeah, fair. Yeah,
And
so
that's going to be in half an hour or so.
yeah, so 29 minutes time we got the flash estimate CPI year on year for the
Yeah.
euro. Okay. And yeah, Italian
Could be
bank
why
holiday.
it's a little bit more.
Yeah, okay, that makes a little bit more sense now, to be fair. Same with pound. Pound looks really, really nice. So this is what I was talking about, guys, when it comes to. Let me actually just mark out my sessions because you can see that we got a beautiful sweep of the pre-session here. So we've got a sweep of the pre-session, and then what we've got here is a beautiful, really, really nice order flow structure forming to the downside. You got London high kick in here, got consolidation here, drop below the consolidation, pull back. Those risky guys looking to sell could have been trading from here. Target either maybe this high here, maybe the low for a 1 to 2 hour. A 1 to 2 would be a nice little sweet spot. However, we are counter trend trading, as you can identify here. So to me, I'd probably just test or try and target the high of this zone, which you would have hit TP at 1 to 1.5. However, for those who are feeling a little bit less risk adverse and want to be a little bit on the safer side, then we could have been looking at something a little bit like this. We've got the drop, break and close below, pullback, entry option 1 for the risky guys, and then we wait for the confirmation, and then we look for the entry criteria, pullback, continuation, just something a little bit stronger, something a little bit more definitive when it comes to bearish order flow. So that's what
Yeah.
I would have been looking at on the pound dollar. Now we've got news out at 3 p.m. as well. Just be careful as we go into New York session. I'd try my hardest to be in and out of this within the London session. Although, again, if it doesn't come until 12, 1 o'clock, then just a little bit of risk management, as you should anyway, but just be very cautious when it comes to how long you're going to be in the trade, how long do you think it's going to last, where's the volume, where's the trend, well, what's the trend doing, what's New York forecasting, just be very careful when you're trading and crossing over through into different sessions. I generally like to be in and out within the same session if I can. When it comes to where you could target, honestly, I think this low would be my low hanging fruit. That's probably the nicest option. We've got consolidation here. Oh, I say we've got a pause in price volume here, and then we've got the low here, which I believe would be Tokyo lows. Yes, let me get my sessions just up just in case. I'm 99.9% sure it's Tokyo. Yeah, it is. So yeah, that's Tokyo lows. Honestly, I'd rather try and attempt to push against towards Tokyo lows instead of this low here, this sort of consolidation zone here. So option 1 would be these lows for a 1-to-1 R if you're going to target the daily high. If you want to be, this goes to show, you can have different risk appetites even when you're being a little bit more conservative with your price. If you're one of these guys targeting up here, then you've got, the daily high as a stop loss, really, really nice. Although now that you've been a little bit more conservative in your entry zone, you can either have it at daily high or you can have it on the pullback of this high here, as if it broke through this high, there'd potentially be a shift in structure, a shift in order flow, state of delivery, market structure, change your character, whatever you want to call it. So it depends on what you want to do and where you decide that your price action is wrong. Now that you've got option 2, you've got the little bit more of a risky stop loss here, then you can look at a 1 to 1.9. You can probably push it down to a 1 to 2, but a 1 to 1.9 I'd be pretty happy with. Or you can target the Asia lows, which again, Asia lows, it's further away. You're going to be a little bit more risky. Potentially you're going to be holding this through 2 sessions easily. Honestly, in my opinion, I'd much rather just look at the low hanging fruit, the previous low, which would be here, 1 to 1.9, 1 to 1.95. There we go. You're in and out, hopefully, in theory, pretty quickly. So
Nice.
different options on trading pound dollar. But
Nice.
on the higher time frame, I think I'm a little bit more bearish.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens now in the next 23 minutes or so. MetaTrader, not MetaTrader, TradingView for me is very, very slow. It's really
Dude,
struggling to jump
mine just
between.
yeah, mine just froze. Mine just straight up said no. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'm assuming we're still having issues globally then, because like I said, my Wi-Fi should have been sorted. So I don't think it's a Wi-Fi issue for me. But let us know if anyone else is getting issues with their trading view or with their Wi-Fi in general. Also, guys, let us know what you're trading. I can see Satuxa saying, Sir, GBP USD bias, please. Immediately bearish, I think, overall long term, unless we break and close below this low. Where's my... Bear with me. Unless we break and close below this low here, which is 1.34506, unless we break and close below there, I'm going to be bull bias on the higher time frame or on the longer term, so the intraday. But as far as immediate trading goes, I want to be taken out this low here at 134,609. So hopefully that helped.
Yeah, there is quite a few DDoS events happening right now.
That makes sense. Also, has chat frozen or does just no one want to interact with us?
I am not entirely sure.
Because we had Justin saying, good morning, guys. So big shout out to you, Justin. Good morning, brother. But that was 9 minutes ago. No one seems to have chatted afterwards, which is strange. Why aren't you guys chatting with us on a Tuesday morning? Oh no, you are here. Abdos, there you go. Okay, legend.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, talk us through what you're trading, what you're looking at this morning. Today is my version of a Monday. So today's my sort of getting back into the markets, feeling okay. So I don't like Monday trading. Me and Dirk said that yesterday. Mondays seem to be really crappy. Rich actually marked out the past few Mondays over the past couple of months, and you can see that the volume is just absolute garbage. So let us know what you're looking at now that we're having hopefully a bit more of a volumetric trading day.
I think you can have a Monday strategy, but I think like the same thought that you're having now about Monday, I think there's a lot of people that have the same idea about Mondays. The fact that
Yeah.
Mondays, it's that new fresh week. Everybody's coming home or coming to work from being away for the weekend. There isn't a lot of trading that happened. Maybe they're just waiting for something to kind of like reinitiate on the Monday, and then generally Mondays just end up being a little bit slowed or a little bit less volumetric. So I think you can still trade Mondays, but you have to be just willing to sit through maybe some slightly less attractive price action.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I think if you're, especially if you're a scalper, I think Mondays are like almost perfect price or like perfect days to be trading the price action. I think like you said, that lacking in volume or that sort of staying away from some of the larger moves. I think it's going to be nice. If you can just catch a couple of pips here and there, I think Monday's going to be sound for you. I think if you're trying to catch sort of better, more defined moves, especially on the sort of 15-minute plus time frame, I think you're going to struggle a little bit on Mondays.
Alpha Gary saying, don't use TradingView, had a long on NQ at 9.54 at 27. Close at 61. I only trade 2-minute cycles. Wow, okay.
Oh wow, okay, nice. Dude, I just looked at your profile picture. Nice chair. Dude, that is
Yeah.
such a nice chair.
Mr. Alpha Gary. Let's have a look at the 2-minute on Nasdaq. You said 9:54. That is South African time. All right. So you had a long at 9:54. So I'm assuming at the close of that candle. So there. At 27. 27? What is at 27? Close at 61.
Let's have a look. Let me see. Let's have a look.
Oh, are you trading futures, Gary?
I don't know.
Because if it's on futures, then yeah, it would make sense that it's at 27. Because it
There
would
you
be
go then.
a little bit lower.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
then.
and then closed it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you closed at 27 and then or entered at 27 and closed at 61. I am
61.
currently in a quick little long here that I'm trying to get. So 27 would be okay. Wait, let me open up a 2-minute chart. Can I open up a 2-minute chart? I don't know.
Should be able to, surely.
Okay, and you entered here on the close of this one. Yeah, 27, so a little bit back. So maybe somewhere over here. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's great. And then you closed at 61, which is right there. Okay, so you closed basically.
Really nice that.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks nice.
Yeah, that does look nice. The only, yeah, no, that's nice. I think you caught the move now before the sort of pullback area because what's worrying me about, I just had a quick look at the NAS. We're not breaking higher. We've really dropped in volume and we've failed to close and create a new higher high.
You can see here on the 15.
Yeah, big time. Look at where we've reacted from as well. Yeah, we've come up, tested that sort of order block base. I don't know what you call it, that base level.
That's a base.
Yeah, so you've tested that base level, and then I don't know if you've tested the idea of base levels being reacted from post event, because I know that you trade drop base drop, rally base rally. You test the immediate base. I don't know if you've actually tested the idea of what happens like 2 days later, or like a reaction from a 2-day old base. But notice in that base there, you can see that there is a 3-wick reaction from. What I'd be more interested in is if you put a fib from high to low there.
From the high of the base?
No. From the high at the top there to the low just before the consolidation. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, just go to the whole move. Yeah, go whole move.
Okay.
You look at the whole move, and we've instantly come into that golden zone.
Yeah. No, I can see that. If I go onto the hourly, it's pretty much the whole leg movement, which makes sense. So to answer your question about the bases, so if I had, in this case, a 15-minute base, right there. So this is a base. I have looked at how it reacts at that area because, like I've said before, every time price comes back to a base area, there is a potential back and forth. There's a potential decision point. So to me, this becomes a decision point. However, it is how volumetric price is when it comes into that area that I take into consideration, not just the idea of, if price comes to this area, we're going to have a reaction. It's not to say that I will blindly get in on a sell from here because previously when we were at this price action, we were selling out of it. There's a lot of other factors like what time of day, the volume, the momentum of that candles coming into that area that has to be taken into account. But I also take into account what's happening currently. So if currently we are very bullish in a specific direction, and we did produce some sort of like reaction off of an area. Like basically this whole section here was reacted off of. So to me, this is a less likely area to have the same reaction we had previously, but I'm always willing to be proven wrong. That's the thing. It's
Yeah,
like,
no, I think that's the luxury about being in the market as well. You know, don't go into the market saying, I want to see this, and if I don't see this, I'm gonna be pissed off. It's the idea
yeah,
of wanting and willing to be a constant learner. Like you go in the idea, almost going in the idea with like a debate mindset. You're like, I'm gonna go in with my opinion. I'm gonna go in with what I think. I'm gonna go in with everything that I have with data backing my opinion. However, if you prove to me that what I think is wrong, I'm gonna be open to it, you know. And it's the same in the market. If you're
yeah.
gonna go in saying there are buys from this level, and I've got like 10 years worth of data backing this, but if you start proving to me why buys are not valid in this, then I'm gonna start looking at this and thinking, right, okay, maybe I got to consider the idea that this may be an invalid sort of data set now.
Yeah. So the idea with the bases is just that was a previous area where there was contention. So the theory is if price comes back to that area, we should expect contention. And that contention can be something like this, where you have attempts to push higher, attempts to push lower, sideways action. It can be a slow upward tick and then a drop out of it again, or it can just be just a breakthrough, you know, where we can just, there's no contention whatsoever. We just absolutely shoot through it, come back to retest it and continue pushing up, that kind of like thing. So there's multiple ways for you to look at like what is contention. Like in this case, we're slowing quite a bit because we're getting a lot of wicks above, or at least wicks towards the upper end of this base area. This is on the 15 minute. If I go down to the 5 minute, it looks a lot slower. So there's still room for it to develop in this area. So I'm willing to take a chance with the futures account on this one just to see if I can get something out of it. The rest of it, not too worried by. The thing that I can see is if I remove just this, is that we effectively reacted basically off of this last little zone. If we can close bullish and then another bullish candle, I'm happy to hold this one to take profit. So the idea is just when we have these little areas of pullbacks, they're not that large. So I'm hoping. Oh, did I misclick? Yeah, I'm just hoping that it's going to start getting some volume now. These candles here are the ones that make me feel like, yes, there's a potential. The bearish structure is weaker than the bullish structure in this area. So we have strong bullish movements, attempts at bearish structure. It doesn't create new lows. We're still technically creating new highs. So there's a high. That was a high. This area over here was high. We're technically still creating new highs all along the road. No lower low yet. So if it takes us, it's a lower low, it knocks me out. So yeah, where is my entry exactly? Okay, so my stop loss is not at that low, but that doesn't matter. If we're going to come back and just sweep me here and then start pushing up, it's fine as well. I did so yesterday. I mean, I took a trade yesterday. It was a sell. The sell knocked me out. No, the direction was correct. And then I just re-entered. And then ended up taking, I think it was $150-something win.
Oh, awesome stuff, man. Yeah, I think if you get whipped out of a trade, but you see the trade and it's still a valid trade, you know, it depends what your risk management model is. Like if you're looking at a trade and you get stopped out, but then the complete reversal trade sets up as an A+, then you've got to be careful that you're not actually seeing an A+ setup as a mirage, so shall we say. You've got to look at it and be like, okay, I got to put risk management rules into this. And it's the same what happened to me on gold. However, if you're unlucky enough to get stopped out, but then the trade continues and you're clearly valid on your buy setup, or for example now on your short setup yesterday, you're valid on your short setup, you got wicked, and the validation is still in, it's still an A plus, then I suppose there's no harm in entering back in, because what's
Yeah.
just happened is you've still got the exact same buyers. Now, if it happens more than twice, like if you get stopped out once, exact same valid setup, boom, let's enter in, let's continue this, because again, you're still on the exact same buyers, and then you get stopped out again. Then it's like, okay, just walk away. Don't just keep like,
Yeah.
or like, and that's what I mean. That's why risk management is so important into trading longevity and trading success, is making sure that, like you said, Rich, you have the ability to enter back in, but you know, because you've got that risk management, you know that you can do that. Whereas I think a lot of traders differentiate between that. A lot of traders are too scared to do that. But then on the complete opposite side, a lot of traders
Yeah.
do that too much, because what they
Yeah.
end up doing is revenge trading, and almost like you said, like we've discussed when it comes to, the rules, when it comes to like breaking rules, is one-sided betting. If you're laddering in, being like, no, it's right, they sell, 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 sell. It's just clearly price is bullish, price is moving up, and you're consistently selling and just going in hard. That doesn't show A plus setup. Whereas if you, for example, you get wicked out, super unlucky, man, A plus setup reforms, enter back in. There's no harm in that whatsoever.
Yeah. So this was the loss yesterday. The one that knocked me out was a regular loss, $80, which is 40 points. The moment this one closed, I waited for price to start proving that it didn't want to continue going up. It wanted to come down again. So original entry would have been great if I just kept the stop loss. If I entered a little bit earlier, or at least a little bit higher, let's put it like that. And then the second one was just after that. This ended up being 101 point movement. So 2.5 times this one's point movement, which was great. So just took it back. All good. Not worth it.
I just seen some of the guys in chat. So we've got Abdos saying, "Will, would you turn your mic volume more, up or down? Do you want me to be a bit louder, or do you want me to be a bit quieter?"
Think maybe they want you to be a little bit louder.
Yeah, okay. Is this a little bit better? What I didn't want to do is, because obviously, like I said, I've got family around me at the moment, and they're just doing bits and bobs. My brother just came in from a run, and what I didn't want is, everyone to hear him going as he comes in from a run. So yeah, there's a lot of background noise, so I just turned my volume down a little bit. But this is now full max volume, so let me know if you guys can hear me a little bit better now, and if that's all right.
I giggled at this.
Yeah, no,
Whenever I use the word however, I think of Will. You're in my head. Rent free. However, Will will have to start paying rent.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man. On the contrary, no. What else can we use?
Contrary to common
Contrary
belief.
to belief of my previous statement, we could be looking at the opposing move in a long direction.
Real GCC. What is this about? Like a run internal news, please? Was there a news event?
Not for another 5 minutes, I don't believe. I don't know. I don't think so. CC cat lady. Oh wow. She's talking about you again. Rich, it's that bedhead, man. She's talking about your bedhead.
Telling you.
Yeah, it does something to the ladies.
Telling you, it's the bedhead, mate.
She's even wolf whistling at you.
Bird fire. Firebird.
The firebird. Sounds like.
Real GCC. No. Wrong type here. Oh, okay. Are you sending messages to your posse that's in in the biz,
Yeah,
you run internal news, please.
He's got a group chat called hashtag definitely not insider trading.
Yeah. Hashtag not insider trading. Yeah.
Trump's admin. No, it's Baron Trump is admin.
Like, come on, guys.
Signal provider group.
Give me some signals. Wolf whistling, lavisher.
Have you not heard of that? So wolf whistling is
Catcalling.
Yeah, catcalling. There you go. Yeah, wolf
Yeah,
whistling,
wolf whistling is
catcalling.
catcalling. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, do you know that's illegal in the UK?
So why are you doing it? You're in the UK, mate. I'm gonna
Well,
call the police.
technically,
I'm calling the police.
we're in
Yeah.
international waters. We're in aerospace right now. There ain't a geographical right. How do you know I'm in the UK? Maybe I'm in. I don't know.
Because you can't shut up about being in the UK.
I do like.
That's how I know you're in the UK. Or unless you're trying to play the other side of it, you're like, yeah, I'm going to keep telling
Definitely
people
not
I'm in the
insider
UK, but in
trading.
actual fact,
You know what I mean?
yeah, okay. You're playing that psychological game, mate.
Yeah, dude, I'm poker facing you.
Richard, you're bit of rough. What bit of rough? That's
Could
the
be
question.
behavior.
Yeah. Oh, bit of rough.
Ah.
I'm looking at gold now, and gold is starting to produce that slightly. It's broken lower than
Yeah.
we'd been earlier. So we've slowed down quite a bit. We had the high of the London session so far. We've had the low of the London session, a lower high, and then it's starting to break through nicely now. It's already broken through and closed. Did it close below on this one? Yeah, just. It just closed below. So price action is starting to go a little bit more towards the potential bearish side.
Yeah.
So we're getting closer to testing this bullish order block. We'll see how we react off of this last area of contention, basically. And then maybe decide whether or not we want to start pushing lower. We'll see.
Yeah,
NASDAQ doing a similar thing as well.
I'd
It's
love a
really
close.
slowed.
And what level is that low?
Which one?
The
On
in
NASDAQ?
fact, just the consolidation. Yeah, that's yeah. If we can get a close underneath that consolidation there, that
On
would
NASDAQ.
be on Nas. That would be beautiful.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens
Yeah.
here. Gold, on the other hand,
It's a shame
is
that's not the 15 minute. That was the 5. It's a
the gold
shame that is not the 15 on Nas.
on NAS. Let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, it is starting to produce quite a bit of a rejection in that area.
Yeah,
So
true.
another 40 seconds or so and this 15-minute candle closes. I think the hourly candle is also going to be very close. 33 seconds, and then the hourly candle closes as well. You know what? There is potential for this to start pushing lower from here. Where can we retest? Let's look at the fib from this whole segment. So that would be the halfway mark, which would be this hourly base. Yeah, we'll see. This is probably going to be a losing trade on the futures, but that is okay. I am not too bothered by that.
Monday gave me an SL. Yeah, Monday's just Monday, man. It's like I'm Garfield when it comes to trading. I love Mondays.
Then you're
Genuinely.
not Garfield.
No, I know. Genuinely, I do love Mondays because I hate I hate the weekend. In my opinion, there's nothing worse for me than the weekends because they're boring. Nothing happens. I live in the countryside, so I can't exactly go out and like when I was in Hong Kong, it was amazing. I could go out and just eat a pile of food, different food. I can go out and explore different, areas that I've never been before. Yeah, I could go to temples, I could go to mountainous walks, go to the beach, all within an hour's proximity. It was really, really nice. And there's always something to do in the city, like always activities. Whereas in the countryside, there's not a huge amount to do. Yes, I can go to the beach. Not only that, though, Hong Kong was like 35 degrees. Here, it's not that. So I hate weekends. I really do. So Monday morning is like the Friday night for me. It's like I love the markets start opening. I jump into the desk. I just start, looking at trading. So I just start working. Whereas I'm Garfield when it comes to trading Mondays. I look at trading and I'll try and look at entries and I'll try and look at like price action to see if there's something that I can actually take. And then I'm just like, oh, I hate Mondays. You know, it's just I love the idea that I can start looking at trades again, the market starts moving, but when it comes to valid price action, when it comes to trying to find something that is a valid setup, just this garbage. There's nothing worth trading for me just because I've been stopped too many times. You know, I've had an SL way too many times on a Monday.
Okay, so this is definitely going to end up being a stop loss because on this hourly candle, we're getting a bit of a pullback already. We're already pretty much at the low of the previous hourly candle. So I'm thinking this is guaranteed a stop loss on this one. So
Yeah.
that's all good.
I'll
Not
tell you
too
what I'm
worried by
gonna
that one.
do. So those of you who would have been trading the riskier entry earlier on, the more valid, or not the more valid, the safer entry, you wouldn't have been tagged in, but you would have hit TP. Now the riskier entry, you would have hit TP and been tagged in. So congratulations if anyone was trading like that. Euro has finally closed under the 116.44.7 level, so there could be a potential pullback now before trying to look at maybe 116.36.2. Gold looking really nice. Now, NASDAQ looking at Rich and watching his levels. I'm going to wait for a close in 3 minutes' time and then I'm actually going to draw. I'm not going to take the trade because I'm not going to be at the markets or even at the computer now for the rest of the day because I've got a lot going on today with an event, with family, etc. So what I'm going to do is draw this trade up. I'm going to draw this idea up. If I just bring my screen up real quick. There we go. So I'm just going to draw this trade up on NASDAQ. If we can get a close, preferably where we are now, we got, what, 2 minutes? I don't want it to close much higher than this. You know, we need a close under this low here to put in that valid break of the consolidation. Okay, I know that we have got consolidation here, so... But I prefer to take in the whole move. Oh, no, come back. There we go. So if we can get a break and close now, we've got the break. We need a close in 1 minute time. If we can get that, I'm going to forward test because, like I said, guys, I'm not gonna live trade this because I can't manage it, I can't watch it, I can't do anything, and Nasdaq isn't at a stage now where you guys know that I'm starting to pick up the Nasdaq. I'm looking at dropping my currency pairs. Big shout out to Richard Butler for the inspiration on that. So I'm going to be sort of looking at trading NAS, but it's not at a stage now where I'm comfortable just setting and forgetting it. So this is going to be my gold strategy, however, with the Nasdaq instead. So this isn't Richard Butler's strategy, which I am stealing, by the way. So I'm going to be testing Richard Butler's strategy and seeing if I can sort of merge it and make it my own. There we go. So hypothetically, Will Davis, boom, entry. I haven't, it's forward tested. This is where I'd enter from. This is my stop loss. And this would be my TP. I'd love to have this as my TP, but it's half an R. It's not even a 1R, so it's just garbage. The next valid zone for me would be either the high here at a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-1.7 at the low here. So I'm going to go with a 1-to-1.7. And I think that's going to be where I'd be looking at trading this. It is counter trend trading. I'd love to see price close below there. And I'm just going to leave that up. I'm going to see what happens. I'll probably come back to it tomorrow now or later on this evening. That's probably the next time that I'm going to be able to get to the markets.
Nice. Sounds good. Well, you should go and enjoy everything that you're going to be doing today. I'll be keeping everybody company along with Pedro.
Pedro!
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone.
Pedro. Yeah.
Let's go. How is everyone doing?
Good, man.
Good on you, mate.
Good.
Oh, good, man.
How has the markets been treating you, Pedro?
The markets, okay. To be honest, I'm looking forward to see what what direction the dollar wants to take next, if it wants to go higher or lower. There was interesting price action that could be seen a little bit as potentially break of structure to the downside. However, in the bigger picture, I'm still looking for potential moves to the upside. So basically, these two drawings are more or less where what I'm looking at, which means basically where the dollar is reacting right now. If this holds, potentially can go higher, or on the other side, this break that we had last week can represent a little bit of a break and the market shifting here, opening the door for price to go a little bit further down. So I'm curious to see which direction the dollar actually wants to go next, and with that, basically it goes in alignment with maybe the euro and the pound. And so on. The yen pairs are getting closer again to a potential interesting level, and to potentially look for shorts. So the yen index has corrected almost all the move, and now getting really close in here to the base. And then when you're looking at the dollar yen and so on, is also getting really close again back to 160s, which can be a little bit of a selling territory. And then when you're looking at the other yen pairs, the same thing. Pound yen also squeezing all the way to the upside. In a slow move, we continue to have these spikes to the downside every now and then, but reality is that the demand is still there to push price higher. Euro yen, a little bit more of the same. So the yen pairs are definitely starting to be on my radar again as we are getting close to this base. And then the US indices as well is just trying to see for how much longer are you going to continue to just squeeze to the upside, or eventually going to have a little bit of a bigger correction. And that's something that I'll be paying attention as well. So those are more or less the pairs. Even the gold as well. Gold got really close last week to a target that I was looking for in terms of the space that I was looking for price to fill, which was basically all the way back to this level. So price got really close to that structure. And then last Friday, we did manage to squeeze all the way up, and we took a little bit of this structure. And then my question mark would be also, is this a demonstration that price wants to go higher, or to be just a small squeeze before price pushing lower? And the only reason for that is because initially I was actually looking for price to potentially take this low and then start moving to the upside. Price never really managed to take this low with respect to the structure, and that's okay, totally okay to see some buying pressure from there. And then kind of again, if price had already taken this low and then took the highs, now I'll be a bit more bullish, to be honest. But because we haven't really taken those lows, the price still wants to squeeze on last time, try to come down in here, and this basically just a fake out of this movement. Price will respect something in here and try to push lower, or if this is actually kind of just a follow through situation. And actually where gold actually paused yesterday, I would prefer to have seen gold going a little bit deeper. I would have preferred to see gold at least coming a little bit closer to this level to then try to go long again. So maybe there's still some space in here that you can squeeze a little bit.
What level is that? 420. Yeah.
Something like that, between the 4,400s and 4,420s. Yeah, somewhere around. Yeah. So a little bit lower than actually where price paused yesterday. So that was a little bit of my radar. So as you can see, we are in this situation where price did manage to break some structure last week, and now the question is, are you going to follow through and kind of now get into this new direction from the break of structure that we had last week, or is that just a accumulation of liquidity or whatever, and then price will continue to squeeze in the same trend that we have been trading in the last 1 month and a half? That's a little bit of the question marks in here on this on the dollar and gold particularly. I'm trying to still figure it out. What's the next direction?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Right, guys. Yes. I was going to say, right, guys, I am going to love you and leave you. I've got to get ready for my day now, so I'm going to go sort stuff out, and then I got a couple of hours drive back to the beautiful countryside of buttfuck nowhere. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna love you and leave you. Have a fantastic day, guys. Remember, we have got Gov Bailey speaking for the pound out at 3 p.m. Then I think we got a little bit of US dollar news a little bit later. Nothing too serious.
It's the JOLTS job openings.
JOLTS job openings. I was going to say, we got nothing too special for the dollar. We have the only red folder is the pound. We did have the euro talking about raising interest rates. I've just got the notification now. So Eurozone inflation rises by 3.2% in May as the ECB prepares to raise rates. So, guys, there may be a little bit of influx coming into the euro over the next couple of hours, but just it's also Italian bank holiday, so today may be a little bit janky, as patented by Richard on that one. So, guys, anyway, I'm going to love you and leave you. Guys, have a fantastic day. Sorry, I will not see you later on, but I will see you tomorrow morning. So, guys, peace.
Cheers.
Thank you, Will.
Will.
Cheers, man.
Awesome.
Fantastic. But what about you, Richard? What are you looking at? What is your overall bias on the dollar? Maybe gold as well. Which direction are you looking for?
Gold, you and I have the same idea. I'll bring my chart up. So we've had this downward channel since the 17th of April, basically. So we had the initial real sell-off that we had, and we tried to recover a bit of it, and then we started creating, this is on the daily, daily downward channel. So basically, we've been in this, let's say, 0.75 to 0.25 zone for a bit of time now, but still very much a bearish price action over the last month and a half, as you indicated. So if I go down to the hourly, we had some areas of consolidation all the way down here, which we reacted volumetrically out of, but we did have this 4420 to 4440 zone here on the left-hand side where we had a base. To me, it seemed like a very nice area to potentially come and test, even though yesterday we had another breakpoint, which was the lows of Wednesday, the 20th, which we hit, we started pushing up, we came back down to a test, and then we volumetrically started pushing up from there. So we eventually came to break through it, retested it again, started pushing lower, we broke through it yet again, pushing higher, came back to test it yesterday, and then again this morning. So I feel like there is a potential for us to continue attempting to push higher. Maybe testing Fridays, like candle closures on the hourly, maybe come and test the high. But I do not feel like we're going to be too crazy bullish, because we do have this whole segment here that I am looking at that basically we had a lot of price tests in this area, really struggling to break through. And when we did on the hourly, we just wicked above it. So I feel like we do have some semblance of a potential bullish attempt. Maybe come and sweep yesterday's highs and then start pushing lower again. Just in line with the overall downward trend on the daily that we've had. So I would like for us to come back down to this 420, 4440 to 4420 zone. But first, I would like for us to sweep yesterday's highs and then start volumetrically pushing lower from there, and then taking out all of this areas of interest on its way down. And then I would probably look for a sell once we started producing a bit more of a downward price action. On the flip side, if we do break above this zone that we have here, we take yesterday's highs and we start pushing higher and higher and higher, we would have to come and retest Friday's highs, basically. And then if that gets broken, I am sure we will definitely start looking at price action that we had all the way up over here for a potential continuation of bullish price action. As of right now, it's on the lower time frame. So if I go down to the 5-minute, it was quite bullish coming out of the Tokyo session, pushing up, attempted a pullback, pushing up, and then now it's just consolidating in this area right now. So waiting for it to prove a directional movement is in the works on the lower time frame. I would prefer just sweep and then start printing lower. That's what I would prefer on gold. That's pretty much my view on gold right now. It's very It's very uninspiring as of right now. I mainly trade the lower time frame. So for me, the lower time frame is not looking super great at the moment. But I would like to have sells. That's what I'm looking at mostly.
Yeah, it's basically a lot of if-thens, right? We are basically waiting to
Yeah.
see what's going to happen in order to then potentially
Bunch of
find the
if-then
opportunities.
statements.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the way to approach the market. Like, and not always we are not always we are on the then. Sometimes we are on the if, not knowing exactly what will happen. And it's good to have, and it's good to create scenarios. So at least you are, again, that the approach from the chess that I mentioned last time kind of gives one or two steps ahead. I like the idea that actually I was not paying attention to it, but now that you mentioned the previous daily high, basically yesterday's high, maybe could actually fake out that and then try to go down a little bit. That could be an interesting approach. So price, when looking at the lower time frame, we do have this demand zone that price just bounced now. This, if not mistaken, is the previous daily high from yesterday. So we could potentially go a little bit higher, and there's maybe some structure in here. I think if I look at the hourly or something like that, there's maybe this zone in here that price could actually take it or take the high and react from here and try to push a little bit more to the downside. So that could be a potential level. Personally, I think it would be interesting to see. So because we do have this demand zone right now holding price, it would be nice to see this structure being taken eventually. Okay, to basically confirm. I think if this structure is taken, I think then we can try to go all the way down closer to this level, and then opens the opportunity to go for that short. Even if this low is taken, but price still holds this level, it's not going to be really working as a market shift for me. I would really like to see actually this full structure and being taken. Is also forget about it. So let's see what kind of price action we're going to do here. Maybe price could try to squeeze a little bit more, attract more sellers into this level, so then it can quickly squeeze above this the previous daily high, and then try to make the move down, and maybe just stay within this range for another day. And then I agree with you. If price does indeed start taking this up, and it's kind of a little bit of the question that I had, is this a break of structure showing price intention to go higher? I agree with you that price then most likely is going to go back into this 4,650, something like that. I think that will be the next destination. I don't think it's going to have much trouble to get there. So basically, this can be eventually a trade opportunity as well in there. But yeah.
Yep. I'm just, it's like you said, it's that if then statements, but it's also that if not when. It's the question as well. So we're waiting for something to start presenting, and if it starts presenting, I need to be ready for it to happen. So it's not the when that's the problem. It's the am I ready to jump on it when it starts presenting what I'm looking for. There's no point in forcing it, trying to front run the potential movement, in my opinion. I think you need to wait for confirmation. Because we're at that crux point, we're at that area where we're a little bit in between two potential directions. Now, there's a lot of people that can turn around and say, oh, but we're always between two potential directional moves. No, not quite. In this case, we had the reaction at the low. We are technically in bearish price action for the last month and a half or so. We're sticking within the highs and low range, so within that band. But we're very close to the midpoint of that band. So I would much rather wait for one of two directions to be chosen and then react.
Yeah.
I see we've got Senior LJ, Mr. Tim Payne in the background. He's now in the foreground, but he is deathly quiet.
Yeah, I'm good, LJ. How are you? Damn it, you realized it.
Oh, dude.
I realized, God, my throat is like razor blades, dude.
Yesterday on the Portuguese channel, like I started speaking like for 5-10 minutes, and everyone was saying on the chat that my mic was off. It's not working. I didn't realize it up until 10 minutes in. Oh my god, that was upsetting. Everyone is making fun. Just wait for his face until he realizes that no one can understand what he's saying. He's muted.
You're just like going on and like telling this very nice,
it's the best
in-depth
intro. Yeah,
story, very invested, and then
best
people
intro.
are like
Talking about the World Cup competition, talking about the events, everything. Guys, you need to subscribe. Everything's going to be a fantastic month, World Cup, whatever. And everyone, we even making there were gestures. And no one could hear me. That was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, man.
Huh?
I was trying to figure out how to register for it actually now.
For the competition, it's simple. If you guys look in the description box below, for everybody that's asking about the Trading World Championship, in the description box below, you will see that there is a link. The link itself is connected to a page that you can go to, and on the page you can register. So you don't need to have a code for entry, nothing like that. It is literally just you click on the link below. It's going to take you to a website that's going to show you all of the information. You just scroll down a little bit and there's a registration form for you to fill in. It's very simple, very straightforward. Everybody on the stream is available. There we go. That's what it looks like. So if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see on the 8th it starts. There's the register now portion. You just click on that, fill in your information, and there you go. You are in the competition. And then all you need to do is you just need to go ahead and join the hub as well. So register with the 5ers. Very simple, very straightforward. There we go. We also have the link in chat now as well. You can register now, but the competition only starts on the 8th. So
LJ, should we speak about your celebration here? Like who inspired you to do this?
Classic AI, dude.
Like because Willie's Messi, like he just adopted Messi's celebration. Like everyone says that it looks like Messi in here, but yours is unique. Like yours is okay. That's
I was going to say, is that someone's in particular or
one championship? One winner.
Anytime you win a trade, I think you need to start doing this unique. Yeah, there you go.
And if you're in a sell, what do you do then? This is in a trade for a buy, or is this I'm winning or I'm up for profit? What's
okay? I think a few people also mentioned that I think some people are already kind of competing, or there's maybe some leaderboard going on. I presume this is just maybe a test phase.
It's just a test. Yeah, it's just
exactly.
A test.
Okay, so
yeah. So if people are struggling with the information, we do apologize if there's some technical difficulties here and there. We are working on those technical difficulties, but when the 8th comes and the official tournament starts, everything would be exactly as it needs to be. So just a bit of patience on you guys aside for that, but you can go ahead so long and start registering for the competition, which starts on the 8th of June. Right. With that being said, guys, I am going to have to hop out. I have a meeting in the next 9 minutes. So I will see you guys a little bit later. For everybody wondering, there's no Samir today. Samir is traveling. He is going to be shooting a documentary for the 5ers in India. So no Samir today. He will be back again tomorrow and on Thursday. But because he's traveling today, it's going to be really hard for him to, I don't know, be on stream and in his car. So I will be joining Mr. Victor this afternoon. So for those of you who's wondering where Samir is this afternoon, he is traveling. All right, guys. I'll see you in a little bit. I'm also standing in for Will this afternoon with Griff because Mr. Will is also traveling. Why is everybody traveling? Why am I never traveling? I want to travel.
Yeah.
Send me a place where I can travel to go and do something. Come on, guys. All right. I'll see you guys just now.
See you, man. Thank you. All right. Oh, good, man. Maybe you can create some clarity, LJ. Where is the dollar going? Where is the gold going? Let us know. Based on price action that we saw last week, the movement did already this week. What is your take on the dollar and gold as well? Maybe you can start already with gold because we're me and Richard already spoke a little bit about gold. Maybe you can just give your 2 cents on this one, and
That's my two
then
cents.
yeah,
That's the
it's
trade I'm
just
in.
now. That's it.
Yeah, I think we're heading to downside. God, sorry, my throat is terrible, guys. I've got razor blades in my throat, so you can see it's all swollen. I'm all swollen through here. My glands, a bit sick. But yeah, so I think we're going to downside. There was that lower target that we've spoke about a couple of times, sort of down through here. Now the thing is, that's also. Let me go to the other gold chart, which was the clean one. This one. That was also where the 200-day moving average was sat. Right, so we tapped right into there and we bounced right off. So that's the only thing. But I'd like to see another bit of a drawback, and then potentially, I was talking about this with Dirk yesterday. There is the 50-week moving average is still inclining. So I think we might be stuck in this kind of cluster here for a bit before actually breaking up and possibly getting to the upside. But then from there, I actually kind of see maybe a deeper pullback over the rest of the year. That's still to be said. That's a longer term view. But I think today, definitely, I think we're headed back down. I'd like to see sells. I think we've already had the rally for today. So
for you, the top is basically in already.
For now, yeah, for today, I feel a little bit directionless overall for the market today. Yeah, same. You're talking about the dollar. I think the dollar could potentially come higher from here. That's the way I'm leaning. So I'm also short Aussie right now. I've gone sort of short, long, all through here. But I think we will get that drop lower. Euro dollar, similar deal. We've kind of already pulled back a bit. It's basically into these heads. So the early heads from Asia. It's the same thing with gold. I think we're looking at that across the board. I'm not too sure. I feel like it's a bit overall directionless. So low conviction, put it that way.
On the yeah, nice. Just to finalize, just before that on gold that you were talking about, because actually Richard mentioned we are really close to the previous daily high, which is around this line, and actually I would like to see a little bit of more manipulation around your entry level. Price is moving quite nicely now. You are in the short and price is moving down, so that's nice. But I would actually like to see a little bit more of a squeeze up before moving down. But we will see. I agree with you. I think we can continue to stay within this range, and gold could potentially move a little bit more to the downside today. Maybe just trade around this level. Could be reasonable. Maybe there's a trade in there to be taken.
I think we were talking yesterday with Dirk. I was saying my thinking is silver goes back into the 50s by year end. So I think we'll float about through here, find some kind of a bottom. We'll then have a couple of weeks of maybe a slight rally, but nothing major. I don't think we're going anywhere near the all-time highs anytime soon. And then potentially if that sort of fails, for us to roll back off in sympathy. So NASDAQ, what do you think on NASDAQ? This is also something I'm wondering about. I'm feeling short.
Let's just I'll just reply to the Gangster Access. Is it possible to withdraw 4K payout from that two-step 25K account? Basically, you're asking about the high stakes 25K account. Is that the question that you're asking? And if it's possible to withdraw 4K, of course it is. Why wouldn't? Why wouldn't it be possible to withdraw 4K from that?
Yeah, of course. I guess the question would be, that's what is that like? I don't know, 15, 16%.
Maybe you're in the process of scaling the account, right? Meanwhile, you already scaled your account, most likely because you just need the 10% to scale your account.
I guess the question is, how you got to 16%. Unless you're running some massive swing trade that's been running for a while, 4K profit's a bit wild because after you hit that 10% target, if you're funded, it'll and you close the trades, it'll automatically roll the account to the next one. So only question would be, if you took a massive risk on something and you've just gone full margin type thing.
Yeah,
but you should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fine. I don't see why there would be any problem with that. Nas, for how much longer are we going to continue to move up, right? So we just broke 30k last week. It looks like nothing. Prices continues to go higher, and the question is for how much longer. So at this point, I still don't really see shorts. I see price still respecting previous structures, so there's no proper signs of shorts just yet, at least for a bigger move. Intraday, maybe there's going to be some opportunity. Eventually, price can maybe create a double top in this case. But until I actually see some break of a clear structure, I will not be jumping into shorts, because that will be a killer for me, because then I'll be shorting literally on top of all-time highs without price showing me any signs of weakness. And one of the signs of weakness for me to be definitely a break of some lows in some sense. Nas, more or less as well. It's true that, well, it depends maybe on the scale that you're looking at. Because I was about to say, it's true that maybe price is no longer moving like this, is maybe moving a little bit more like this, which can be closer to a potential turn. But the reality is that if you just throw this trend line, price still looks quite aggressive, just in one direction. This week, I presume we are going to have a moment of some shorts until eventually price goes up again. I don't know if that's going to be with close to the NFP. I don't see any big catalyst at this point that can affect the market that much. Even just interesting enough, when I'm looking at the data from the job market, jobs now it's even orange folder. Unemployment claims also went from red folder to orange folder. So basically, they are reducing a little bit of the importance of these numbers. From it means whatever it means, right? You can look at it whatever you want, the way you want. But the reality is that they become from red to orange,
which is odd. Yeah, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. Like just shows. Just shows how the market is not really maybe paying attention to it. That's why maybe they made the adjustment, or at least not giving it that much importance.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe it's just recalibration of how they're classifying things. I mean, they had the CPI flash estimate for Europe also as orange, which that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but the CPI in Europe has been always. Inflation. I think it's been always orange. The CPI in Europe. I think the only CPI that matters is maybe UK, or at least in the red folder, UK and US. Most of them are kind of, well, Australia as well. We'll see. So basically, what I wanted to say is, not even the job market at this point is going to be such a big catalyst to move the market negatively. I think even if the data on Friday is not that great, it's still quite steady. The economy in the US, I don't really see any big problem. Which means that, just to answer to Nas, I think it can continue to just eventually move higher.
So long as it's not like a really, really negative jobs number, right? Then it's fine. Then it's just a lower than expectation. That's okay. And then potentially that prices in more, or a movement towards the Fed cutting rates, right? Which is then going to stimulate stocks.
Yeah.
So you kind of got that net positive on both sides as far as the jobs number. So long as it's not like minus 200k or something, all of a sudden everything's falling apart, right?
Yeah, of course. I don't know. Yeah, but we're not expecting something like that. To be honest, I think maybe the numbers right now, especially for the labor market in US, it's maybe more concerning, or who the person that is maybe paying more attention to it is maybe Trump for the midterms than the market itself. That maybe wants to keep at least the job market steady. Maybe it can help him a little bit with the midterms and nothing else. Like the market, I don't think is that concerned. At this point, maybe if this number is negative, maybe next month they're going, okay, let's see if this is actually two months in a row of negative data. Otherwise, it's just something steady. So yes, we'll see. New highs maybe, and then potentially short, or price is going to hold a little bit of this level. Actually, we are drawing quite a nice channel in here. So that's maybe something to pay attention. We should set up an alert just to see when the lows eventually can be broken. Dow, actually, I'm a little bit maybe more looking into shorts on the Dow than the other two. So Dow took that high. It hasn't really moved too much away from the previous all-time high, which the way I look at it, it can still be just a phase of liquidity to potentially try to go back into this range. And we actually managed to break slightly. What I mentioned before, that I want to see some weakness. We did actually at least manage to go below these previous lows. And now we basically can fake out the highs, and we have a good range that maybe we can be trading from. Price already respected this left shoulder, which is usually kind of something that I like to see. Is a pattern that I usually try to trade from. And maybe we can try to squeeze in here. And if we start breaking below this level and eventually also below this trend line, maybe we can come back into this previous range. So at least the Dow, if I was about to short one of the US indices today, maybe the Dow could be one to pay a little bit more attention, just to try to refill this range again here. So that's a bit more interesting. At least price action wise, in terms of reversals, which is something that I look for. I like a little bit more where the Dow is right now. S&P and the Nasdaq, I think they need to still create a little bit more. For example, the breakup structure, maybe the fake out and then move, which I haven't seen that yet on the Dow. Yeah. Look, okay, for you, like what? Yeah, man, of course I disagree. He's saying that France is going to win it. No.
Yeah.
I'm moving for Portugal, man. I'm moving for Portugal this year. If not this year, then I don't know when. So I'll say no. What I was about to say. What would be a catalyst that you wouldn't be expected, or that maybe you could, in the worst case scenarios, expect that could lead into a bearish move on the US indices? What would that be?
It'd probably be the Middle East situation at the moment, going backwards, like somehow the talks, whatever progress they have or haven't made, somehow fall apart, and someone decides to launch another missile at someone, or at one of some of the ships in the strait, or the blockade, or something like that. Because Iran did echo again yesterday that their leverage is weaponry, right? Is missiles. They literally said our leverage is missiles. So I don't see that actually happening. There seems to be progress. Trump said a whole bunch of things. There's been other leaks, people saying it's somewhere between truth and somewhere between fake news, standard Trump. But that's pretty much all. Like, I think right now, outside of maybe just stack positioning, so we get like a natural sort of retracement, simply that everyone's already fully positioned on one side. Leveraged funds, mutuals, institutions, the whole stack, and then there's just no one left to buy. And like you were saying, we kind of just roll, like sort of trade sideways a bit and begin to like roll over. But that's obviously not like a adverse catalyst. That's just healthy market, really. That's the thing. I can't really see much, and I guess that's why we keep just rallying from high to high.
Yeah,
I think we are starting to stall out naturally at this point. Maybe if we get some sort of Fed commentary about rates and inflation, and they actually push forward some kind of idea that they will actually potentially jack up rates. So I don't see that happening anywhere either. We're in this weird sort of just Goldilocks zone at the moment, which also makes trading kind of boringish. It's just all very technical. Like, so if you love that, you love that. But just as far as like the actual movement, the activity, it's often a bit slow. This past couple of weeks. So
yeah, true. All right. So what about the dollar? What is your view on the dollar? Maybe I can just do a quick summary of what I was mentioning, because when I look at it, especially just in terms of price action wise, personally on the higher time frame, I could still see dollar going a little bit higher comparing with the last week's high. Okay. Yes, we did close the gap. Perfect. But in my opinion, I think we could try to squeeze a little bit closer to 90, close to 100s. But reality is that on Friday we did manage to break below this structure. Okay, we had a little bit of a break of structure, which for some this could be seen as a market shift, and maybe price wants to go lower now from where we are. So I draw these two scenarios. Okay, basically scenario one, maybe price could hold where it's actually reacting this morning and push higher. Basically, this demand zone. Or actually, this becomes the top now, and price can try to squeeze a little bit more further down until eventually could go higher again. Where are you headed? Because and if I even look a little bit more into bigger picture, I'm still bullish. Okay, I still like the idea that this actually was a break and price actually wants to go a little bit higher. Personally, I would have liked these lows to get a little bit deeper into this level and then this move. So because that never happened, so for me there's still a potential that price could visit this level, which means that then shorts could happen as well. But there you go. We are kind of a little bit on this mix, and that happens as well because we are, there you go. If you want a ranging market, that's exactly what we're having here. Indecision on the dollar for this last, basically, almost 1 year. This is June last year, so basically for 1 year, price has been ranging in between these 96 to 100s.
I think that's what it's going to continue to be, honestly. If I jump over, hang on. I mean, from where we are now today, like I'm seeing some longs could come in, but again, I don't know how high we get. Right? I don't think we hit the highs from yesterday. I think we just waffed up a tiny bit. So hence short euro, hence Aussie dollar, short pound dollar, that kind of thing. But we'll just sit around here and then maybe see if we wander off or if we'll get some of the pre-jobs data pieces coming through. That might be enough to shuttle things higher. But yeah, on the longer time frame as well, I don't think dollar's going anywhere. I think it's going to be, there'll be a further catalyst when we have the next Bank of Japan meeting, which they are apparently meant to be hiking. So if they don't hike, and then especially if they don't signal any kind of desire to going forward, then obviously dollar's going to rip because we'll go straight through 160. Now, because of that, I don't imagine that's what they'll be angling for. They probably will do some kind of hike. The next portion will be the rhetoric around that, however. So if people see it as like a dovish hike or a neutral hike, then we could still see dollar go right back up. Given they've been intervening, I would expect them to actually put some jawboning pressure accompanied by a Japanese rate hike. So in that sense, I think this kind of topping area through here, after we maybe have another little jump up, I would prefer to start shorting through here. I just don't like the dollar any higher. I think we've kind of played that out. I can't really see the euro much lower, outside of just daily like waft, maybe down, 50, 70 points, but we're not going like any big figures lower. So I think eventually euro would be more likely to head back towards 117, 118 at this point. Trouble is then I also see it as not really going too far beyond there, which comes back to this whole dollar index thing where we kind of just trade sideways again. The index will probably only really be moved by that dollar yen catalyst if we do actually get the floor dropping out and that carry trade unwinding. But I don't know. Yeah. This is we've tried that so many times now. It's not happened. So.
Yeah, the decision went well. So maybe one pair that actually can provide us some guidance is the yen index, right? Is the yen pairs that we now on the dollar yen.
Yeah.
We are getting close to 160s once again, and maybe there you go. Maybe you have one of those trades again in the next few days to try to play out. Do you reckon that they're going to try to intervene again at around these levels, like 160s? We had a really strong level of resistance before, but I'm just showcase a little bit my chart, so you can see how many times price bounced exactly at 160 marks in the past, and anytime it went there and found some levels of resistance, then for 2 times price squeezed a little bit higher, but then it pushed back down again. Like, so when you are talking about actually a level of resistance, this is actually a pure level of resistance, that there are some big players not really wanting the dollar yen to go higher than these levels. So of course the tendency to be to try to look for shorts somewhere around there, and I think you could have it. I think we could have that initial reaction really close to these 160s around with these lines these previous highs that we had. Then price can squeeze a little bit more. We actually just left now a nice demand zone below. Can be a good target. If price kind of squeeze a little bit, maybe we can have these initial trades. And then one of the slightly bigger trades for now, it would be maybe actually just to fill back into these lows and then try to squeeze up again. Until eventually we do have, who knows, another intervention move and price just moves 500 pips in 5 minutes. But yes, are we getting closer? That's basically the question.
Yeah, I think so.
Where we'll be looking. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Which
So I think
levels will be looking? Which levels will be looking to trade?
I mean, anywhere up here in that 160 zone, I'm pretty happy to take shorts. But obviously, you're going to be looking at pretty wide stop loss. Just for that, spacing it out. Because this might take a little bit, right? It's probably going to be, once we get the Bank of Japan rate decision, they hike rates, they add some more forward hawkish commentary as well as jawbone the currency, and then potentially after that, or that same afternoon, also go in and intervene once again, right? So they've spent about, I think it's 73.6 billion now. We got the data after from last Friday. So yeah, definitely more powder there they could deploy to do that, but they need to do it in combination with that kind of jawboning effect. Otherwise, we'll just get a repeat of this same fiasco here. Knock the currency down, comes right back up. Like, didn't do anything. So I wouldn't mind any kind of shorts. This is more of a swing trade, and yeah, maybe take like a 80 pip stop or something like that, or at least I'd be going at least 50 up towards that 160.30. And then, I mean, you're looking at several hundred points on the downside. So you still got great risk reward with that. Even to go up to a 100-point stop, which would then be roughly above the highs that we made, you could run that as well, even from spot where we are. But I think this will start to stall out and we just sort of trade sideways here on the dollar yen. So shorts anywhere from here, so long as you're willing to hold, pretty good. But you will be holding for a while. So you got to consider the swaps as well. You'll have negative swaps. So.
Yeah. I think it's looking interesting. I think they're going to see small levels of resistance, people trying to sell it, and then price kind of still manage to make small fake outs and then push back down straight away. I think that's how it's going to be played. I think eventually you're going to start seeing some aggressive moves down and then price kind of correcting. So if you actually look into the past and the previous times that they intervene, it was not exactly just a one big intervention. I think it was quite similar to what's going on right now. They kind of intervened quite aggressively, maybe for 1-2 days. Price corrected, kind of came out close to the previous level where the initial intervention happened, and then they intervened properly again, and that's when price finally started to move in a bearish trend. So maybe going to have something similar. But I think honestly, the yen pairs are going to be definitely an asset to pay attention to, and not just the dollar yen, because if you actually look at the other yen pairs as well, and you can actually start with the yen index. So again, the yen index has been squeezing all the way down, similar to what the other pairs are doing, but to the upside, and they are getting close to the base of the structure in here. This was initial prediction that or the type of price action I would like to see eventually to go higher. Now it can be, again, can just push this a little bit further down to the next level. The reality that we need to see proper break-off structure as well, basically in this case to the upside on the individual yen pairs, to the downside to start seeing that shift of trend, trend shifting. So yeah, we'll see. We are getting close, and that's something to pay attention. Looking at the other yen pairs as well. So Aussie yen actually just ended up creating a new high. Pound yen also getting really close to this level again, really close to the top where we had that intervention end of April, and then euro yen as well, kind of slowly moving to the upside, getting really close as well. And I think we can have another selling opportunity from around there. So yeah, those are definitely on my radar, and that is something that I'll be monitoring quite closely to try to find opportunities. Yeah, that's something I want. And by the way, guys, we want to hear from you as well, right? So on the chat, if you do have any asset that you are looking for, if you agree with me or with LJ, if you disagree with me and LJ, feel free to let us know on the chat, okay? Because we like to hear your analysis, your thoughts, what you're looking at as well. So feel free to say something, and also to press on the like button. Okay, I think we have just a few likes just yet, and there are quite a few watching the live stream. So if you could
Smash
just smash it. It's something that is free and really helpful for us to continue to grow. Yes. What other assets? What about now the individual dollar pairs? We're looking at the Aussie, for example, or the Euro. What is your take on those ones?
So Aussie dollar, I mean, currently today, sat here short. Don't know if this is going to play out. I was looking for longs yesterday. This was this is down to the 30-minute here. It's easier. I was looking for longs through here up towards the prior highs just here, the wick highs. That was on Friday that we picked at, and then potentially a break of that up into 72 somewhere. Now, initially yesterday it was about 72.05. There's another prior level for there, but we didn't quite get that. Got stopped out on that. Went short. Now, bought up through today. We came through during Asia. Now sat short again. Similar deal. Like, I'm kind of directionless at the moment on a bunch of across the board. Like, it's just very 50-50. We're just wafting about. There's no real catalyst. I can see Aussie dollar coming off in general, given that the entire rate hiking cycle sort of seems to be ended. There is still a reasonable pricing, better than 50-50 for another rate hike come year end. Though we did have inflation come off a bit, and we did have unemployment jump up a touch this past month. So I would say that still needs to be priced out. So hence I would I'd be looking at Aussie dollar to potentially be a bit more vulnerable than some of the other majors right now. Euro dollar, similar deal. We're just not going anywhere, are we? You know, we've had the chatter about potential rate hikes. I don't think they'll really hike rates. Same Bank of England. It's all just chatter. It seems more of that. They don't want the currency to head too much lower, but at the same time they keep pulling back from actually, providing any kind of substance on a potential rate hike, right? So we're very neutral, very by the by. So I think it's just mark out any of the sort of head and shoulder structures that we have technically, and then just play it point to point. It's pretty much just playing ping pong. So you can see right now as well, we're right sort of in the middle of this the cluster here. So I don't really like it. I prefer to see some kind of break lower, or some kind of impulsive candle, some kind of drive higher before entering. Right now, we're just dead in that middle 50% kind of area, which is not my favorite.
Yeah,
I don't have too much else to say on the majors, really. Like, not at the moment.
It's a tricky one. Euro, kind of, if you zoom out a little bit, it looks like that potentially is try to move up, kind of creating slightly new highs, holding the lows, new high, kind of holding the lows. Does he want to go? But at the same time, when you start creating these structures, it can also happen something like this. It's a typical pattern. My question here is this low kind of, is this the final destination? Does the euro want to, maybe from this move up, could have gone a little bit deeper to try to then move higher? When I look left, yes, you did have this really strong level of support in the past that managed to make this push. Then you kind of fake out that level, come back. Now we tested exactly the same level of support, almost to the pip, to be honest. Is that enough to push price higher? It's a little bit of the tricky one. at this point. A lower time frame, maybe you can try to squeeze a trade into there. For me personally, that I'm a little bit more into, I don't want to say swing, but something that actually gives me a little bit more of a direction or more of the extreme. We are definitely in the middle, and I don't really have a confirmation now. It's kind of similar to what I mentioned to Richard. We are making scenarios of if then, and I think it feels like that we are about on the if phase now, and not the then. Right, we are kind of in that initial if, just trying to see scenarios, but without really much confirmation to take trades. To be honest, maybe Aussie dollar is a little bit more clear to me. I would like to see maybe going further down. We did at least manage to break this structure. Price squeeze a little bit into this fair value gap, but my level it would be still a little bit higher, where potentially we could try to push lower. We have been again in a really strong bullish trend on the Aussie for a while now, basically 1 year and a half. And as you mentioned, maybe the hikes period or phase stopped, and maybe that can lead into a little bit of a correction on the Aussie dollar. But on the other side, we haven't really managed to take that high that I wanted to be taken, and price could still squeeze a little bit higher before making the move down. Regardless, I'll be looking for shorts initially. If price does want tend to go higher, then I'll be looking for shorts again, because I believe that we could try to trade within this range on the Aussie. Eventually, basically, again, just making the same rectangle, which means that maybe there's still room to move to the downside on the Aussie dollar. So at least this one gives me a little bit more of a direction. Reason being because we have been moving in such a strong bullish trend, and start breaking some structure here that we could try to see something like this. And if this happens, then I'll try to be involved somewhere around there, to try to go down. First target to be still within the structure, but then I'll try to keep some open just to try to squeeze all the way through. Because I do believe if we do manage to now break below this low, whenever that happens, we can just squeeze. We can squeeze a little bit lower. So that would be, at least on the house, it gives me a little bit more of something in there. But still waiting.
Agreed. Garden Designs. No, I haven't seen them yet. I guess, did you put them in the Discord, I'm assuming? I haven't checked Discord yet today at all, so I'll have a look when I can after stream. Or maybe in the background if I get a chance, we'll see. Hey guys, is the TradeSet Go partnership with 5ers legit? Yes, it is. Very much legit. So it's the 5ers broker. So go for it.
Yeah, it's the same group. You're basically creating the full ecosystem for traders, right? Now props to then go into trading or start accumulating your own personal account, and that will be the goal, basically.
Yeah, so the bonus stuff they have right now is really good. So, great thing you can do is obviously you guys make some money with prop. You want to start putting some of those profits that you've made perhaps into like a personal account, trade that, build up wealth, that kind of thing, grow it. Then the 5ers has that option right there for you. So collecting all the infinity stones, like you're saying, Pedro.
Yeah.
Entire gauntlet. I'm not seeing too much else in the market, honestly. I do agree with your Aussie dollar outlook. I'm ultimately looking down, about 69.50. And I would have preferred to see that sort of jump higher, one more tap into the 72, just above there, between that 72 and 72.20. That's where I was looking for yesterday, if we got that push. But we didn't quite, we came back off. Now we're kind of in that, again, just like everything else, in this kind of lull zone. I can't quite tell if it wants to take that final jump higher or if we just come off from here. So I think I'm going to sit short for now after the move up that we've had. Because I do see NASDAQ potentially retracing a bit. Not too far, just like 30,400, so like 100 points or something. Like we were talking about before. But then after that, I'd probably see it trying to rally once again. Yeah, so it's basically buying up from the bottom of that trend line.
I'm showing your chart now.
So pretty much something like this, like pull back into these moving averages, pretty much the 50% of this rally from those lows today, and then potentially have another run higher. That said, if this level from today caps out and we fail to get to yesterday's highs at all, then I'd say we actually go quite a bit lower. Quite a bit relative to just this local structure. This is not far in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, just a deeper retrace down below 30K. And then yeah, you'd have kind of a head and shoulders type thing here.
Do you think the market cares at all about the 30K mark, or is this just a number?
Nah, it's just a number. It's like when S&P reaches like 5K or 6K, or people go like Dow 20K, Dow 30K, Dow 40K, 50K, 60K. It's more just like a interesting milestone. And yeah, there's often some clustering around some of those round levels from things like options plays and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's a basket of a whole heap of stocks that are all moving at their own pace, So yeah, market doesn't really care. Humans care sometimes in the sense of trying to just create some measurement, and often because we are at all-time highs and that kind of thing, it's just open space. It's an open void up above. So you will get some of those round levels acting as general anchor points, both to the upside and the downside. But yeah, not really a big deal. So that's what I'm looking for today. We'll see what happens. Euro's kind of wandering off. Just been gradually coming off from the highs earlier today. Aussie's ticked up a little. That was on the back of NASDAQ also. Just ticking up here originally, but now starting to come off. So we'll see where that goes. I mean, oil not doing too much. We did have a bit of the jump yesterday coming off the weekend, but again, we just erased that. So a bit directionless across the board, really.
Yeah, another one I'm looking is maybe dollar CAD. Dollar CAD is continuing to move higher. We had a big sell-off last week. Oh, someone just mentioned the pound CAD. Yeah, dollar CAD, we had a move to downside last week. I think there was some news, and now I don't remember which news was it. But now we are correcting again, pulling back up, and we are getting close to highs on the left side as well. So that's potentially an interesting structure to see, maybe a little bit more of a downside as well, as price continues to squeeze a little bit more to this side. However, actually, if I'm looking just quickly into the higher time frame, I could still even see potential to the upside on the CAD, because CAD is hold really nicely this base in the past, and it starts breaking some structure which potentially can squeeze even higher. But in the lower time frame, maybe we can still see a little bit of a small reaction from here, but to be honest, I think I would like to see price going a little bit closer to this, maybe 139s, and from there maybe try to find new selling pressure. So that's one that's quite interesting, because again, basically we spent the full month of May just in a bullish trend, while in April we basically just spent the full month in a downtrend. And so what's going to happen in June? That's basically the question. Which direction actually they want to trade. Basically, actually, if you look, March up, April down, May up. So we'll see what June is going to provide. But I think we can have a little bit, at least some selling pressure, and maybe trade within a range like this at least. So that's one of the dollar pairs that also a little bit on my radar. Dollar and Aussie CAD and Aussie dollar too. Sorry.
Like it. How are we doing, Rich?
Rich, welcome.
Morning, gentlemen. How are we? How are we enjoying these market movements at the moment?
Sorry, where are they in the room right now? Where are they?
Okay. I didn't know if I'd put my foot in it honestly, I thought the market has been moving pretty decent more recently. But I'm only looking at DAX. I do have a cheeky look at gold. I caught an absolute wonderful short this morning for a little cheeky 1-to-1, and then I wanted to go into a long, but I had to shut the account down to come onto stream. So gold was moving pretty well, but I think the DAX was the bread and butter. DAX was the winner today for me.
I've been liking Nasdaq. Yeah, like Nasdaq and some of the stocks lately. I think FX has been a bit hit miss. Like we have 1 or 2 days where it's great, we do get movement, and then it's just dead, and we're just moving in like 3 pip range for like 5-6 hours. Right. So yeah, there's been a couple moves. I mean, some of them through Asia, obviously. That's been good for a while now, a couple of weeks. But yeah, I don't know. I think right now we're in a bit of a, Pedro and I were talking, we're in kind of a Goldilocks kind of zone for most assets. Stocks, indices are basically the only things sort of more directionally charged at the minute. Just before we kick on, I might have to reset my PC.
Sure.
Because it's doing the same laggy out stuff. And then I will jump back in whilst you're still here, Pedro. I don't know if you're staying around or...
No, I'm staying. Like Richard just arrived. I'm enjoying these conversations. I'm definitely staying here.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be back in a second.
See you, man. See you in a bit.
Building on what LJ was saying, when 2 years ago, I used to trade Forex pairs, GBP USD and Euro USD. And occasionally I look at the charts now and I just don't know what to make of them. I don't know if it's because it's 2 years that I haven't been actively trading them or trying to get involved with them. But when I look at the Forex market at the moment, for the old framework I used to use, which is supply and demand, looking for zones, typically close to breaker blocks, order blocks, where I would think that the market would react from. So we're talking like quasi patterns, head and shoulders, stuff like that. It just doesn't, they're just not that clean. And I wonder if it was because I haven't been studying them and keeping up to date. And it's maybe a skill set that's become a little bit rusty. So for those of you that don't know, I actually pivoted my trading for about 4 months ago. So I'm going to take you back on a little bit of a journey. 2 years ago, life became incredibly busy. So I decided to size down my trading. Still got pretty much all my trading accounts and just put small risk on. Now, this is why most of my accounts are about 3 years old. Now, about 3 months ago, we hit a chapter where I said, right, Rich, it's time to start getting intentional. You want to be back on that equity highs as a trader. You want to get back to that point where you're following your best processes. So I said, you've got a crossroads now. You can either pick up your old edge and go and back test that, or you can try and look for like a momentum system and try and follow like an index, like an indice. So it took me 3.5 months to completely study and get fluent with the kind of setup that I was trying to frame. So this is 3 months to observe something. Wait, I can say that better. 3 months to observe something. It was build a framework and then build out a candle by candle sample size of 950 trades. Now, at 1-to-1 risk reward, if I can build a sample size of 950 trades and have a win rate above 55-60%, it's going to be above the probabilities of just luck. So I know there's going to be an edge there. Now, my job as a trader is to make sure that I can execute on that in real time. Now, that brought me till 6 weeks ago where I started to take off the gloves and start to interact with this framework. And Pedro, wow, the rust was real. Just coming back into the market with that level of intention, and just saying, is this a valid trade? And I'm like, yeah. And the fear was there, this fear just crept up on me. And I'm like, nah, just go into your little account. Just execute on a small account. Keep it safe, stay in your comfort zone. And I'm like, nope, Rich, you know the theory. Now it's time to apply that theory. So took a little bit of there was a little bit of a teething issue for about the first sort of 3 to 4 weeks of just kind of getting involved with the setups, recording the trades. And I'd like to say for the last 3 weeks, I've been doing a much, much better job of being very intentional around my execution. And yesterday I was able to request a payout from one of my live accounts as well. So that's how long, and the reason I share that is because I want traders to recognize if you're effectively starting from zero with a set of skill set that knows how to develop an edge, it's going to take, for me, it took 3 months to develop that edge. Then it took about 3 to 4 weeks of rusty execution to align my execution with my processes. And then the rest is totally out of my control. It's down to whether or not the market agrees with my analysis. And in as little as 2 weeks, the market was able to then push up and I was able to achieve a small payout yesterday. So 4.5, 5 months of journey to get back into that saddle of exactly where I want to be. And super excited about it because I took on a new account today. I'm like, well, Pedro, we're not going to get there if we're just on smaller accounts with smaller risk. Let's start being intentional. So there, this was something that I have now gone into the Big R Bootcamp account as a personal challenge to myself. I've got one that's in the earlier stages. It's, I think, about 85% of the way through the final stage, but it's taken a minute. And I'm like, come on, Rich, now let's be intentional about this and take on the actual account size that's relevant to the quality of your analysis. You're a trader of 8 years. There's no point putting $5 of risk, $10 of risk, $100 of risk. Let's actually align your analysis with your statistical drawdown and do so in a way that's logical. And the fear that came up out of nowhere, going from $100, $200, $300 risk a trade to then saying, right, what is logical? And I looked at what's logical for the accounts I've got, and the risk was so much larger than where I was. And I was like, okay. Now, there's a video in the performance coaching course, module 3, I think it's video 3 or 4, that talks about how to scale up safely. And so I used that blueprint. I started to execute in the market, and then I've been increasing the lot size and the risk per trade to a point where it's now worthwhile. It's now actually worthwhile turning up as a trader, which has been cool. And we've been sharing a lot of this in the 5ers Discord, in the Traders Journey channel that we just launched middle of last week. So for those of you in chat that don't know what we're talking about, we launched a brand new project as a part of the performance coaching department in the 5ers Discord, and it's called the Traders Journey. We've had over 100 traders just in the first few days sign up to the role, and we've had dozens and dozens of traders open their own unique diary spaces. So it's a digital diary that exists within the Discord, and we've got dozens of traders that have started to share their journey as a trader. So it's not necessarily about sharing your P&L. It's not necessarily about sharing your wins or your losses. It's about identifying what are you stuck with, and how can we as a community rally alongside you to help you become more aware of it, find the actionable work, and then hold you accountable to put in that work so that you can reach that next chapter. And that is exactly how I've been using this channel. This is why I'm going to apologize for being late, because I was putting in a big diary entry about the homework assignment that I need to apply. So if you're interested in really starting to connect with what is the right work and what is that deeper work that we have to do as traders, this would be an incredible place for anyone who's a 5ers trader. So if you've ever had an account, you've got access to the dashboard, even if it's not, you've got access to the Discord, even if it's not a active account that you've got at the moment. If you've had an account in the past, you've got access to the Discord. Hop in there, follow the announcement channel, you'll see, you claim a role, and then it's completely free. You open your own diary, and there's some really cool stuff in there which is being shared. I've just got to convince some of the 5ers team to open up their own diaries in there, and it's not a competition, mind you. So, if traders are absolutely smashing it, that's fine. They're on their chapter 25. I might be on my chapter 5 or my chapter 10, and it's just about recognizing, look, where am I really, and where am I really holding myself back, and what is it I can do that's in my control to start to bridge that gap, and then encouraging that space for other traders to do the same. So that's sorry, Pedro, I've hit you with all the ramble this morning, but that's where my head is. That's what I've been working on this week.
No, beautiful. First of all, congrats on the payout that you requested yesterday, and to see the kind of the fruits of the labor that you've done for the last 5 months of changing slightly within your edge, right? So maybe the questions would be, why did you actually decided to go into that direction and not to continue to do basically what you were doing more in the past of maybe a bit more of reversals, and now looks like that this is more of a continuation approach. And actually, I'm curious to see mentally what was the main challenge in that aspect, because I think, again, I'm a content trend trader, so anytime I'm looking for a momentum trader or for momentum trades, for some reason I always think that price will go against me a little bit more. So I'm always kind of entering in the wrong side, or maybe I'm already way too late to the move. While on the counter trend trader approach, I'm actually starting to basically what I want to say is I think there's a little bit of personality on someone that is a momentum trader versus a counter trend trader as well. Like someone that actually is against the world in some way of okay, everyone is thinking that this is just continues to go higher, and I'm starting to go against this and then thinking that goes short. And this can be also reflected in other aspects of life as well. Okay, whatever it may be, maybe it goes into politics or something else, or maybe fitness, or maybe food wise or lifestyle, whatever it may be. Well, we could go into different topics in here. While maybe momentum trader is literally just to continue with rally, but also kind of knowing that maybe the odds are actually in your size because everyone is kind of moving in that direction, and you just maybe want to squeeze some part of that move in that way. So mentally, what was the main shift for you as someone that had a counter trend trader approach before, now into a momentum approach? What was the main differences that you felt and kind of that you had to tweak in your strategy or edge?
Pedro has this ability to just press the right button, to just press that button that just gets me. Okay, so real talk. We're all traders here, right? All of us are, we all go through the same kind of stuff as trading. So I've been trading the same framework for about 5 years, and I was getting payouts. I was getting funded, but the drawdowns just didn't feel like normal drawdowns. They were just clunky. And it was like, I'm going to win 3 and then I'm going to lose 2.7. And then I'm going to lose 2 and I'm going to win 3.1. And it just felt so... Now, I know this is the probabilistic nature of trading, but when I was trading effectively pullbacks, I was looking for the market to break structure. And I said, right, we're now going bullish. I want that pullback. I want that discount. I want the best possible price. And I would put a limit order on the price where I felt price would pull back to. It could be, if you're using a fib, maybe a 50 pullback or a 76, it was just a specific price action level. And the amount of times the market would miss my entry by less than 3 pips and then rally off to what would have been my take profit. And so it would do that 20% of my times. So 20% of the trades, my analysis was almost correct, but I didn't get paid for it. So I had 80% of the trades that I was trying to make money from, and I just found that the edge was what I believe is just a weak edge. It had an edge in the market, but it wasn't just, hey, here's a normal drawdown. It was a weak edge. And so it was very clunky. It was, I went 7 months at break even. And through this period, it was like, my edge just can't produce anything out of this. And there's got to be other ways of looking at the market. And I was like, nope, you don't system hop. You just look at your edge. So when life got super, super busy and I had to size trading down just so I could focus on all the other stuff, I was still trading, but not that intentionally. And then I was like, now you're at a crossroads where to pick back up your best practices, you're going to have to go back through a year, 2 years worth of data and see how would your edge have performed. And it's the same work to now say, you know what, I'm going to be the trader that builds a new framework, trades a new asset, and tries to build a slightly stronger edge, still dealing with drawdown. And the biggest mental shift for me was, rather than going, right, we've broke structure, we're pulling back, and going, I'm a stingy trader. I want the biggest discount. I want the best price. I want the pip perfect entry. And I'm talking 30% of my trades that went to profit, they were pip perfect entries. So I'm like, it made you feel like you were just calling the market. But what did it produce on a monthly basis? It was like a 0.2 expectancy and at 1-to-1. So I had to shift from I want the best price to now all of a sudden I'm a trader that buys the high. And it was so difficult for me because I'm buying the worst price. As price is breaking out, I'm like, this is crazy. Price is at 100 and I'm paying 100 for it. Normally I want it to pull back to 50 and then I'm like, yeah, I get the discount. So this was the biggest shift for me, was just initially, this is why I said it was quite difficult to trade it early on, because I had to unlearn what I had committed to muscle memory. So when the market would break a high and my system goes, Rich, you should be buying this, my muscle memory was saying, nah, get the pullback. Let's get the pullback. And I remember one of these trades, my system said buy, and my old system was like, nope, there's a zone. You need to front run this and sell it. And I literally sold, and the price just hammered through me. And I was like, how many times are you going to do this? Like, you've literally taken a -1R when it should have been a +1R. And now I've got all the emotions, I've got all the feelings, the FOMO, the revenge, the regret, the disappointment, the anger. And my emotional temperature has gone up to like an 8 out of 10. And I'm just sitting there, and all I want to do is just revenge trade to get this money back. And I'm like, Rich, you're a performance coach. You're aware of these emotions. You have a system that has an edge. If you truly want to change this, or sorry, trade this, you're going to have to change the way that you're attached to the way you used to use price action. And you're going to have to get involved with this new way. And so, yeah, I went on the journey of sitting there, breathing like a pregnant lady, just doing mental mindset techniques and just really trying to build a new neuro pathway with my mind that this price action is the price action I want to see. And then I would chart it up candle by candle. I would pause it on TradingView the moment there was a valid trade and say, right, this is my entry. I would then go to my terminal, open it up, use my position size calculator, put on the trade. And the only thing I wouldn't do is click the button, but I would pretend. And I would rep this out dozens of times a day and just commit this to muscle memory and just try and override this old belief system. And it took a little bit of doing, but now I'm not perfect, but I'm in a chapter where I'm a little bit more consistent than I was. And I've identified what's the gap that stops me from being a little bit better than that. So definitely some mental milestones and things I had to break through. And the payout, I'm not going to lie, there was so much pressure around it. There was just a part of me that was like, you know, what if I go into my copier and just close that trade manually? And what if I just do this? And what if it's the chimp brain was just saying, you know what? I'm going to find a creative way to remove the uncertainty and the fear and just put you in your comfort zone. The problem is being in my comfort zone doesn't earn anything. It doesn't lose anything, but it doesn't earn anything. And so for me to be the trader I truly want to be, I literally looked at this performance coaching project and said, what is it I need the most as a trader, and what is it other traders need the most? And this is why I think we've seen such a positive reaction around it, because we all have our own nuances and things that we're stuck at. And sometimes it takes a Pedro to come along and say, Rich, what was that? And then just ask that question that suddenly opens up this awareness that helps me then go and commit to doing the correct work. Sorry, I'm too full of beans today. I can't answer anything in a short.
That's perfect, man. It's great to see also because that's what people don't usually see. They came here, you say, yeah, now I got a payout, I got a new strategy, and you just move on, right? But that's actually that battle that you go through, especially with the thought process and kind of the different personalities, identities, basically that are trying now to navigate from A to B. That's where the challenge is. I think that's actually where the gray area is, and it's so hard to move forward and to persist and actually to become consistent on that aspect. Is like, it's easy to say, just show me the number. This is who I am now. This is what I was to be. But this transformation process, that's where the beauty is, and that's actually listening to you and to explain kind of what you have been through this last few months and why you did what you did, and kind of the process that you have been going through. That's amazing, because that's what I presume as well. Like, literally, someone that used to look for maybe for the discount price and now literally is buying at the highest price, that's a complete shift mindset. Like how your body initially must have said, what am I doing here? Like, buying so high, like price has been maybe the last three candles are fully bullish, and what am I still doing, kind of buying the fourth candle that is still bullish in here when price maybe is going to go for should have a retracing here, right? So that's the beauty of trading and transformation and edge. Yeah, that's amazing. That's really amazing to hear.
There was a part of me that thought, you know, like the mindset just worked against me so heavily, because a newer trader would system hop without knowing they're system hopping. They were just going and looking for a new strategy. My mind was saying, Rich, what are you doing? You're walking away from an edge that has worked well enough for 5 years. Isn't this system hopping? Isn't this everything that an amateur trader would do? And I really would have these battles. I'd be laying in bed at like midnight, just really thinking it through. Like, am I really system hopping? And I would look at my old data of my old edge, and I would look at the new data of the new edge, and I would compare them and have them in these spreadsheets, one on the left screen, one on the right, and I would be looking at them thinking, is it that much better? Is it really that much better? Maybe I should just, you know. And there was this moment of, I guess, for 5 years I'd been drifting in the ocean on this raft that was just inflated enough to keep me afloat. And I'd finally let go of it and reached out for something that I believe is better and fits me better as a trader. And I think it's more logical, rather than trying to call the market to the pip, I'm market entering and following a movement that I guarantee to pretty much get the fill I want, rather than missing an entry 20% of the time. But it still felt like this old dinghy that I'd been sitting on for 5 years was floating away, and the FOMO in me was like, no, grab hold of it. You can have them both. Just trade both of them. And I realized that, I want to be the trader that absolutely masters that one kick. And then what I can do is build that into, maybe in 3 months from now. And this is my secret mission. In 3 months from now, when I've got this edge absolutely dialed, maybe I'm going to go back and look at that old dinghy, and I'm going to pull it on deck and try and pump it up and patch up some holes and see if I can find a way to build a second edge and diversify my results. So it's not necessarily about earning more, but I can then reduce my risk by trading two assets that are uncorrelated with two different movements. And my secret mission is to see if I can build out 4 edges this year that can all produce 5R a month. And I only care if one of them works. The rest of them, they can go break even for all I care. But I can't build 4 at the same time. It's like trying to eat cake plus vegetables plus salad plus pizza and just chewing it all down, like just one meal at a time. And the proof's in the pudding. The payout was yesterday, and it's starting to give that feedback of, right, you do the right process, over time you can get the right result. And it's hard because with that experience, you almost know better than just to pivot your strategy completely. I would always say that, take the components of your old edge and just adjust it to try and conform better with what you've learned and in line with market conditions. But this wasn't taking the old components. I mean, sure, we've still got risk management and psychology, but this was throwing away all the technicals of it and taking a completely new stance technically, like you say, buying the highs rather than waiting for the pullback. And maybe I'll turn up next week or on Thursday and I'll be in a big old drawdown, and hey, that's what trading is, right? But throughout testing, the biggest drawdown period, and I say this for traders to just normalize their system, even with a 1-to-1 risk reward and a 60% win rate, I still had a 6-week period and an 11R drawdown where the market, if I was risking 1% a trade, I still would have lost 11%. And it took 6 weeks from the moment that losing streak started to the moment the account got back to break even and then started to pull past that. So I now know what normal looks like for this system, and I'm sure it'll be bigger in the future. So I got to hunker down and hang on, because there can be some longer periods maybe where the edge doesn't perform.
I just want to hear LJ's thoughts. Then before we jump into the Daniel's question, which is kind of similar to what you just replied now. LJ, what is your thoughts on at least on listing Richard's trajectory?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think I missed like sort of the origin, I guess, of where this question came from. So I'm might be missing some of it. But yeah, no, I think that's good. Like, that's progress. That's that progression that you want. And if you identify that, like, you're doing X, the edge works, but you've got this slight skew in there, which is messing it up, right? Hence missing those entries purely because you're trying to perfect them too much. Then change it. That's progression. That's evolution. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should be critically thinking about every single day when you do come to the market. And sort of when you wrap up the day, you go, okay, did I nail everything? Was there some discrepancy? Is that just a sort of one-off from like today, just by chance, or maybe I was a bit off my game or distracted by something, or is this something that's happening repeatedly, right? And then also noticing when maybe you have identified that and you've come the next few days and gone, hey, I didn't do that, right? And also remembering to recognize that, no, you're not doing those same mistakes or errors or inconsistencies, and trying to identify what is currently going on in your life that's sort of not enabled, but assisted that sort of state where you're just nailing things down. Because often people, when things are working, people don't think about that, right? Because you're just gliding through, yeah, cool. But then they come to the stomach block and they're like, oh, why am I now making errors or mistakes? and they don't really have that comparison to look back to. Okay, I was doing this at that time. I had my routine in check. I had this in check. I had that in check. And then that was enabling me to perform at the level I need to, right? So hopefully that answers it. I feel like I missed part of it before. So, but yeah.
That is perfect.
The 4 edges, though, I like that, Rich, as well. And then having them split across different uncorrelated assets. That's really good too. I like it.
Yeah, because the question, and then just to then complement a little bit with what Richard mentioned, I'm going to share maybe a different perspective or not. Daniel mentioned, hey guys, quick question. I'm currently a breakout trader, but I have observed that pullbacks are something that I need in my trading playbook. How do you start your research if you had to start fresh? Maybe I'll let Richard, because we just went through a little bit of this research and how to start fresh. I'm going to focus more on the first sentence, which is I feel like I need this approach in my trading playbook. And the question is, why do you think that you need that? So basically, we are trading the pullback. Basically, we are looking for price to we are trading the breakout. Where is my arrow here? So basically, you see a range in here. When price breaks, most likely we are trading it, right? You're catching maybe this move, but now you feel like that you also need to trade this level in here. And the question is, do you really need it? Yes or no? Are you not satisfied enough with this move? Are you feeling that you are missing many opportunities and by not capitalizing on this move? I think it's important to ask the question, why do you think that's important? And if then you start actually realizing that's something that basically what I want to say is the word need, it becomes a little bit of a tricky one. Okay, maybe you start noticing that there is an edge in there, but not exactly a need. Like no one really needs to do anything. No one is forcing you to do anything in that regard. Because, for example, something that you naturally start doing when you are looking at the markets and actually trading your own setup is that the more you study your own setup, you most likely are going to start paying attention to some moves that happen close to your setup, and that's one of the moves that can happen is literally the pullback move. And within some pullbacks move, maybe you can realize, hold on a second, I start realizing a pattern in here. I can start noticing a price behavior that I could try to take advantage, almost implementing the same type of execution that you are doing, but now in a different type of move that maybe you could take advantage from. So that could be something that you could fantasize a little bit. You could start paying attention and eventually adding it to your trade. But the word need it's a bit of a tricky one. And now when they're talking about setups, and actually Richard has mentioned that he wants to add 4 edges this year, that's kind of a big task. Everyone I think would be happy to find one edge in 1 year, or maybe in a couple of years, especially when they are starting. But what is edge? Or how can we have eventually go bigger in our edge, or kind of get better at our edge, right? So we may have that breakout setup. That's maybe something that Richard now is doing as well with momentum trading. You can go deeper, right? You can maybe start actually, instead of just opening one position, you can start looking for ways of scaling in. That's also adding more into your own edge and finding ways to make more money, because basically with trading, we're just trying to find new ways to make money, right? That's what you're doing. Can be with scaling, can be maybe scaling out, can be with adding more positions, can be expanding slightly more your target instead of maybe just capitalizing that 1-to-1. Maybe there's a 1.2, maybe find a specific moment in the market where you can actually squeeze a little bit more. There are different ways, but this is going deeper within your own setup. You can try to find new ways to make it more. Okay, and then of course you can try to go wider, which is okay. Yes, I do have the breakout, but I also want to now try to capitalize on the pullback setup. And now you can start going a little bit differently. That's a little bit different. I think when you start going wider, I think perspective and actually having a really good understanding of the overall market in the higher time frame, or kind of what the market is doing, is really important, because you don't really want to start trading every single pullback. For example, maybe you're going to be way more focused on your breakout setup, let's call it like that, but the pullback, it needs to be in a really unique moment. For example, I don't trade trend continuation setups, okay? I don't trade momentum setups. However, there's maybe a specific moment where I actually feel quite comfortable, and I try to trade those momentum setups. When does it happen? Usually it's in days of big news events, okay? Maybe an NFP type of a move. I let the price make their initial move, okay? So the move happens, or the news happen at 1:30 UK time, okay? and then I leave maybe 1 hour and a half, and around 3 p.m. Finally price, after some kind of manipulation, I see that finally price is going. Imagine that the initial move was up, price corrected a little bit, and now price is finally going up again. And maybe when it breaks this level, usually goes into momentum. And I want to see this move, but I want to see this move across, for example, all the dollar pairs. So I know that there is a move that is with momentum across our assets and correlation with the dollar. So I want to see that strength move happening on euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, and so on. So that gives me more confidence that this is not just isolated move, and this is actually momentum of seeing price going in one direction, because maybe the dollar is actually moving quite strongly to the other side. For example, so what I mean is that's one of the moments that I want to trade, of I feel comfortable trading a momentum or breakout setup, which I rarely do. I'm always waiting for that fake out. And what I again, just to finalize, I'm looking for a move that may happen once or twice that I really feel comfortable per month in a situation. So that's when you can start adding more edges, not to trading every single day, but there is a specific moment, maybe it's around a news event or something specific, maybe breaking a weekly low, not a daily low or not a 4-hour low, but maybe a weekly low or a monthly low that you can try to squeeze into that move. And that's how you're going to start going into kind of adding a little bit. It's a lot of repetition. It's a lot of curiosity. I think curiosity is really important in trading, especially when trying to evolve it in your edge, or kind of to kind of make adding setups your trading playbook. But yes, that would be a little bit more of my 2 cents. You can go deeper or you can go wider. Deeper can be maybe even more, can maybe give you even more money than actually go too wide, because this can distract you a little bit. So personally, I would say focus really on this one until you actually squeeze all the ways possible to make money with this approach, and then you can start going a little bit wide in that aspect. But being clear, actually,
curiosity. The curiosity
is really important.
Because the curiosity is the dangerous thing, though, because it's like, oh, red car. Oh, another red car. And another red car. And then before we know it, we're chasing so many different setups in the market. Curiosity is amazing because it gives you ideas of like, how could I frame this thing that I'm seeing? And I feel like I wouldn't be the trader I am without curiosity, but I would probably be a way better trader if I was able to balance that curiosity with finish one thing and then go and do another. And I would say it's only in the last year that I've been able to focus on exactly that. So Pedro, I've got this folder and it's called Random Crap Concepts. And I just fill it up with all these ideas of like, oh, I could build an edge out of that. Or I could use this indicator. I could use that tool. And I kid you not, there are so many trading ideas in there. And I genuinely believe 70% of them will have an edge. But I can't go and do them all. And so I had to create, like, I should rename it Curiosity Folder, where I put all my ideas and then I come back to them in the right time. But curiosity as a trader is, as you said, it is so important, because otherwise, what if we're just stuck like with something that doesn't work and we're not curious enough to go and expand it? Or what if you could find something better? So myself, for an example, my favorite pattern to trade is a flag pattern. So if you drew just a simple flag pattern, so price rallies up and then we've got basically a consolidation period, and then price, so rallies up, we've got a consolidation, and price then rallies to the high side. Now, I loved to trade the pullback and the retest of those zones which failed. So where that flag actually printed and Pedro put the lines on it, I would be front running a limit order long and saying, a whole bunch of traders got caught up in this chop, and a lot of traders had to let go of their shorts, but those traders that are still hanging on, they want that better price to try and, get out at a smaller loss. So I would be putting a limit order at the top of that flag pattern, stop loss under the low of the price action, and I would be waiting for price to come back. And this is where, supply and demand, and the buyers said this is a great buy, the sellers let go of their sales, but it's almost like so much energy come out of that zone that I still feel there's a story like chapter 2 that wants to be told when price comes back and touches that zone. And if as a trader, if you're looking for something, because I see in chat, the trader was saying like, how would I study this? For me, we kind of know this stuff as order blocks, but on a lower time frame, you'd find they're often consolidations that then broke out. They could either reverse from it, or they could they could continue from it either way. But when it does and breaks structure, that's the important bit. For me, at least, based on my data, it would then create a zone that I'd go, there's so much action here. It's like if there's a big car meet. So years ago, we went to Le Mans in France, and a friend of mine was telling me that there's this one street where all these cars go to, and it's just carnage. Everybody meets up, and there's just cars everywhere. So the next year when we went back, what did we do? We went back to the same place where the event was, and they put a policy around it and no cars were there at all. But in the market, what we find is if you've got a set of behavior or a previous activity, you might find a reoccurring theme at those events the next time price reaches it. So hence it could be zones, it could be, this is how I like to fail. This is how I like to trade quasis, because if that flag pattern now failed and broke down to the low side, you would basically have a left shoulder, you would have a head that's printed, and I would be anticipating a right shoulder to now be coming in and selling off lower. So for me, it was like finding the areas in the market where people are committing to their trades and then saying, how do I frame this when I feel like enough participants have got involved? Because I don't move the market. I need other people to get involved in the masses. So where can I find these areas where they're getting in and they're getting it right and wrong and willing to leave maybe a few breadcrumbs for me to come and sweep up after the carnage has happened? That's how that's what goes in my curiosity folder. A whole bunch of ideas of like, failed flag patterns, head and shoulders patterns, and then just building on that and building a framework and then going and getting hundreds of sample sizes and just recording ones and minus ones in a spreadsheet and seeing if there's edge to it. Yeah, if I can get 4 of them this year, I'll be a busy trader, but diversified will be the main point.
Indeed. I like it.
Yeah.
I think rather than curious, being inquisitive is good as well. Just as it's semantics over the word, but I think inquisitive, being inquisitive as a person, because it's that more investigative outlook, rather than curious. You kind of wander a bit, right? As long as you're inquisitive, I think you should stay inquisitive. Always be looking and trying to plow different fields and just see what's there. But if you're just kind of wandering the field and then you're off down the road somewhere and you're just like, oh, that's cool, just like you're saying, oh, red car, shiny Ferrari, let's go over that way, and then
definitely. You need to follow through, Mike. You need to start realizing. And I think again, many, at least for me personally, some of those setups, it just comes from analyzing the market and start noticing, okay, this starts happening. Okay, this starts happening kind of around this level in here, and that's eventually when you start seeing patterns in the market and when price moving the way it does. And that's edge again. If you do manage to identify a pattern that maybe you can start identifying where A, B, C, D kind of things to happen, then you can try to explore that and try to find ways to make money. Maybe the way to make money is not going to be from the move. Like the last leg, like D to E. No, maybe it's going to be actually the BC move. That's actually maybe we are going to end up making money, which can, again, looking at Quasimodo pattern, that could happen. And I trade Quasimodo patterns basically all the way through as the pattern evolves. Many people are going to trade just the right shoulder, which is basically this move down. Okay, Quasimodo is like this. But I like to trade the head is actually my favorite moment, which there's still not 100% confirmation that this is going to be the head, but I actually like to trade this move towards here. Okay, and the price then breaks perfect, and potentially I have a Quasimodo. If not, there's already kind of some opportunity in there. But I'm not going to be trading every single top based on that. Right? There's a little bit of something else that it gives me a little bit of certainty or a bit more clarity that this may actually be a high that's going to be not continuing, but actually moving back into the zone, which may be because price are in here already broke slightly structure, whatever it may be. Like it's about being being aware. And I think one of the main problems sometimes is that when someone is trying to evolve or trying to define an edge, they only look a little bit what price is doing in the last piece of the move without really studying a little bit more, maybe what happened 2, 3, 4 steps before that, or maybe on the spectrum of the bigger picture as well, because where the move is happening, it matters a lot if that pattern is going to work as well. Like one thing is a pattern happening maybe on the 50% retracement or something like that of a move. Another thing is if the movement is happening maybe at the extreme close to the highs or at the lows of the move. That matters as well. Maybe the percentage of favor of a move happening maybe between the 40 and the 60%, basically which are in the middle of the structure of a swing high and a swing low. This one, maybe it gives way more probability of a fake out, and then price comes to the other side and kind of becomes a bit more chaotic. And if you do try to trade maybe a Quasimodo pattern within this structure, it is not going to be working as well as maybe trying to trade that pattern exactly at the extremes of a move. And how those nuances, they kind of matter when you are trying to evolve. So basically what I want to say is, sometimes when you're looking at edge or trying to define something, you are just looking at the last move and trying to see, this kind of didn't really work as I wanted, or my entry was wrong. But it's maybe more about where you're looking for it instead of the execution itself of the setup as well. Yeah.
So I think with this as well, so the reason I feel I need a pullback strategy is that I've noticed that in my breakout strategy, I'm leaving room in my stop loss in case of pullbacks, making my trades bigger. So why not trade the pullback? So do you mean like essentially trading both ways, right? Trading that macro structure within the breakout. You can definitely do that. I mean, I often do that, but you can also get too many trades all junked up in both directions. And then if the pullback doesn't fully pull back the whole way, or it does partially and then snaps back up and then goes for your breakout, you got to decide, like, am I going to close this or is it going to come back down, get the full distance? Often it can be better to do like potentially two partial entries. So you get that partial entry for the expected breakout on that pullback, and then you get another partial entry on the actual top of the breakout, and then that'll reduce your total stop loss because you've only got half the position up here with that full stop, and then the lower position can have a lower stop. So then the net risk is going to be reduced by, like, say 75 down to 75% of typical. That's probably what I'd say start with. You can maybe play around with some of the trading the pullback in sort of both directions. Probably do it on like a slightly different size. So lower size exposure than what you're intending to see from the breakout, right? So in case it does just come back part way, you then get the breakout. You're not just going to be either netted out or in a loss, right? You'll still make profit. So,
yeah. Because sometimes the problem of trying, especially if it is a super low time frame approach, maybe you're trading like the 5 minutes time frame or something like that. Trying to trade both the breakout and then the pullback, can be trying to trade longs and shorts almost in the same period of time can be quite challenging for the trader, because it needs a lot of experience to be able to shift quickly. Because otherwise you can start feeling that you are kind of over trading a little bit and kind of just rushing behind the market instead of having a little bit more of control of what actually the market is doing, and kind of being able to shift to change bias and direction quite quickly. Basically, what you did in there on your trade, like you tried to go long, the trade didn't really work out, and then you kind of swap it for a short position. But even though in there that's a 15 minutes time frame, like we're still talking a few hours in between both moves. So that's kind of a little bit more of an easier approach. But if you're actually even trading on the I don't know, in a lower time frame, and you're trying in 15 minutes trying to look for longs and then shorts and then longs, it requires experience. I wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, personally, I don't think I would be able to do that. I think it would lead me to make way more mistakes and to get all over the place and start over trading and revenge trading than anything else. But there you go. I recognize my weaknesses on my shortcomings, and then I wouldn't be doing that.
Wait, Pedro, what time frame do you trade on?
Yeah, I like to do my analysis a little bit more into the higher time frame. So I try to trade out of maybe 4 hours, 1 hour structures. But my execution itself is in a really low time frame, like 1 minute time frame, or sometimes I even look at the tick chart just to see kind of the last kind of confirmation once the break of a I don't know, I have a low there or demand zone that okay, this breaking, there it goes my trigger, and I'm going to short here, for example. So I do mine now is a little bit more on a higher time frame, but confirmation entries, and I look for those quasimodos on the 1 minute time frame, for example, as an entry or a break and retest to go short or long. Mostly short. For some reason I have a tendency to short more than buying. I don't know why. I like gravity. I'm not sure why. Maybe you can help me with that. Maybe there's a reason for me to try to look for more shorts than longs. I know a few traders that they kind of have the same tendency, but maybe there's a psychological reason for that. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Because I know a bunch of people like that as well, where they either only like short selling or they only like going long, which like it's just the like a psychology thing, because technically you're always going long or short one of the assets, right? It's a pair.
Yeah.
If it's a currency, that is anyway. But yeah, for some reason, if it's they can't do the opposite, or they struggle to, right? They really struggle to pull the trigger or identify those trades. It's weird, hey.
I prefer shorting. I don't know. Anytime I'm about to do an example of a setup or something, I'm always drawing a short example. And my brain is naturally, if I navigate through the charts, it has more tendency to look straight away for shorting opportunities than longs. But then eventually, okay, this is screaming as a long. I can see the pattern. Or there you go. Maybe I start looking. Okay, yeah, the dollar index is showing short. So okay, let me try to find the longs on euro dollar, pound dollar, and whatever. But for some reason, I have more tendency to look for shorts.
Yeah. Just this as well. Before Infinite Velocity was asking. This was a while ago. Sorry, dude. The CFD is Forex, right? That is the FX program. It's simply that it's CFD because you can trade, like gold, Nasdaq, S&P, FTSE, whatever else, oil, that kind of stuff as well. So it's the FX pairs are ran through a CFD contract, but it's the same thing.
Yeah. Just to clarify here, just 1 second. So when he mentions the stop loss size, is he mentioned that is it too wide, or is kind of literally is risking too much? I don't understand. Like he mentioned that he's leaving too much room on the stop loss, and he could maybe make it tighter. I'm Daniel, I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding just that part to be able to. What is your interpretation, guys?
Trying to see if I can find like a chart example of what I think. Trying to communicate.
Just quickly while LJ looks for this, Daniel, if you're not already and you're a 5ers trader, hop in the 5ers Discord. Join us on the Traders Journey section. Open your own channel, and we can very specifically look through this kind of stuff. When you were saying earlier about attention deficit disorder, like it's heavily relatable that I would look at the chart and before I'd finish one project, I'd be wanting to get into the next and the next. So I actually use my diary in there as a way to hold myself accountable by saying, look, you know what? This is the study I'm doing. I'm committing to it. I'm putting it out there so hundreds of traders can see it. And I'm going to report back with what the work is. Now, I've committed to doing that work this week, and that work sucks. I don't want to do it. I've been putting it off for ages. But now what I've done is put it in a place where I'm going to look a bit daft if I don't do it. And that alone stops me from going off and looking in my random crap concept folder and building out more strategies, which I love to do, but everything has its rightful place. So maybe consider joining us in the 5ers Discord. There might be a little space in there for you that you can just use that diary as a way to help you get past this sticking point or play around with the trade ideas and get some feedback from other traders. Just thought I'd mention it whilst LJ was looking on the chart.
No, that's actually quite important, and I'm glad you mentioned it as well, because everyone can have their own, again, distractions and everything. And many of us get distracted quite easily, even with the shiny thing. Or I think even yesterday someone mentioned on the Portuguese live stream that they were like, after 5-10 minutes, they would start watching random YouTube videos because it's so easy to get distracted when they're in front of the charts. Yeah. But apparently he's answering that his stop loss is too wide. Okay, so he's being overcautious with his approach. So in that sense, maybe you can actually try to see ways maybe to remove or to reduce a little bit your stop loss instead of just trying to trade for the pullback right now. It looks like there is maybe some room that you can try to work on your own strategy at this point. Because if again, this is most likely what Richard would say, like if you actually start collecting the data, how many times actually when you enter into the trade, price goes out the way to, or usually what is the average, the drawdown that you have on your execution? I think it's MDE or something like that. That ratio that you can see it even on my Forex for my what's the name, the web page. Well, you can find that
my Facebook.
Yeah, exactly.
Most
You can find that indicator.
Expectation versus whatever. Yeah.
So you can have an idea of like how big the other round is on average on the trades that you are taking, and just to see if there is a reason or if there is a way that by looking at the numbers that you can maybe start reducing or kind of making a little bit tighter your stop loss or not. Or also, for example, another thing that you could see is yes, usually when price goes quite deeper into my stop loss, actually ends up taking me out. So if that happens, maybe why are you giving it so much room in the first place? Maybe you can actually have a little bit of a tighter stop loss because you would end up losing the trade either way. Maybe it's because of a little bit to try to feel a bit more comfort when you're executing the trade, and you feel more like it's easier for you to execute the trade if you do have that breathing room with the stop loss a little bit wider. Right, there are different ways that you can approach it, but maybe instead of just jumping into a potentially reversal edge or a strategy, maybe you can do a little bit more into try to find ways to remove or to kind of reduce your stop loss.
Just before I shoot off, are we down just to run through a quick trade analysis? So I'm going to need LJ to illustrate the trade while I talk it through, but it's exactly a quasi pattern and how I would trade it. And Pedro could maybe give us some feedback on where he reads it differently to how I.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Let's go. That's a great session. Okay. Let's go.
So
LJ is going to be the one reading it. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. So LJ, if you could click on AU on the 15-minute chart for us, please.
Okay. Yeah.
And you had a long trade which you charted up to the left of your screen, and the long trade had failed. Now, if you could scroll in on that long trade and put your replay tool right before the big bearish candle that prints on that long trade. So click on that big bearish candle.
That one. I've never used the replay tool before.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Maybe Pedro should be doing this. I don't know what I'm
doing. No. It's you. Let's go.
If you go full screen on that, and then what we'll do is we'll zoom in. Now, this is how I read a quasi pattern, and I'll share this just so it gives traders a bit of an idea as to how I would try and frame price. So right now, what we see is a big wick to the downside that takes out that low where LJ's got a line on it, and the market now moves up and now takes out the high. So the market's tried to go lower, got rejected very quickly, and now it's tried to go higher. Now this is a perfect environment for me to go, oh, I might have an inverted quasi here. So if we now jump down to the 1 minute, and I know it's going to get messy, but bear with me on here. So we're using the higher time frame 15-minute structure. Now, if we go back to the left and put a line on the low that got swept, yeah.
This one.
So if you put up and to the left. Yeah, perfect. So if we put a line on there, now we're going to zoom in on the price action, which dives down and tries to get under that low. So this is 1 minute charts, but you can use the same concept for a higher time frame. Now, if we look at, and we zoom in a bit further, and we're looking at the price action that dives down under that low. So for me, what I would be looking at is like, well, price very, very heavily rejected that low. Now, any seller who sold that breakout, they probably sold on the candle close. So you can see the 1 minute candle that closed through that level. Now, at what point, if you're a seller, are you wrong? So for me, for an example, I'm going to put my stop loss on the high of that move that drove down. That's where my analysis is wrong. So when we talk about, so if we just put a short trade on the candle close on the 1 minute, if you don't mind, and then we put the stop loss, on the candle close, stop loss on the high of that structure, so all the way up to the top of your screen, a little bit higher, keep going, yeah, there. So
like right up here. Okay.
that single leg that drives down, basically. Now, when price gets above that, I'm going to say that's a structure break, and I got stuck going short. Now, I don't think I'm the only person that gets stuck going short. Now, this is what induces that inverse head and shoulders, that quasi. So the line on the chart comes from the shoulder, which is on the left. We've got the head, which LJ has now identified the candle which broke through. Now, my job is to go, right, well, when these traders are wrong, at what point do they think they're wrong? Well, if we look at the right-hand side of the chart now, we'll see price continues up higher. So if I was hanging on to a short, we've got quite a bit of pain point down there. Now, my job is to go, right, where's price going to react? Where is price going to pull back? And I'm anticipating a right shoulder to print. Now, this is how I would be trying to frame this trade. So where would you guys have a guess? If you had to guess a quasi right shoulder and front run it with a limit order right now, where would you put your entry? So we're looking on the lower right-hand side of the chart based on the price action that swept the low and then broke the highs to the top. So we've got a zone effectively. Where would you put your entry?
So what, to go long, is this?
Yeah, you want to go long.
Okay. Well, I'll be looking for something like this to break, and then some kind of pull back into here, and then it continue, probably.
Okay. So when I used to trade zones,
if I'm understanding what you're
you're
completely I'm not sure.
You're completely understanding it. When I used to trade zones, I wanted the biggest pullback. I wanted the best discount possible. So for me, are you okay taking that long trade that's marked up on your chart on the right hand side at the moment? Are you okay taking that and moving that, and then we'll print it down where, So if we drag that down,
that's fine.
Yeah, and we put the entry right over to the right on the yellow line. So keep going down to the right. So that's it. Keep moving it down. Price hasn't got here yet. So we're
down here.
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're anticipating that we're going to get a quasi based on a zone that was reacted to twice. Now, I would always want to front run that level, and we've got a perfect retest of where my entry would have been, but price never broke to the high side. Now, I'm thinking there's still a bit of juice in this level. I'm still thinking there's some traders that weren't quite accepting they were wrong before price broke up to the high side. So I would say if you front run your limit by, go 2 pips above that yellow line that you've got on the chart, if you don't mind. Perfect. Yeah, about there would be fine. And if you put your stop loss now on the low, perfect. So when we were talking earlier about, having a tighter stop, for me, I just want to put my stop loss on the point where my analysis is wrong. So the stop loss should be right at the bottom of the inverted head, which I think you've got it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like a touch stop.
Yeah, and now we're just guessing where the entry is. So now we're going to pull the TP down to 1-to-1. This is why I trade at 1-to-1. And we're going to anticipate that, you know what, we had this zone down here. We had an attempt to break through and close. We had a structure break after, and I'm going to anticipate that there's still a little bit of volume in this level. Now, this is exactly how I would do an analysis, and I would backtest hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these trades, candle by candle, using exactly the same technique as what we're seeing. So if we now hold control, hang on, what is it? Control and... what? How do we play just one candle at a time? Control and...
Press play there. I don't know.
I can't remember what it is without having my chart in front. But anyway, you can press play and just see
the one.
See
yeah,
what
just that one. Just click that one. Yeah, that's one candle at a time.
Okay. So price has broke to the upside. We're now looking for a little bit of volume down there, and the market's coming down, and we're going to see if we get some kind of reaction. No idea if we do. We're just going to play it through and see if we can get a trade. So price is holding around the low. He's trying to push up. Don't know if we can get a target out of it. We'll see. We'll play it through. No, maybe we don't get this one. Longest trade ever. Sorry, I'm impatient when it comes to the analysis. I'd normally just like bosh, play it through. But effectively, that's what I'm trying to frame. I'm trying to pick the entry that I want. I'm putting a stop loss in a place where I'm wrong, and then I record multiple targets. Can I get 1 to 1? Can I get 1 to 2? So I think if we drag this one across, we would hit our 1 to 1 target. But now, as we continue to play the price action, we go, do we get 1 to 2? Do we get 1 to 3? And this helps me record multiple columns to know what's optimal for my edge. And then I can apply break-even rules and stuff like that. Now, just play it until the stop loss gets hit. Perfect. Now, this is the beauty of this system. So this is how I would read, say, a head and shoulders pattern. Now, we just eked out a small profit. The entry was a bit scrappy, and I kind of guessed the entry. But what I want you to do now is I want you to click on a 5-minute chart. And what you've got, because that trade failed, is you've now got a perfect head and shoulders pattern to the short side. Can we see the left shoulder? Can we see the head? And so, yeah, perfect. Now we finally got a structure break. Now we can use the same analysis by putting a line on the top left shoulder, looking at the head, working out where we think that zone is, and just for argument's sake, if you just put a box on there, just to keep it super, super simple, just drag your entry just a couple of points. Can you extend that to the right, that box? So if you double click and then I think you can highlight and then go extend right. You'll want to double click the box and then just click the extend right button just for this one.
LJ doesn't want to extend right. Rich, he refuses.
Okay, so we're going to drag that box down just basically a pip or two, just from where it currently is at the moment. And now what we're going to do, we're going to cancel the replay tool, and that box is going to represent our quasi where we would sell from inside that box. And then we're going to see if price comes up to that zone, which I don't know if it did because I can't see
It did.
Okay.
Literally wicked it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same kind of process. This is how I would... So I was always trying to front run where I feel like a valid zone would hold. And earlier Pedro said that you would always trade the head. I could never work out how to form a trade around the head. I would always have to wait for the A-B pattern to play out and then get involved in the C pattern. Sorry, this is the trader in me just properly nerding out, but this is the analysis that I would typically trade if I was looking to run quasis and zones and stuff like that. So how does that?
So you'd wait for over here and then you'd enter.
Yeah. I'd just chuck a limit order stops on the high, and then just run it down to target.
Yeah.
And if I'm right, you get very good reliable entries. If I'm wrong, then it's just a good loss. And it works well enough to have kept me interested for 5 years, but it just found that you get a sniff of news and price goes, I don't care about your zone. And it just goes bang straight through it. And it never worked on indices, and I could never get it to work on gold. So I took this framework only to Forex, and I got limited results from it. It was good enough to, like I say, call a profitable system and get funded and get payouts, but it was lumpy. There was a lot of trades that would just miss your entry, and it was like, well, how do I pick the level? What's the perfect level? And it took me 3 years to refine exactly how to pick the perfect level. Like these levels on these charts I've given you, they're just random levels, chuck them on, let's see what happens. But there's a proper technique in picking the entry, and it took me 3 years to figure that out. And it would still miss the entry by sometimes 1/4 of a pip and then just sail off to 3 RTP. And it was so triggering. And I'm like, that's 20% of my trades that were winners that I never got paid on. How can I fix it? But the margins were so small, as you saw by that first long trade, that I couldn't put my limit order too far ahead because a lot of the time I would miss my TP target. So I was playing with such small margins, trying to guess where exact volume is in the market. But I'd love to know how you guys read it differently to that. And all of that, by the way, was self-taught. Sorry, that was me spending hours, hundreds of hours, just starting with a breaker block and an order block and going, what is this thing, and how can I build a framework from it, and then interpreting it my own version.
Yeah, just in 2 minutes, I can just show my. It's easier and quicker if I do it on my chart. So the way I look at it, and that's where I sometimes just zoom out straight away. So all your analysis happen in here. Okay, so this was before the big sell, and it happened in here. And initially, you were still looking for longs because yes, in the lower time frame, maybe price had broken some structure here. But in reality, at this point, I'll be looking for shorts. And the reason for that is because if you actually zoom out a little bit, we see that price just literally fake out all these levels and created this move. And the most important then move for me to be that price went up, went down, it created this base, went up, and when it breaks this base, that's when I start looking for longs, and that's usually when after a breakout, when I expecting now actually price to resume back into the same structure instead of just being a breakout setup and price moving to the upside. I try to find the decision point that actually end up breaking the top or at least the initial structure created after the break, and I want to see this structure here holding price. It's either that one or then this low. And the reality is that we had a little bit of a break from the structure, but price never really got closer to this next level, which means something for me, which is there is space. Okay, there is space in here for price to fill. Okay, so that's when if price had already come here and retracted from here, then okay, I'm not looking for shorts anymore. Price already made that initial move that for the first target. But in this case, we have specific low. There's a space in here, and price just broke it. Never will fill this level, so there is opportunity to look for a short in this particular case. And then the interesting part is the left shoulders, okay? And you can see in here, this is actually a great example of left shoulders almost, or price basically reacting from the left shoulders almost to the peak. We have this left shoulder, and you have price reacting to the peak in there, okay? So we have this left shoulder, you have the fake out, you have the break. So this actually is a Quasimodo pattern, if you want to call it. Perfect. And then you have the other one as well. So we have this one, you have that one, you have the fake out, and that was the initial long opportunity that you mentioned, but then yours was a bit more on the right side. And one thing that you mentioned quite nicely is, yes, this could have been the Quasimodo pattern for you that you mentioned, correct? I think that was one of them that you tried to go long in there. But if price already reacted from the left shoulder, I kind of avoid it because the orders that were kind of pending between this line in here after the fake out, those orders may have been already picked up with this one, and I really try to avoid shorting or going long on the second retest of a level that when price especially retests almost to the peak of the structure. So I kind of avoid to do that, and as price breaks a new structure, and then there's maybe an opportunity in there to look for a trade. But in all this analysis, I would be biased to look for shorts mostly because of this. So I would avoid any single attempt to go long, and actually this is a beautiful supply actually where price end up reacting. This level in here was still fresh. Price never reacted. As you can see, none of these weeks reacted from the decision point, and yeah, most likely after the break then of this trend line or this low, this is where then I'll be looking on the lower time frame after the break of this structure. Why? Because this now what I'll be looking at is to see price breaking the next structure. So price is going up, creates the base, respects the level, breaks this level. I'm looking for shorts in here. So basically where your target was on that one-to-one trade, that would be basically where I'll be looking for a short. Stop loss in this case maybe to be above this level if that's not too much wide. If this level itself is too big, then maybe just above this high, and then I'll be trading all the way to this low, but actually looking at least for this initial space that I have. And if this one already broke something on the left side, and if there's a bigger structure, then maybe I'm looking actually for this one as well, and that would be more or less the way I'll be following the price moving all the way through. That would be, and this, as you mentioned, this can look like a head, which can also be looking kind of a Quasimodo overall on the 5 minutes time frame. But if you actually then zoom out a little bit and you look at this level on the 1 hour time frame, this may actually be the head of a break of that level. Price goes, and now we are trying to trade the right shoulder. But in reality, this is the head maybe of a bigger move. But in the lower time frame, when this one is happening on 5 minutes, 1 minute, you can maybe find smaller Quasimodos in here that you can try to trade from. But when you zoom out, yes, then in the future, this looks like just a head of a move. That would be my approach basically on this situation. But I'll started with me actually looking for shorts and not considering longs at this point because of the break of distraction. Price just collected a lot of liquidity on the left side. So that would be my initial thought process. So I would avoid to get confused with looking for longs from there.
Pedro, I could talk price action with you all day. And I'm going to apologise because Richard Butler and Griff have just jumped on and they're like,
Yeah, it's
what
true.
are these guys looking at on the 1 minute? These filthy traders. Like, zoom out a little bit, will you?
It's lovely price action, to be fair, on the 1 minute. It is today anyway, or whatever this is.
But price
Looks
tells a
amazing.
story. It leaves a footprint, right?
Sorry?
Price tells a story. It leaves a
Yeah, it
footprint.
does. Yeah, it does. And that's why it's beautiful. And it's quite similar, I think, actually at the top as well. What the price action that we had on the hours at the tops before the move down, it's quite similar as well. That we're having there. But yes, guys, I'm going. Griff, this is your time to share all your knowledge with everyone. And with Richard and well, Jay, I don't know who else is going to stay here. Thank you very much, guys. Subscribe, go register on the World Cup, okay? And try to be the best. Of course, make the 5ers team win against the trader pool and the TSGO and the futures. So let's represent the 5ers really well. And that's it. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Pedro.
See you, Pedro.
I'll go shoot off as well. Cheers, guys. I'll catch you all later as well. Good luck. Cheers.
Thanks, Rich.
Bye.
Cheers, guys. And then there were three.
Then there were three.
I knew you'd say that.
We've got T-Pain, we've got RB, and we've got Griff.
LJ,
Señor
I've heard of this Tim Payne guy. What's the story there? Are you Tim Payne secretly?
Yeah, I'm Tim Payne. I don't know.
All this
some guy, like I got to read deep. There was a South American dude who I know decided to buy TV rights or something for a bunch of the games and stream it to everyone for free in South America. I think Brazil or so? I don't know. Correct me if I could be completely wrong. I don't know.
It's very
They
difficult for us
decided
to correct you if you're wrong, because we have no idea who it is in any way.
No idea either. Yeah, well, he picked someone to be like the face of the World Cup, just like a random player. This guy had like 4,000 followers or something, completely sort of unknown, right, from New Zealand, and now he's got like 4.5 million, like overnight. It was in like 24, 48 hours, and everyone's making all these memes, these jokes of like Tim Payne, Messi, Ronaldo, that kind of stuff. Like Tim Payne's the number one. Yeah,
That's so funny. So in South America, they chose like a random guy to be the face of the World Cup, and they chose this New Zealand guy,
A New Zealander.
that has like no social following at all.
yeah. It's
That's
some
hilarious.
Baller
YouTuber guy.
that nobody even knew existed.
Yeah, and he tried to find like the most obscure, like unknown player, and just make him the face of the World Cup. So
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
What?
What are the chances of that? Like, I was talking to LJ about this yesterday, and we were both, and I was like, why can't that happen to one of us? Like some random, really well-known person's like, let's just find this one obscure person in the world, and let's just everybody start following this guy. And you wake up the next morning, you have 4 million followers, and you're like, what do you do with that information?
Oh my god.
I would do so if I had that like platform. I would be doing that kind of like random stuff like that as well, like all the time. Just like pick some random person, just blow them up, like some like middle-aged lady making cakes or something, and you just direct all the traffic there, and it just blows up.
What
Right?
if that person
It'd be so
is
much
the
fun.
world's what is that person is the world's greatest racist, or that person's the world's greatest insert bad thing in here, and you're like, that person's like, you thinking you're gonna bring this person to everybody's like front page for you content portion, and then it's just like, who the hell did LJ just endorse?
Well, maybe you got to do some vetting. That, or you just roll the dice and go, hey, let's see.
You shortlist a bunch of people, and you're like, okay, based on this, I'm going to roll the dice and then choose one of them. And it's just like, okay, I've chosen Griff Trades. He only has 10 followers on Instagram. He looks like a good dude. There we go. Next morning, Griff wakes up. He's got 4 million followers. His YouTube is blowing up. His Instagram is off the charts.
I feel like it's almost dangerous because, like, if you aren't to get that famous that quickly, and I'm not talking about even the social status. I'm talking about like the phone notifications.
Dude,
Like
his
that
phone
could just
literally
start a
would've
house fire. You know what I mean?
What the hell?
You'd have
4
to just
million
switch it off. You
pings.
just
Yeah.
Like your phone would
The-
just explode. And like if
Yeah.
you're a celebrity and you're already, you know, when you haven't grown instantly, probably, you know, you've probably grown at a moderate pace, or you've been able to set up your account to not have notifications and then kind of publish yourself on Instagram. But this guy, he was completely unprepared. His phone might have actually caught fire. You know what
His
I mean?
battery went from 100% to 5% in like the space of 10 minutes just from notifications constantly
Yeah.
pinging.
Imagine you can't even unlock it because there's just notifications filling your screen.
my phone would literally explode. Like this, I even open up any apps or something these days, and the CPU, the processor, just it heats up like it's been on the stove.
Wait,
or
what
something.
phone is that? Is that an iPhone?
It's an 11.
Yeah,
it's old now.
Android
It's
never
old.
has that problem, mate.
That's why I've got.
Look,
I've
it's
got
like
Android.
7 years old now. So I mean,
Yeah, excuses. We've heard all of them.
even dude, I think I'm gonna have to just bite the bullet and get a new PC as well. Because no matter what I've been doing, it ends up lagging and freezing up, and I can't seem to. Yeah.
I'm gonna second you on that one, mate. I think, I think that is a prime decision to be made. I just wanted to bring this up. Shane Joyce is like, there's a phrase I never thought I'd hear: the world's greatest racist.
The greatest.
Yeah. I mean, greatness in this case is open to interpretation.
Yeah.
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 I thought you had a really good
Garden
PC,
Designs earlier was saying he redid the meme. I have to check it. And it's like I might also jump up just to I got to put some more ice in my tea. This is a bit hot. My throat's like dying. But yeah, I don't know if you want to bring it up whilst I do that and show me. Oh my god!
What is this?
What has happened to me now? Look, even this has gone
Dude,
backwards.
I don't know.
even
It's
worse.
cursed. It's cursed, mate. But look at Dirk. Like,
Oh
Dirk
my
looks
god!
like
It's Professor
like
X.
an overlord, you know.
Yeah.
He's the puppeteer. He's there with playing with his marionettes, and you can see little old me down here, Richard AI bot Lego man.
What's the context here, guys? You can't just
look
put
like
this in front of me with no.
I have no idea.
Why are you Lego?
like a redneck.
Why are you an AI bot?
Well,
American farmer.
yeah, he thinks I'm AI. I'm not real. There's no way that this can be real. But the Lego man, I don't know. Maybe I'm plastic. I don't know. Maybe I'm. There's a million of me. I don't know. Maybe I'm from Sweden. I don't know.
That's hilarious.
I
Who
love
made
Dirk.
this?
Though.
And where? Why?
Dirk looks awesome.
It's Mr. Manhattan crossed with Charles Xavier crossed with Doctor
Yeah.
Doom.
Yes, yeah, it is. It is.
I have so many questions.
I like it.
So here's what I'm reading from this. Dirk is the one controlling me in the background. All right. The German in the background is controlling the Richard. And then the LJ and the Will are the ones kind of like, look at this little guy. But they don't see Dirk behind them going,
Oh my god. Yeah, because if they did, they'd not be smiling. They'd be terrified.
yeah. They're so focused on this little AI bot in front of them, like, oh, this is so cute, that they don't see the menacing, bold, speckled man with... I don't understand why there's like this fluffy coat thing going on as well.
Is that what that is? I thought it was like a portal.
Yeah, it's like a portal.
It could
That's what I
be a
thought.
portal.
Yeah.
Yes, it could be. That's probably more.
He's interdimensional being.
But I mean,
Oh my god.
look at the menacing eyes, cold and calculated. Poor old me.
You're pretty
Looks
cute.
good.
You're glowed or gold.
Yeah,
I have the little claw hand.
little like crab hands. Yeah,
What does the R stand for?
Richard.
Richard.
Not. So you're not the world's greatest racist.
Oh,
The R
Oh.
stands for racist.
I mean, this would not have been red and blue, my friend, if I was the world's greatest racist.
That is so funny.
Oh
Where
my
did it?
God.
Where did this come from? Was it just delivered in the mail one day with no context?
Yeah. It was just delivered by Senior, where is he? Mr. Garden Design Pictures.
Garden Design.
So this is a garden design original. No AI involvement, hand drawn. Mixture of oils, acrylics, and water-based paint. I think he used some coffee as well to paint this one.
Dude, I just can't believe me. I look like some, backwater, like redneck farmer from
Yeah,
America.
you don't look like yourself at all.
Or like I'm from Florida and I live in like a trailer park in the Everglades, right? I'm surrounded by like alligators and stuff.
So here's the original. Here's the
Because
original.
the original was. Look at that as well, Griff. Like my hair is right, but the rest of what is my face?
Who are you?
Yeah, I have no idea. So he got the bangles right and you know,
Yeah.
on both arms,
The
kind of like
AirPods.
thing. But iPods, but he's got earrings. Okay,
So weird.
so that was this one, and then this one was followed up by this. Look at that. Look at the two. Like if I look at your smile here versus your smile on that one. Your teeth are not even touching anymore. There you're like clenched smiling, and here you're like, wow.
We can't even call that LJ.
That's it's something.
So
You've got
yeah.
Someone. I don't think it's me.
and the other ones.
It's funny.
Will looked a lot like the Liverpool player. I don't know if he's still a Liverpool player. Alexis McAllister. That's who he reminded me of anyway.
Alexis McAllister.
He looked like the AI version of in those other images.
Alexis
Yeah, it got his
McAllister.
he's got new tattoos as well.
Oh, dude, he does.
Right? In those other images.
Wait,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's
There's actually quite a resemblance.
different hairstyle, and they look
Yeah.
Not in that AI image, in the other one.
even
Looked
Will's
particularly
previous
bad.
hairstyle is more. It's like taking my hair and put it on Will, kind of.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the only hair context
No.
they had. Because Dirk wasn't giving any.
Yeah, Dirk was not playing today. Anyway, LJ, did you want to hop
That's
out
funny.
quickly?
Yeah, just
and
give me
get
a
some
sec. I
ice?
just go get like a lozenge, and this has cooled down a bit now, but I'll just get some more medicine. I'll be back.
Right, shot. Senior Grief.
Hello.
I see you have the what do you call it? The slide.
Yeah. I don't think does anyone actually use this? I feel like I've got a helmet on now.
I've never. Just no. Just never. I'm gonna start off by asking the age-old question. The every single time Sir Griff joins us, there's always this one question lingering. Griff, my friend,
Lay it on
how's
me.
life?
Ah, fine. Life is good.
Okay, now that we've got the trivialties out of the way, how is your trading been going? Are you in any trades right now?
I'm not, but I was looking at I'm not sharing my screen. I was looking at NZD USD, which isn't a one I normally look at, but it was looking really promising the other day. I didn't get any trade opportunities, unfortunately.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
The last trade I took was the one which I think you got to witness it. I was talking with Will, and it was a winning trade with my alternative strategy. But yeah, I was looking over here for a continuation short. Up until this point, it was looking great.
And then?
Downturn.
And then?
And then I'm looking for nothing. See, you're referring to this retracement, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so the issue is with my continuations, I need the retracement to show as little shift in momentum as possible. So the only way I can accept that is if there's, first of all, no wick, and then we have to come back like this. So
Yeah,
when
much
price
slower, yeah.
breaks away really far like this, continuations are often off the table, to be honest. This would end up being a combo, so a continuation slash flag, because we're kind of getting a flag coming back up like this. But yeah, the only way I'd really, like when this happens, the only entries I end up really taking is a little flag like this. But yeah, we retraced aggressively. And at this point, I was not looking for anything. So my rules
Okay.
were like, nope, no trade. But then back here, it was looking pretty good because I need, for a continuation, I need 2 impulsive legs, but NZD is a particularly corrective pair. It likes to move from channel to channel like this.
Yeah.
So when I saw that we had this move up, then we started moving down, and then we started getting this momentum build up. So even though this first leg isn't particularly impulsive, like I described, I would still be open. I was still open to taking a continuation short over here, but it would require a slower retrace again, just because although it's not necessarily an indication that we're going to start a really strong trend, it is a possibility that it'll start descending. If it remains corrective, I get to use my stop loss risk management where I'm trailing above the highs. And yeah, it works out pretty well on the NZD pairs when we have this corrective kind of price action. But yeah, in this case, you can see we started pulling back. I was thinking, oh my God, this would be a perfect flag if we, let me zoom in a bit. If we broke the high right here and then got a retrace candle, so like this, that would have been amazing. But unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunately.
Never gave you the opportunity.
It never gave me the opportunity, which is how it often goes with my strategy. Like, we often get the move I'm anticipating. It's just a matter of price pulling back enough to tag me in.
You know those movements where you're like, everything is presenting perfectly. I'm just waiting for this last confirmation. And then that confirmation ends up being the actual move. And you're like,
Yeah.
damn. And that's pretty much what I think happened here, was the confirmation that you were looking for ended up being the actual move. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it happens all the time with flags where I need a move up, I have this, and then all I need is a break below this low and a retracement candle. And then we get the break below the low, and I'm like, this is perfect. All I need now is a little retracement candle, and then the next candle goes like that. So on the 1 hour, I'm not getting an opportunity to enter, but on the lower time frame, there's maybe a couple candles in here like this, but on the 1 hour, the candle looks like that, and yeah, I'm not able to enter up here like this.
How's your mean reversion strategy been going?
Well, I've been monitoring it on, let's take a look. I've been monitoring on AU. It's difficult to look back at the volume profiles. It's not necessarily nice to look at. Yeah, like with my trending strategy, it's really easy to kind of spot trades. But with this, I do have to work backwards, and it's not easy to kind of spot them straight away. But yeah, we have had this kind of range-bound price action. There was an opportunity over here where if I draw the lines, we've got this value area high and the value area low here, and you can see these two value areas are aligning, so they're lined up. So all I need is for price to open the next trading day within these two value areas and then pierce the value area high or value area low, and then give me a shift in momentum. But again, it's exactly as we described. We got this nice break above, and then the shift in momentum was just like the entry candle was just too large to justify getting involved, because I would have my stop loss up here, and then I would have my TP at the previous day low, and this risk reward doesn't make any sense. So yeah, in this case, I think that's the main opportunity recently. It just didn't work because, yeah, with the entry, I set my stop loss above where we had the kind of sweep. So stop loss would go up here. Entry on the shift, target the previous day low, which is right here. And yeah, you can see we've basically done it in that one move, and there was no opportunity for me to enter. So it's a similar story again, unfortunately.
Have you considered jumping from the 1 hour to the 15 to maybe look for potential entries? So because you're getting the sweep on the hourly, but obviously there's a lot of other candles within that hour that could have presented you with your change in momentum and like absolutely just start sinking down. Have you considered looking at that?
I have.
Well, what about a 30-minute even?
Yeah, like 15, 30, whatever, like any of the lower time frame candles or time frames.
Yes, definitely have considered that before, particularly for, because, if you recall my reversal entry where we've got a channel, break of the low, and then I'm looking for this. This would be, I've thought if I could get, like, rather than just, so on the 1 hour, entering on the shift in momentum, a shift in momentum on the 1 hour is a particularly strong indication compared to a shift in momentum on a lower time frame. So I've thought before about whether I could overlay my reversal entry to kind of, maybe even on the 1 minute or the 5 minute to try and enter, like get a much better entry. So rather than just market executing on the 1 hour, to go down way more granular on the 1 minute and the 5 minute and trying to find this kind of pattern, because I feel like this would give me a much higher, like a much better entry point and potentially a higher win rate as well. With this specifically, the reason I haven't is because I found that like 70% of the time, the entry was basically the same as when I would just market execute. And also, it significantly reduced the number of trades I was taking, of which there is already so few trades that I'm taking. So I know that's not exactly what you're asking, but I thought it was worth mentioning.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
But yeah, in terms of just entering on a market execution on a shift in momentum on a lower time frame, it's tricky because I've not tested it. I've not tested it with the mean reversion, but I have tested it with flags before. So let's say we have a flag and then break of the low and then the entry candle on the 1 hour. If I tried to enter on the 5 minute, I haven't tested the 15 or the 30. But when I looked at whether I could get a better, like lower down entry point on the 5 minute, somewhere down here, maybe I can get a slightly better price. What would often happen was on the hourly, it would end up never forming that retracement candle. And then I'm just getting involved in flags that never actually form. So yeah, I would be waiting for a very significant shift in momentum candle on the lower time frame, in which case I may as well just enter on the shifted momentum candle on the hourly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
That's why I think the 30 might be good, because it normally captures that split between the hourly, but still gives you that entry criteria where hourly would be playing through. You'll see that structure on the 30 minute. The hourly pushes right down, snaps up before you can sort of jump in, but you might have seen it already on the 30, right? And it's essentially the same thing. It's just, but the 15 is still a little bit too active. Like the 1-5-15 kind of formulate their own coagulation, and you got 1 hour, 4 hour daily, and that 30 might be that in between portion that could work better.
I think in this case, the 30 would have made no difference, because I think it was at the close of the hour this move happened.
Yeah, this was very much a news.
What time was this actually?
Scandal. This was at 2:30 a.m. and that is in UK time.
So it's 1:30 GMT.
What was the price level for that?
Yes.
Was that 71? Was that like 56? If my
That
eyes
was
are
on the 27th of May. 27th of May. You would have seen it, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that was a very clear. I think that was news.
27th.
So it's potentially
Yeah.
not something that's going to be a recurring issue, but in this case, it restricted me from being able to enter where I wanted, just up here preferably, because I would have liked to, say a shift in momentum would have been like maybe a slightly engulfing candle, and then stop loss like 2 pips above, target the previous day low, a 1 to 1.3, and like the lower the risk reward, the higher the chance of the trade hitting my TP. So I think the average is around 2R, but that it does have some 3R wins, some 1R wins. I won't take a trade which is less than 1R. I like to keep a positive risk reward. But yeah, in this case, if I was able to get an entry up there, probably would have been really high high win rate, high possibility of my TP being hit with this risk reward.
I mean,
yes,
that
I was
one
looking at New
candle.
Zealand dollar before.
Yeah,
My bad.
yeah. That one candle, when it did eventually retrace that one news candle, it came back to the, let's say, 0.5% fib retracement. Have you maybe considered adding extra confluences to kind of like give the potential continuation of said movement a bit more backbone, let's put it like this? Because this was a news event. There was a slight retracement and then a continuation. I know you're talking about the previous day low, but this was an extenuating circumstance. It was technically a news event that caused this movement. If it were non-news event, would it have been naturally occurring? Like you would have had a much smaller or different movement. So I think what I'm trying to ask is, have you compared news entries to non-news entries to see whether or not they should be treated the same way when entering on your specific criterias? Because if it was a news event, it changes it quite a bit versus, let's call it, natural non-news movements causing it to go down.
Yeah, no, I've
that was
not
also
compared the two.
it was a New Zealand dollar news event as well, then not Australia.
Yeah.
It was the RBNZ. It was the New Zealand Central Bank. So obviously, high correlation.
I see. That makes sense. I've not compared the two. I think because my focus has been on, because I definitely could introduce a kind of news variant of this entry where I'm potentially taking off of a retrace. Like we got a nice retrace here, and then the beginning of a trend. So it would change the entry away from the kind of staying within a range model that I've been focused on. Because like I've got my trending models. There's a continuation here, for example. I think I've just been focused on making this entry work within ranges that I've not looked at isolating news entries, which are more likely to trend afterwards. And, maybe I'd want to use my trailing stop loss with those kind of entries rather than the TP at the previous day low, like you mentioned. It's definitely worth considering, though. But then I guess I would be able to... It's great, actually, because, I could potentially scrap my existing trending model and kind of turn this into something which can work in both range bound and trending entries, where when there's no news events coming up, I take it off the little shift in momentum, maybe a little engulfing candle targeting the previous day low. When I know there's a news event coming up, I can take a kind of break and retest and maybe use a trailing stop loss. Definitely a possibility to keep in mind. Thank you for the idea.
Pleasure, mate. I mean, because your current model basically relies on the hope, at least, that the momentous candle is not as volumetric as the one that you just had now, obviously taking up the full previous day movement all in one candle, first and foremost. And secondly, you need enough of a gap between the current day's high point sweep and the previous day low for you to actually have that potential, in this case, at least 1 to 1 hour movement, or at least, have something to aim for that's not going to give you a negative risk to reward. So in range-bound days, that might work. But then like this, you have a news event and it completely eats up whatever possibility of a trade there could have been. But then again, at the same time, you're setting very particular, very specific rules in place, which is going to eventually lead to some trades not being able to be taken. But the ones that you do take are those A+ higher probability setups per your rules, which I also agree to. I think that that's also a good way to approach it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities, which is always fun. But yeah, with this being a range-bound strategy, I suppose I've only been focused on the setting a fixed TP. Well, not a fixed TP. It's I set it depending on the previous high and low, previous day high and low. But yeah, this scenario isn't common. Like, quite often when you have a range, it's not this tight. I mean, it's great when you do have a tight range, because when we kind of break out of it, we do get a little movement. But quite often ranges are much larger, and I've got a much bigger distance to the previous day low and for me to target,
How often do you get the sweep of the previous day and then a shift in momentum, like from what you've seen with your backtesting?
It is quite common when you have these value areas align. You often get some kind of reaction similar to the reaction you'd see just when you're breaking a significant high or low. So yeah, I'd say you often get something, even if price doesn't end up moving in your direction. The waiting for that shift in momentum or like engulfing entry candle is a really good filter to make sure that you're getting involved in a trade which does end up moving at least a little bit in your anticipated direction. Without that, it would probably just escape the range, maybe trickle up. So yeah, that engulfing candle, that confirmation candle is really important. And yeah, you often get something after it. It's very rare that you get the engulfing and then it continues trickling up. It is some indicator that price is going to move in the direction you expect. Yeah, often, but
Often enough.
often, but conditional on that confirmation candle. I don't know how often it happens without that confirmation candle.
I mean, fair.
Yeah.
So you've
the-
not had anything recently that has aligned. Was that the only one, basically, all the way back on the 27th?
Yes, that was the main one. I mean, let's see. I feel like there's not been a huge amount of happenings. It's because when price is maybe within a larger range, the value areas are kind of stepping. So you can see that they aren't really aligned. They're kind of moving down like this, which is great when you get the opportunity. Like when they're stepping like this and kind of aligned, that's good for shorts, because this is saying that price is wanting to move lower. But when they're stepping so much, because it's a trending market, basically, the value areas aren't aligned, and you just don't get any opportunities. Yeah, because like over here, for example, the value areas, which I don't know if it's super clear. Yeah, it is now. You can see that they're aligned, but because of this move up, the value area is kind of like skewed. So you can see all this here. I wouldn't really put much weight on this. To be honest, I'm focused more on where the peaks are, which is where the point of control is, rather than the value area as a whole, because like this price action here is irrelevant. This is good. These are aligning, but this is where the most of the volume is, so that's what I'm focused on. So yeah, it's still so nuanced. It's very much a discretionary strategy, like trying to read. The volume profiles are so fun to learn about and to read, compared to the candles I was just like plain candles I was looking at before. If you're able to have a big enough brain to read both at the same time, I think it's really powerful. But yeah, I'm very much like, right, I'm looking at the value areas, focus on the value areas, and then I put that away, and then I'm focused on the candles and thinking about the candles. But if you're able to kind of get in the zone and think about both at the same time, it's such a powerful strategy and like way of thinking about the markets. But yeah, I'm not there yet about being able to think about both at the same time.
I'm sure you'll find a way, Griff. You're a smart fellow, so you're definitely going to find a way to incorporate everything that you need.
Appreciate that. And you know, I forgot there was actually a trade over here that I really, really liked, but it was after my bedtime. And previously, I would wake up in the night religiously to check the charts on the hourly time frame. Like I would be hungry to get those opportunities and like not miss any trades. But with a baby, oh my God, my sleep is worth more than any amount of money. So
I was about to say, your baby wakes up hungry, not for the charts, but for sustenance, and you must provide.
Yeah, like right here, there was like at the open of the 11 p.m. candle, there was a trade which I would have 100% taken. It's great. It's got a descending channel impulse. It's got a V, and it's got a tight flag as well. But yeah, I'd gone to bed and I was like, I am not. When I woke up and I saw it trickling down, and I was like, do I want to enter this? I was like, no. Thankfully, at this point, when I woke up to feed my daughter, I had additional information regarding the trade, and I was like, nah, this is actually not looking so good. Yeah, it was around here. So yeah, I saved myself from a 1% loss in this scenario, or I guess my daughter did.
I mean, it could have been a 1% winner, but no, you decided to not take it.
Yeah.
Hindsight now proves that it would have been a loss, but imagine how you would have felt going to bed thinking, 1% profit, 1% profit, and then next morning you wake up 1% loss, and it's like, ooh.
It's so difficult. I don't know if you guys get this, but like, you know, you've got your strategy, you know exactly which trades you're taking. Missing a trade, and like, you know, I guess it's FOMO, isn't it? Feeling like you've missed out on an entry, or maybe you've like, yeah, I don't know about you guys, but like I get a little bit peeved when I miss a losing trade, because like I try to execute my plan like 100%, like don't miss any trades. So like missing a winning trade is terrible, but missing a losing trade also doesn't feel great, because you know, and you got to be so like process focused rather than outcome focused, that yeah, like I don't know, do you guys get that?
Not so much. Only if it's like a banger trade where I've identified that, or sometimes like I'm looking for some macro outlook. I'm like, oh, I'll just wait a bit more just to like confirm on something. I'm like, oh, I already knew this. Like I sit here, do this every day. Why did I not just pull the trigger? Like it's only those times when I know I've already done the work, and I'm just like, oh, should I wait? I don't know, maybe tomorrow or the next 2 hours or a couple hours, or off the back of a news event or something. There's occasionally I do that. Like it depends what's going on, but yeah, only those times really myself. Because outside of that, I'm trading like pretty actively. That normally I'm like, oh, okay, I missed that one. There'll be another like 3 or 4 buses coming along that day. I'm like, oh, I'll just catch the next one. You know?
Yeah,
no, I'm more like that as well. Yeah, no, I'm more like that as well. Like if I've missed a trade in the morning, I do have segments of the day that provides me with the best opportunities. And if I've missed the one, then it's just like, well, I'm gonna potentially get another opportunity later in the day, and I'll just follow that one. So for me, it's just not. I didn't take it. So if I didn't take it, it is what it is. Like I did not jump on the opportunity to potentially lose 1% or 0.5% or whatever, but I also did not jump on the opportunity to make 1.25 to 2.5%. It's just, you snooze, you lose. No need to dwell on it. No need to sit there and reminisce about potential outcomes that may or may not have been. All you need to do is just, okay, whatever, move on to the next one.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, the classic like psychology trader hurdles. There's obviously FOMO. There's like there's you know, just the general like stress and, you know, dealing with losing streaks, all this stuff. It's each of these kind of psychology hurdles hold different weight depending on the nature of your strategy. So like you guys trading on lower time frames, you've got an abundance of trades. So like if you miss one, it's you got abundance mindset, there's plenty more fish in the sea, there's a trade later. But for me, who's got fewer trades, like when I miss a trade, it's a bigger deal. So I have to, like, FOMO is one of the things that I have to battle against more than maybe somebody on a lower time frame. And yeah, I think that's fascinating. Like we're all trading, but we've all got different strategies, and because of those different strategies, we're all facing slightly different trading beasts, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Cool,
we each have our own little demon to contend against in trading.
Yeah, no, that's very cool.
Like, you know what I also find very funny, now that you've mentioned this, where the psychological hurdles are just as dependent on the individual itself, but also the time frame that they're trading. It's the same to do with if I, as a lower time frame person, is looking for a way to up my trading game, I start looking at the higher time frames. But a higher time frame person, in order to up their game, they're looking at the lower time frames to see if they can get better entries and like that kind of like stuff. It's just it's just so ironic to me that we're exactly the same. Doesn't matter if you're lower or higher time frame, it doesn't matter. You're going to have similar problems. You're going to have similar areas that you're going to look for potential improvements. And you tend to look towards the other side to improve your gain or your edge in trading, which is, I find that super ironic.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Because yeah, like I would be looking up to the lower time frame to get more precision, and you'd be looking to the higher time frame for more context, I guess.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. Anto, the analyst, saying, Griff, I can relate. Yesterday I missed 3 winners only for today to wake. Enter a NAS trade with a potential 1 to 7 and more, only for the price to wick and fly.
That's trading.
That is the way the cookie crumbles, mate.
Yeah, how funny. We're all in it together, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm not in any trades at the moment. I don't know about you, LJ.
I've got some that have been sitting in, but we're just going sideways, like this Aussie dollar trade. I'm trying to decide if Naz wants to actually break and go for like highs. So this I did actually close out the short, and now I've gone long through here. So I was looking at
I'm
Naz.
struggling with Naz right now.
Yeah. So I'm sat in this, which I got in on this dip before, because I was wanting to see it actually come a bit lower. Like these were kind of the more of like a 50% retracement, something like that. But it just came down through here, and we're holding up. Euro dollar's slightly pushing up, and that kind of thing. So I was like, maybe we do get the further run first, and then come off. But it seems we're definitely starting to lose steam, lose momentum. Yeah. The whole AI trade, I think, is pretty priced in now. So yeah, I think there's going to be some point with these tops that we're kind of rounding out and then do head lower down here, at least for like a near term retracement back below 30k, just a touch. So trying to figure out, is that we're getting that rounding today, or is there one more little bite in it, and then this potentially creates like a lower high, and then we just come right off? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So if this doesn't start printing coming to New York, as we're already pulling back, even this little microstructure here has the same kind of rounding.
We'll probably start pushing low. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very split. I've got lack of conviction across the board today in general. Like, it's all just a bit meh.
I mean, the earlier portion of London has always been, the London session has always been like my prime trading area. Got really nice flowing price action. You know, it's very structured. It moves so very nicely. You have some volatility, but not to the point where you're like, oh, wow, that is a massive candle. I can't get in on that.
Still like momentum, right? You kind of set a direction, you move in that momentum. It's the same thing I think I've said before. Like, that's even where that would be my peak trading, but that's also exactly when I go to the gym, because I've already figured that out prior, end of Asia, sat the trades in. I go to the gym, I just, pull out my phone, check that they're good. And then, you get that lull period after, which is what I assume you're going to say.
Yeah. And now, unfortunately, it seems as though that London has now become the old Asia, and Asia has now become the old London. New York is still New York. I mean, very, very much unchanged. But it seems as though Asia and London have swapped around, where London, more often than not, is very flat and uninspiring. Where Asia is now the go-getter, the market mover. I feel like I might have to get up earlier just to get into the swing of the Asia into London session.
Exactly. This is how it used to be sort of 10 years ago. Like, Asia would be very active, London would be more quiet, and then New York would do its thing. New York US session has always been pretty much the same, just like you're saying. But they've definitely flipped. So I don't know. It's
I better shoot off, boys.
That's all right, Griff.
Mr. Griff, you
nice
have yourself a lovely day.
Oh, you guys as well. Nice seeing you both. See you next week.
Enjoy, Griff. Have a great one, mate.
Thanks, others. Bye.
Cheers.
Ciao, man.
We really need to get Griff in on a Friday with our gaming nights.
Oh, definitely.
Fridays.
Yeah.
I would love to see his reaction on Goose Duck.
Yes, dude. I think it would be a great dynamic between everyone. like 7 different personalities.
We just need more people. I want a full server for Goose Duck. Just. We were 6 people on Saturday, on Friday last week. Yourself, myself, Akram, Will, my brother.
Perhaps we can open up a little from maybe some of the people in the Friday Discord or something.
Yeah, if there's anybody that wants to just, I don't know, just come unwind and
whatever.
Yeah. Try
kind of
and lie.
Aligns with the whole sort of thesis of the Friday Discord. Outside of like non-farm payroll days, then we're all very active, But normally it's meant to be a sort of wind down.
NFP Friday this Friday, so we'll see.
Well,
we're bound to have some.
Last NFP was just dead. It was just I was like, that is the most uneventful NFP I think I can recall the past maybe 7 or 8 years or something.
But you remember we were talking about NFP and the unemployment claims and employment changes that happened. I think it was like 2 or 3 days beforehand, like on the Wednesday or the Tuesday, we had that information. And I remember you saying, you know what, I think this is going to be a nothing burger NFP because I think it's, and what happened? Nothing burger. It's just absolute nothing burger. And it's like, okay, cool, let's go ahead and just do whatever.
Yeah.
The NFP just didn't do anything. At least it wasn't outside what you expected, at least. was like, look, I think it's going to do this. It ended up doing that, maybe a little bit less or more, but still within the framework of what you expected it to do. And that was completely against what you normally expected it would do. So, pretty good call.
Yeah. Normally, so, yeah, nothing burger, just a slight nudge, and then that's it. And that's, precisely what we got. So we'll see with the prelim data that we get through this week if we're going to have that kind of situation or not. We did have a while ago
openings. I don't think jobs openings is going to change all that much. And then I think we have tomorrow. We have where is it? Yeah, we have the ADP non-farm employment change. And if that is positive, then obviously we should see NFP have a reaction as well.
Yeah.
Bit of a precursor to it.
Yeah, jobs tonight, ADP tomorrow. They have changed some of the stuff of how they do ADP, so it has actually become a little bit more important. Often it's tossed away as that like kind of it's meant to be a kind of a precursor, but it often there's so much variance that it's not really that indicative. It's more just the general direction. Then in terms of it's not indicative of the actual number for the NFP itself. Right.
Yeah.
As long as it's ADP is positive, then NFP is normally going to be positive, and it's more the variance between them, like how much degree, but not like raw numbers. Anyway, waste of time to explain. We did have a question about Ord Frank before.
Not gonna waste my time trying to explain this to you Muppets.
People just get bored. People are like, yeah. Did have
a question where do we take the trade, LJ? Where do we take the trade?
Well, on that,
I want to know.
Ord Frank was my pick for swing trade. This was back in Jan. We were talking about through here. So that's been sat on there. I still am very much in favor of Ord Frank higher. There's a huge swing differential. It has managed to move away from most of the Frank pairs heading lower, Frank crosses. Despite that carry differential, but obviously Australia had that flip in the central bank policy outlook. So we've had 3 rate hikes. That's further increased that differential, and it's more so just on that policy section. So, but yeah, like I was saying early in the year, I was looking for those Q1 targets. I think we still have this on here. Yeah, so that was the Q1 target for Aussie, and we were down here beginning of the where's 1st of Jan right here. So we got up into those levels very quickly. That was in the first 2-3 weeks rather than the full Q1. But yeah, so overall, it was basically the similar kind of thesis. Aussie should absolutely rip this year. We've still got that. I think that's very much intact. Still looking up towards 58.20 or so on the top side. This is obviously on the daily chart, much longer time frame. But again, so it's basically just any of these pullbacks, buy back into them. You'll get the positive carry depending on, I don't know what the carry or what the swap rate is on 5ers. I'd have to check. But the other thing I will say, I saw this headline just before, which is relevant to this. Swiss National Bank has increased their willingness to intervene in FX. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a double intervention, potentially when Japan hits it again, and then the Swiss also intervene going the other way. Because everyone's been selling the yen, and it's fallen out of favor as that, what's the word, safe haven
safe
trade
haven asset,
because of that negative carry, or the positive carry in terms of buying the dollar. In terms of that safe haven currency, people have flooded to the Swissy. So that's been going on for a very long time. Across the board, hence it's just been this massive trailing down. You go look at Euro Swiss, Dollar Swiss, all of it. It's the same deal. And that does harm, of course, the Swiss economy. And no matter how much they do, they've taken rates to 0 and then below to negative rates, and it's still not quite curbing it. We've had small interventions from them. If you look at their current account balances, which seems to be forming up this lower structure in terms of a charting aspect. And then eventually, I think we do get this massive run, and then that'll probably coincide, if they can do it together, with Bank of Japan. They'll get double bang for the buck, and we get a full rotation of these things. So, because again, buying this would be the new carry trade, right? We've been getting crushed for ages, but Swiss has 0. Every other currency has positive rates. So, yen carry trade is dead. You rotate to the new one.
So, do you think that AUD CHF is now the new carry trade?
It's going to be one of the better ones, obviously, because we got high yields. But I think the US will do just as well. I would preference the US or the Aussie in general out of the greater basket. Euro, franc, pound, franc, their rates are already quite low. So you'll probably find much more punch in that Aussie or US dollar trade. Plus, you've got the double banger of, if you want to trade dollar franc, dollar yen is going to be tanking. So there's going to be a further just dollar effect in general across the board.
Okay.
Longs are good.
Interesting view, I would say. I like it though. I do think that if
do you think differently,
to...
Rich?
No. I do like it. I never viewed it as such. Let's put it like that. So it's that challenge of, people would turn around and say, USD JPY, safe haven, go ahead. Hasn't faltered in 20 years. And then you start realizing that, but hold on a second, the market is cyclical. What goes up must at some point come down. Yes, maybe. But then it doesn't react quite the same way that you anticipated. And then it's like, okay, well, it's not as safe haven. It's still enough so, but it's less so to the point that you're starting to find other asset classes and other asset pairs that are starting to really, catch your attention. You're like, USD CHF, interesting. Okay, let's have a look at this one. And then in your case now talking about AUD as well. Never thought I'd look at AUD CHF as a potential eventual replacement, let's say, of UJ.
Yeah, like we used to have, it was a meme this time a year ago, and when we were doing ABL stuff, like people would ask about AUD CHF. I'm like, dude, that is the most random currency ever. Like, who's trading this ever?
On whose radar is that?
But it was for the time, and then things come back into vogue. But back then, no good. It's just now there is good reason, and so it's the same. Like if we look at like the yen, we still had this. It was definitely the safe haven sort of trade, right? So you can see through here, 07, right? Bang, yen appreciates, right, through GFC. Then we had sort of recovery of GFC. We had the other stuff through 2015, Trump coming in, 2016, blah, blah, blah. We then go to 2020, which is with the COVID. I don't know if that still gets flagged on YouTube if you say COVID.
What, COVID?
There you go, I said it. No, not anymore. Okay.
Not an issue.
Okay, so then, obviously then that flipped again. It lost that safe haven status because that would be, it's basically repatriation of capital from Japanese investors investing overseas, right? So there's a massive flood when they want to take risk off the board. But because the world went into this inflation spiral, but Japan's unique circumstances, they couldn't raise rates, so everyone else did. So now it's created that massive rate differential, whereas before they were fairly even because the US was almost at zero as well, right? So and now we'll see if that starts to flip back, especially if Kevin Walsh does want to drop rates. Japan wants to pump rates up, get this rotation once again.
I did want to ask you this. So today's topic, let's rather say, is edge and how to, let's say, achieve it. How to achieve edge or find edge or align yourself with some sort of edge in the market. You and I and pretty much every other host of the stream has spoken about edge in multiple streams, and we do have differences and some alignment in terms of edge and how it can be achieved. But do you have a simplistic way of potentially finding something that could eventually become a differential in edge within trading for people, like that this could become something? Not to say that this is always going to be the thing that leads to edge, but is there something that you maybe individually have done in the past that made you feel like, you know what, I feel like this is something that could potentially really become something really good?
I think the obvious one for me, and it's not the easy one, but it's the obvious one for me is going to be macro, right?
Yeah, so just simplistically, like it doesn't have to be easy, just a simplistic thing to.
But yeah, so simplistically, I try and, like, we were talking about before about being inquisitive versus like curious. So inquisitive is where you're trying to like delve deeper into thing. You're not just like, oh, that's cool, and you know, just shiny distraction or something. Inquisitive is where you're trying to like look into it and understand it. So the same thing when I was a kid, like I'd look at this bird and try and like, oh, I think there's like a Richard Feynman clip of him talking about this, where his dad had told him, like, this is a chupacabra, this is a blah, 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 in all the different languages. Now you know what people call the bird in various languages, but you know nothing about the bird, right? So you want to actually understand the bird, understand how it works. And this was a thing relating to physics where people want to know all this crazy whatever stuff, but it starts with like the smallest thing, like a butterfly's wings, like how do they work, right? And so it's trying to get into the mechanics of understanding the thing at its core, how it functions, why it functions. Most people turn up to the charts and just like, they look at a chart and they go long and short and just look at candlesticks, but they don't think about like, why does this huge global entity that is global markets, why does it exist? Why do we do this? Why does it function? Why does it serve a purpose? What is it actually here for? And once you understand more of that, you pull about these pieces. And then, so for instance, that's very much macro, trying to understand it. And then I just trying to figure it out. Like just trying to figure out the puzzle. And then I often go to, back then I was watching like CNBC and Fox News Business. So the business one is just about stocks and all that kind of stuff, not American Fox News. We're not talking about that. Very different. But yeah, and then I'd listen to various pundits that come on. This is before I found Bloomberg, and you know, you get someone from a bank or Goldman or some hedge fund or institution or something. I just listen to what they're saying. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's wrong, right? And so that's where I'd find edge. I'd go like, my thinking is that's completely wrong, and then I often find trades from shorting whatever they're talking about, going long or etc. Now there are sometimes people go on to basically talk their book, and they're actually trying to pump something up whilst they're actually exiting. You know, there's all sorts of weird games and stuff like that. But that's an example where I'd find something in that kind of very arbitrary, odd type manner that people don't typically look at. And so you're just basically you're looking for like nuance and kind of hidden stuff, trying to look in the little corners that other people aren't really investigating and go somewhere new and different. And if you can somehow like piece it together. The other edge that most people look at is repeated patterns, which might be live for a certain period. There are some that are going to repeat more often. Things like FX is a good example. That's why technical analysis works quite well. You go and apply it to stocks and it's kind of rubbish. You know, people are buying the stock based on the company, not on some chart thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's not where the money is coming from.
Chart is the reflection of what's happening to the company after it's happened to the company.
Yeah, and it's a momentum asset, right? It's either the asset itself is expanding or it's contracting. So the company is expanding or contracting, whereas something like FX has like a tug of war. It's a dual asset, right? You've got one on both sides, and they go back and forth.
Its intention is not to be trending. Its intention is to be sideways and trying to be stable. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that a lot of people that does mess them up as well, because you can have conflicting signals where something is one side going up or down, but then the other side is also doing its up and down thing at the same time,
Yeah.
and so you've got now this like matrix of 4 pieces rather than the duality of the two.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'd just say look at that, and I yeah. Honestly, my first thing would be macro central bankers.
I like that. And I think that because you've said it before, I think a lot of people, they don't want to hear this, but it's not as simple as just saying, well, look at the macros and there you go, there's your answer. It's way more nuanced than that, and it's way more in depth. But I like that. Good answer. Myself, in terms of edge, I do think that my edge and my viewpoint on edge is maybe a little bit different to everybody else's, in the sense that I don't view edge as the be all end all. I see it more as a whatever it is that I am doing that gives me an advantage, and it can be the slightest of things that I do differently to the norm that could potentially assist in giving me an outcome that is either in line with or exceeding my expectation in the market. You and I both very much mathematically inclined, very much statistics based. We do look at probabilities quite a bit. But I feel that in of itself tells you very little if you have no context. And I think that's where your stuff comes in, with the understanding the why is the context. And my idea of finding edge is going to be taking all of those things and saying, okay, if I know the why and I know the how, what else do I need to do in order to get it into what I expect to get? And if I expect to get 1% a week, what do I need to do in order to get that 1% a week? And then that's where I find my edge. And my edge is going to be a combination of my risk parameters, how I manage a trade prior to even taking the trade, what it is that I do before I take it, before I even come to the charts in the morning. That's all going to be small things that you can do that is going to help just kind of like twist this expectancy a little bit more in your favor, which is ultimately what edge is. It's going up against
Being effective.
Yeah, it's going up against
Right,
the expectancy and twisting it in your favor. That's edge. If you go to the casino, you know that the house has edge. Every single casino game in that casino has been designed mathematically in a way that it's either break even or slightly in edge of the house. And you do that by limiting the amount that people are allowed to bet per hand, limiting the amount of effective positions that they're allowed to have. Like if you're sitting at a blackjack table, there's only 7 hands. There's 7 positions. You can play all of them, but there's a reason why there's only that amount of people on the table, and so on and so forth. And people don't think about those little things that kind of just. It's that 0.01% in favor of this direction and that 0.04% in the opposite direction. And that's when it comes to trading, is that if everybody else is trading 1%, I'm going to trade 0.25%. If everybody is only looking at breaks and retests, I'm going to maybe consider break straight up. Stupid examples, but it's that doing that small little things. I'm going to wake up early. I'm going to make sure that I've exercised. I'm well rested. I have less distractions. Those are all small little things that you can do to help your edge. It's not always just trading related. It's lifestyle related, what you do in the background as well. You've noticed this. If you are super distracted, how bad is your trading? Horrible.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm all over the place. Like it'll be sloppy. Like the entries are off, the exits. Like I called the exit, a couple pips too late.
Exactly.
In got out higher, I could have got in at a slightly better level, and then you stack that up, it does start to add up over time if you're constantly distracted or, pulled away. For sure.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's those small nuanced things, those small little things that that you don't realize in the moment, but when you go and look at your results and you're like, whoa, what happened here? Why is this so far away from what I've expected it to do? And then that's that margin of error. You're 4% above, 4% below kind of like thing. And that's, you need to understand, like, when am I within that bracket of error, or when is the actions that I'm taking the thing that's causing me to move above and beyond that point. And more often than not, it's the actions rather than the actual market that is causing you to deviate.
Yeah, I think edges. So there's differences in edge. I've got a couple of things here. So edge is kind of like the same thing with a life. Like edge is just being, basically you decide an outcome that you want, and you go about doing whatever process and you achieve it. Right? That is edge. That means you're effective. That means you're successful. Right? You decide something, you go and do whatever you need to do, and you achieved that end result that you so decided on. Right? Not something that you're doing random stuff and it happened to work out.
It's calculated. It's calculated.
There's a thought process to it. And then also edge within trading as well. I think one of the things people need to understand is the difference between like alpha and beta. Right? So alpha is very hard. That's very difficult in terms of edge. Most people's edge that they have is really just beta linked. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, like, because you're making money. Like beta is fine to follow. So that would be more like just keeping up with the momentum, with the direction of things, and figure out essentially when an edge is something that you do slightly better than everyone else does, or slightly better than the majority of people do, right? So not everyone, but more than half, right? So for instance, like if you are trading mostly beta, which would be like, so some kind of momentum. So if we use like the S&P or the NASDAQ, if you get the return of the market, that would be, and your return was basically the same, that's beta. Over and above returns is that portion above just the market return, that's considered alpha. And then how you do that is you got to find the momentum that's running and then potentially front run it. So for instance, here we've got this momentum shift, right? If you are able to identify a pattern in trading where you get this, like, this is that good old break and retest. So break through this area here. Let me zoom in just a touch. We've broken these heads here. You break up, you retest, and then you're capturing that momentum. But you're able to get in on a nice point rather than the breakout spot where someone else might get in, and you've more than doubled your returns, right? So it's the same trade, the same idea, same setup, but you've gotten in much earlier and at a better positioning than others in that same thesis, right? Yeah. So then that's kind of edge, right? Both made profit, but one definitely was much more effective, if that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah. So my example of edge was always that you need a reference point. You need to know what it is that you're comparing yourself to in this case. That's why now when you spoke about S&P, that's a very good reference point where if you are, as a trader, you cannot beat the S&P's return on an annual basis as a trader, it would make more sense to rather just invest in the S&P and then
walk away.
And then walk away. But it's the same like when you're at the casino. It's understanding the probabilities and then understanding the mathematics behind why those things are considered to have a house edge. And once you have a reference point, then you know, okay, if 70% of people is doing this, and this is the outcome is that 15% of them is going to succeed. It's not so simple to say I'm going to do what the 15% is doing. You know, it's knowing that there's still margin of error even within that 15%. Like you could do yourself and myself can have exactly the same approach, and one thing is different between us, and it could have cataclysmic differences. So it's understanding that reference point that you're trying to beat, or at least trying to kind of like twist in your favor, is not going to be this massive thing. It's sometimes these tiny, small little changes. Like imagine the house edge is 0.5 as an example. So 0.5%. That means that in the long run, obviously, they're going to make 0.5, or in this case, 1% more. That's the edge difference, is 1%. That's the differential of a 0.5% edge. If I do everything exactly the same, but I can bring that 0.5 edge down to a 0.3, I'm already 0.4 better than the average person. I'm already doing 0.4% better than the average person. And it's realizing that you don't always have to just beat everything and everyone all at once. You just need those small little incremental changes, small little things. And then, yeah. Do we just have news?
We just had a headline from Hammock as well.
Reasonable to keep rates steady for now, given uncertainties. Is this now for US? Oh, yeah, it's the USD Feds.
Yeah, for US. So hence rates higher for longer, basically, potentially. And so we just saw like a small strengthening of the dollar. Nothing major, but a slight dip. But yeah, exactly like what you're saying. So it's an example would be I don't know, take you take any like high skill sport or something. Say you take I don't know, F1. Often there's like hundreds of milliseconds of difference, right? In the lap times or quality times, and hence it's getting those small. You're just this many centimeters over closer to the wall on certain apex, and that captures like that extra like 30 milliseconds, right, faster, which is infinitesimal, right, essentially. But then it's all doing that repeatedly over each lap and nailing that enough times that then you end up first versus fifth, even though these guys are almost identical. You can line up the things and right, but it's those small increments that then just nudges you over, and then that's enough to take the win, to take it home.
I'm having a look at AUD USD, and
I also got this one.
Fed may need to act soon if inflation trends don't cool.
Don't cool. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of comments.
So they're saying that they're going to, they're not really going to change the basis points all that much, but they're admitting that something needs to change for inflation to cool. It needs to cool down inflation. Looking at AUD,
it's the same rhetoric we've had. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's the same thing, but like it's looking at AUD. Do you think that this is like the potential downward motion based on that news event, or do you think
possibly? Like I've been waiting for that all day. I was in that short, right, and then so if we go to the other one, like I swapped that out. I've been looking for that kind of a drop. But we just weren't getting down, and we were gradually, sort of piking up through here. I was like, okay, maybe we've got one more little tout through here. But
because it seems as though NZD has reacted ever so slightly to that news. It plateaued and then started moving. AUD seemed a lot more flat. EU not really changed all that much. GU not that much. USD CAD seemed to want to potentially react on it. I was wondering about AUD. I feel like there is a potential. I feel like there's a potential.
If the Nasdaq kicks down lower here as well, because I've got that Nasdaq long. But yeah, so this kind of we've got this sort of local trading range. Like if we snap that, then going right down. And it's pretty much identical on the Aussie, right?
Yeah, they have a very, very similar
Yeah.
price action, the whole of
So
London
same
session.
deal. If we get that, I'll flip and then go short. But even shorts, like I think it'll only be just to that original target I had.
Yeah.
About 68, 67. Yeah. Though I don't know, because this has not been a convincing push through, right? At all. Like this is just a couple pips for snapping back up. I think Euro's also doing the same.
Yeah.
Snap down. Now it's So this is why I think I'm gonna stay long. I think Nasdaq is also somewhat basing, and we get maybe one push up. I don't know how much further we'll go through there. Potentially, if there's more momentum,
I want to have Victor have a cowboy hat, a nice big one, that he just does the tap. Just
yes, that would be good.
What's up, Victor?
How's everyone? Are we ready for the World Cup? And I don't mean the football one.
No. We're not ready. We're not ready.
Not ready?
1 sec, sorry guys, I'll be back.
Yeah, give me a minute. I need to go and put on a t-shirt.
You're reading LJ's mind?
Yeah, this he's going to come back with an Aussie shirt. I am sure of it. If it wasn't so cold, I would have put on my South African shirt. But I'm not sure the viewers are ready for that peep show just yet. Possible entry on the 1 hour on Euro USD.
Yes,
Thinking
we
of a
have
short?
a couple of things. Well, yes. Well, only if the market continues to align, right? We have in daily order block which we will be we are already retesting. Let me get this right. Let me move that around. It's this order block which is being retested. It doesn't mean I deleted what I shouldn't have, but it doesn't matter. I can redraw it, of course.
Control Z.
It doesn't mean that this is. I beg your pardon.
Control Z to undo.
Yes, but I wanted to delete something else afterwards, and if I undo it, then I wouldn't be able to do the sequence. But thank you, Control Z. Yes,
okay.
I
get
so
now.
the. Thank you, but thank you. It's those keystrokes are those hotkeys or shortcuts. Yeah, they're definitely helpful. What I was going to say is that things are Tom Payne. Oh, Tim
Payne.
Tim, yes.
Yes, your neighbor.
My neighbor, indeed.
Yes.
Wait, what, Rich? How's it Victor's neighbor? Even I'm confused. What?
No, the Australian footballer is not the New Australian, the New Zealand trader is footballer is your neighbor, LJ.
Yeah, but not Victor's.
Did I say Victor's neighbor? I meant your neighbor.
No, but it was Victor talking about Tim Payne, so I was like, how's that Victor's neighbor? He's from New Zealand.
I meant to say it was your neighbor, LJ. You know, Tim Payne, your neighbor.
Okay, yeah. Tim Payne, he's a soccer player, Victor. So getting the theme of the World Cup, but basically there's some story, yada yada. Some YouTuber guy picked someone to be the face of the World Cup. He was completely pretty much unknown, had like 4,000 followers on Instagram, and it's blown up to like 4.5 million in 48 hours. And he's gone from no one to like world star, and people are saying he's better than like Ronaldo and Messi and that kind of stuff. It's become a meme, you know.
I see. Yeah, and this was done without him knowing it's going to be done?
Yeah, completely unknown, right? And he just out of nowhere, all of his socials, all of everything just starts blowing up. And he's just like, where did this come from?
Imagine that. You wake up one day and you're the center of attention of the whole world for whatever days, weeks this is going to last.
Literally, and you don't know why. His life, right? Yeah, and you don't know
you
why.
have
like,
no idea why.
Yeah.
Some
Sponsorship
random
feels awesome.
YouTuber has decided you're the man, and you're like, you wake up and like, why is my face all over Facebook and Google, and what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. Unbiased as well. Sorry. Yeah. Dude, I'm feeling rough today. I'm feeling a bit better now after I got my medication sort of starting to help after I went to the doctor. But yeah, dude, my throat is still cooked. But I can see you were saying karma caught you today, making fun of you. I've been given antibiotics for the next 5 days. Sorry to hear that, mate, but you deserved it. That's what you get.
Oh no, LJ, you've gone ahead now and you've reversed the karma again. Now the karma's on you.
No.
You're going to be sick for the next 3 weeks now. Oh, mate, you fall into the trap. Unbiased got you. He's unjinxed himself.
We'll see. Maybe, yeah. I did. I don't know. We'll, I'll figure out a way to spell reflect the curse once again. Don't worry. Somehow.
Nice. Victor, you were saying before I rudely interrupted you.
No, not at all. Not rudely. You jovially interrupted me, which I enjoy all the time. So the actually, to understand where I'm coming from and why I could be looking for, or I actually not could, I am looking for a short on EU if the stars align. Just to give the audience some background, the higher time frame, we have a weekly quasi that we already went left shoulder, head, neckline, broke it, came back. We already had that reaction, big reaction. That's what you want to be seeing when you get the entry order block reacted upon or tested, interacted with, and automatically your next target would be the opposing structure in the same time frame that is next ahead, which is this structure. That's why we have the TP right there. But that's, when this is happening, it doesn't mean it's going to go in a straight way. It doesn't even mean it's going to go there. It just has a higher probability of going there. But what can happen is that, in between, the market can do all sorts of things, and even push back to this structure before getting to the target. So it's taken with with how the market moves normally. Could you say something, LJ? Because I think I lost audio.
I think
I
you're
did.
fine.
No, I did. No, it's fine.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, right? So I understand. Well, on the weekly, I'm expecting price to continue lower, further down. But in the interim, we have a fresh order block on the weekly that was retested, that was created last week and this week, right? Well, it's only 2 days into the week, but we have already retested that area, this one right here, and we're pushing away from it, right? So we're in that, we've done this price action, and that tells us if it holds, it has that possibility to continue and perhaps retest this high, maybe even go up a little bit higher to retest something else before pushing presumably back into the weekly bias that we were talking about. So that's the backdrop. And if we go to the daily, what we have is a fresh order block that was just created and retested right away. That's happened yesterday and Friday, and we are now coming back to I meant the bullish one, but we're coming back into the bearish structure. So we have a bearish daily with a overall weekly bearish bias, but recently a bullish structure. So it's it's nuanced. All of this doesn't mean both of them, they both structures and both the bias, it tells us something, but different time. Even if it's the same time frames, it means something else, something different for when to expect it, right? The weekly bias based on the quasi can take many weeks to actually come to fruition, while the weekly order block that was just created typically, not always, typically only needs a couple of bars to have its effect, right? So this is the likely effect that you're going to be seeing most of the time, not all the time. And this can take, a couple of bars, while the bigger weekly bias can take many, numerous, more than 10 weeks to actually come to fruition. Although this huge downwards candle we had 3 candles away on the weekly tells you as well that it can happen very quickly. So that's the background of where we are currently. And so we just came into a structure here that could be, we should expect some kind of reaction, bearish reaction from it, which is this structure right here, and it started at 1.1652.2. And if you go to the lower time frames, you can see that we have more reasons, more things lining up for a possible short. I deleted the wrong structure again, but that's fine. So what we have here is actually a very
No, actually, Alt F4. Do it.
I'm
Classic
unaware of those terms.
Don't do Alt F4. Tim Payne is a troll. Alt F4 is going to close all of your programs.
I know that one. I didn't catch it. All right. So this is the structure that we had. Actually, we're coming off of this, right? So this is the reversal pattern that created the weekly structure we just saw. And we, the head, left shoulder, neckline broke it, went all the way up, and came back to a entry order block. We have these 2 lines, this one and that one, where price came in yesterday and very neatly bounced off of that. That's exactly the reversal pattern that we always are looking to catch here in Victor land. So this is the order block on H4. This right here with the overlap of let me get it. It's the H2 as well right here. All right. So and that happened. However, and the target for that is this high, at least the default target. In practice, you have to choose the adequate target to be had. So one part, this is the target, and that's fine. But if the market is going to reverse before the target, and it makes sense because we have the daily right here, what we would have is we would need to go to the H4 and look for reversal patterns. And we do have a beautiful one that is right here. That is this one. Left shoulder, head, neckline. It goes up, and there is only one order block where possibly we could see that happening, right? So that's the H4 right here. The H4 isn't enough for me. It's a good indication of what we can expect, some kind of reaction off of this area. Mind you, there is that daily there, so that reaction could be much more than just a reaction. And the target for that would be the structure we just left. However, we also have on the 1 hour, using the same structure, we come with 3 actually areas which were of interest. One of them has already been, let me check if it's already been, it hasn't been invalidated yet, but it's clearly that it's not, the price is not impressed by this structure. We still have 2 left. And as you can see, from these 2 that we have left, let's mark them for our viewers, and maybe with yellow, right? So I'm interested in looking for possible shorts in there, in the overlap, and in this one as well. This area and that one. When I mark these levels or these areas, what it means is that price needs to at least reach them, right? At least in this case, because it's a bearish structure, a bearish area that I'm looking, supply area, it needs to at least touch the lower border of these areas and not close above the upper one, right? Close above the upper one, then I consider it invalidated, and I'm no longer interested in trading from it. But these are the two areas. If the market is going to have a reaction from the daily, it would be likely to happen where these level, or it has a higher probability of happening where these level overlap. And these are the two areas that currently are, prime to do so. So, but that's the setup. It doesn't mean that I have a signal yet. I'll have to go to the 5-minute, as some of you might know, and wait for the market to actually reach it and create some kind of a quasi on a time frame that I trade, and then I can take the short, and that would be above the whole area, above the head, depending on the situation, and then targeting something that would be, in this case, intraday. Let me check here. We have, it could be this one, but that depends on the daily ATR. So far, we are 27, so I would be inclined to use something a bit further than that, farther than that, and that would be maybe the next level, or perhaps the complete to the next. Let me go to the daily, the H4. Probably think this is a nice area to target, right? Coming from an H4, we would be then targeting a H4 outside bar, order block created by an outside bar. That seems to be neat, and that gives you about 127, depending on how your how tight the stop was. And let me check. This is how tight this is. Currently about 3 pips, which is tight enough. Let's put it a little bit higher, a little bit wider for just in case. And this is a trade that I could hold for longer, meaning leave a portion for, not for just the very best next area, but actually hold it for that possible continuation to the downside if we do get that reversal, of course. That's what I'm looking for on EU. And that's why I'm looking for a possible short. It's not a possible, right? I mean, if it just continues to go up, I'm not going to be, trying to stop the train here. I'm just going to let it pass by and not press Alt F4. All right.
Sorry,
Where is
Victor. I
Samir?
was
Someone?
sending a message.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all. I just made a reference to your Alt F4, but I
I got
that's
no
not any problem.
response.
No response at all.
Sorry,
It was quiet. I think I heard a
sending-
cricket somewhere make some noises.
My bad. Sorry, I was totally
No,
distracted.
no problem at all.
That is comedic timing in of itself. Just absolute dead silence after a reference, and it's just like, is my mic working slow?
Peter
Oh.
is talking about BTC. Let's take a look at that. If
Bitcoin.
that's Bitcoin, yes. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Started from the monthly. What do we see? I'm gonna do it quicker than usual, although that could still be too slow for a lot of people. But
We are selling off.
yes, so we do have a reversal
Yeah.
pattern. But there's nothing here that I could trade. Correct. Let me check. The low, close. Yeah, there's nothing here in terms of quasis on the monthly. That would be very bearish if that were to happen. Yeah, so there's nothing here. There's a break of structure, but nothing that I can trade. In terms of the weekly, what do we see? We do have let's check. It's for the same line is for the weekly as well. And if we drag, we want to be wary of this area when it comes back for possible reactions. Short, other than that, there is this one as well. All right, so we do have some areas there. That's for future reference. Right now, what we do have is a retest of a bullish structure. Actually, this is not bad at all. It's a clear sell-off. I can see that those big candles. And we had a close of that gap, although that gap is an artifact because, of course, Bitcoin is open 24/7. So don't mind that gap. What else do we see here? We do have a fresh order block on a weekly, but that has already had its first retest. So that means I'm not going to be using this. It's not a great area to be using. What I do see is that what you already see on the chart with is this beautiful quasi that we came into the one of the two entry order blocks, and we did have the reaction, came back and pushed higher. That's a good reaction. It shouldn't go too deep, although if it does happen, that's a bearish sign, meaning it shouldn't go below this level, because that's screaming weakness, and that means that it's likely going to retest that low. And if that happens, it's going to be looking to go to this level, this area, which is around 58 to 52 area. But this area is still valid for a buy, not because of the fresh order block, Peter, but because of the quasi that I just marked out. So that doesn't mean it's going to react, but I mean, this is not a bad area for price to push out and start going long, meaning this is the reaction we had of the entry order block. We came back to retest the fresh order block that was retested, move out, and this could well be a good good setup, just looking at this time frame, not talking about anything else. Let's go to daily to see if we have anything in here. Do we have a daily order block as well? Yes, we do. So this area is good, but I would want to focus on this part of that order block, and because of the weekly. So this is the area using the weekly and the daily that we're interested in. This is falling very hard. Looks like a brick from without a parachute.
Yep.
But what can we say? The daily.
That was actually really good. Oh my god. I'm impressed.
It's all in the cheeks, baby. It's all in the cheeks.
Let me check. Actually, so this is fine. I'm gonna go with this area as there is an order block below it, but I mean, this is the area you want to be focusing on, which is the overlap with the weekly. So we go to the H4. That looks like a falling knife.
Yep.
Let's see, what else do we see here? This seems like a bit too big to be using. I don't think it is tradable anymore. That's 1, 2, 3. It's still tradable, to be fair. But I think this is the area. So that means that. So as you can see, this is the price action is bearish. So this is the reversal trade. Let's see. So there would be the H4, and so it's a little bit lower there. You want to be looking at that, but we already passed that. We know that because we reached the daily already. This would be number 2. Not the daily, but the H4. And the last one, if I'm not mistaken, is completely one big area, which it is. Look at that. And then going here, and then eventually here. All right. So these are the areas that I would watch like a hawk to see if there is going to be a reaction. If there is none, then please let it go and let it do its thing. Keep on going lower, and don't try to expect anything else. But these are the levels that I would look. If there is going to be a reaction, I mean a reversal and some kind of a prolonged reaction for some many hours up to days and so on, I would expect, and I would only be willing to allow myself to be convinced of that possibility if the reaction come after reaching one of these two areas. And if there's no reaction on the primarily, I would want to see something on the hourly, so at least on the 1 hour, some bullish structure being created. But if you're keeping your size low, you could even go to the 5 minute, because you already, and that's not true. We only have the 4 hour, so we would have to, it was barely um it was barely small enough for an H4. So that means we still need an H1. To me, that would be my preference. So I would still need to see the 1 hour react and leave an order block behind, and then I would be looking for that possible quasi to go long for a reaction, not for. And the target for that would be I don't have anything up to this area, which is the 73 area. But it's a weekly area, even a daily structure. So don't be too afraid to, there's that daily right there as well. I think that's your first trouble area. And depending on how it reacts, you could consider holding much, much longer. But this is a low probability, right? It's against the momentum. So you want to be aware of that. Everyone who's, thinking this could be a trade right now. These are, the way I trade high risk reward ratio, low win rate. This is against the momentum. So you want to wait for the transition to come in, the market to create some structure, break it first, and then come back, and then you go with it. So you don't just, jump in and think it's going to magically reverse. Yeah, that's my outlook on Bitcoin, but it does look very, very weak. I mean, it looks like it wants to have, this kind of a movement, just continue to break lower. I'm afraid that's my just opinion. Separate from the technical analysis, it looks like it just is getting ready for another leg, going to lower levels and probably retesting that low of 60,000, which is not fine for all those Bitcoin holders out there.
Do we think 58, 57, 55 is a potential area?
Yeah, I think so. If not today, I mean, it's well within reach. Yes. And I think I don't know about Bitcoin cycles and all the intricacies of that market. But I think long term we're getting into good areas. I mean, unless we have quantum computing hijacking everything, but I mean, these are great areas to be looking for long-term positions. I would think.
Yeah, no, I agree. LJ, what do you think?
I realized I was muted because I was typing before. Sorry. Yeah, I think everyone's looking for that on Bitcoin, right? There's very much that the idea everyone wants to buy it in cheap and then capture that low end of the pullback and then get that ripper rally, right? People won't, if they look at, okay, we could go from 80K to 160, they're like, oh, that's 2 to 1, not good enough, right? It's kind of how Bitcoin, I don't know, thinking goes. Because it's basically the only sort of risk asset per se that hasn't rallied through this whole Trump situation and out of the Middle East thing. Everything has taken off, and Bitcoin has just been kind of
and gold.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, gold, but that's also after gold having rallied 150%. So,
yeah, I mean,
I think
gold being the very similar in there, like it was running, and then into the new year, it kind of and was
but I mean, even then, like gold, we went from that 3,600 sort of 3,500 basing area, and eventually came up through 4K and into 5.5. So at least it did get some sunshine, whereas Bitcoin just It's like
all-time highs of
what are we
128,
doing?
I think, and then from there on just down. So,
Yeah. And I've seen a number of large holders of Bitcoin after this. Now they've just decided to scrap all their positions altogether. Like I don't have that 10, 20 year plus view on it anymore like I used to.
no.
So it's I'm even losing faith in it, kind of. Like I kind of feels
I
like
lost
it ends up
faith
just
in it
this kind of
months ago.
dead. Yeah, but even that's what I mean. Even 10 years out, where I do want to buy the lows, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to be something I hold for that like 10, 15, 20 year type period anymore. As some like
Yeah.
future outlook, it might just be okay. We've hit this kind of low area. Yeah, chances are we'll come back to 100. You know, you get a good return on that, but trying to stack up long-term portfolio positions in Bitcoin, I'm a bit iffy
Look,
now.
I don't think it'll ever die.
Yeah.
Not with the sheer amount of investment from, let's say, the reserve of a lot of countries. There's a lot of countries that have been asking to have Bitcoin be added to the reserves as a currency. So I don't think that it's going to completely die off. But in terms of what it was intended to be versus what it is today, lost the plot completely. So it's just now, to me, Bitcoin is just yet again another governmental asset that is, going to be controlled by governments. We've spoken about this before in our government in South Africa. They're already looking at legislative changes, which makes it pretty much pointless for you to have Bitcoin. Just absolutely pointless. Because the government is going to put forth a legislative change that stipulates that they know exactly how much Bitcoin you hold. They want your private keys. They can tell you when to get rid of your Bitcoin and to whom you are allowed to sell it.
Really?
Yes. So
That's wild.
in my mind, if that is the direction, there is really just no point in me being a holder in Bitcoin whatsoever.
Yeah. We've got the
still
opposite
traded,
here where
Still
still trade it,
still CFD
Yeah,
try and sell it.
trade it via CFD as well. It's another question of holding it itself,
Yeah.
right? The interesting thing, there's I think it's still going through the courts that in Australia there's been this contest now of deeming it rather as like a currency, like changing the thing around. So all the kind of capital gains was treated as more like a stock. Now, obviously, if it's a currency, you still have to pay kind of tax on gains from currency profits. But there's going to be this big unwind, which because of the change in the legislation, then from then on, it would be treated that way. But then, therefore, they'll have to refund all the taxes that people paid on Bitcoin gains if it gets flipped in the determination of how it's treated. So yeah, that's an interesting thing here.
Do you honestly think that they're going to go ahead and pay reparative taxes on a?
They would have to, yeah.
Dude, I don't think they will. They'll find some loophole to say, well, technically, we don't. We're not going to give you back.
In Australia, if that's ruled, like they'll have to. Stuff is it's very, very strict. There's no getting around that. But I don't know how it'll play out. How it's been going on for a while. I haven't caught up on it. This was these things are very take a long time. This is like
NASDAQ is moving.
8 months, 10 months ago.
NASDAQ is moving.
Oh, we are. God damn.
AUD is moving.
Yeah, I'm hedged out on AUD. I'm hedged out on NASDAQ as well.
21 minutes or so before the New York Open, and Australian dollar is moving, as well as we had a little bit of reaction here. I'm wondering, did we have some sort of news event? Or is this...
We had fourth round of talks between Israel and Lebanon.
Where is that now? There we go. All right. Fourth round of talks between Israel and Lebanon. All right.
And that's
So-
the reason.
Yeah. So that means that we should see DXY pick up. Yep.
That's not necessarily a negative thing though. That's like. It's more
No, but that's
positive.
why I'm saying we're seeing potentially DXY or the dollar index edging a little bit higher, which then correlates with Nasdaq moving a little bit lower, because now you want to get in at a better price. I don't know.
That should be more of a positive.
Yeah, you're selling some of the asset to get some gains, and then have a pullback.
Therefore,
and
it
then
should be dollar negative, is what I'm saying.
No, I mean in this case, dollar is appreciating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was at that candle.
Yeah, I'm gonna inverse this. Actually, I'm gonna clear the hedges and go the
You're
other
gonna go
way.
long.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we're going to see Nasdaq have a bit of a pullback. Come New York, it's going to drop a little bit lower, pick up some liquidity potentially somewhere over here, maybe even a little bit lower, and then start pushing up again. But where
I
is
have
that area?
the area. I have the area.
Do you have the area?
Yes, I have it. Someone rang me and told me where the area is.
It's going to be 3304 on CFD.
33?
Yeah, 30,304.
Okay, all right.
Or potentially 30,373.
Okay. And that is on your screen, is it?
Yeah, so there is one area. There's a potential next area as well. So
This is
Yeah,
so
so
annoying
these-
today. We've just gone nowhere.
those two.
I'm like 1.5% off my profit target. I'm just trying
nice.
to squeeze out the final sort of run with some of these trades, and we're just not moving. It's like,
Is your
come on.
futures account live as yet? Oh, Victor, now that you are here, sorry. I wanted to ask, did you eventually get your futures account?
I think so. I've seen a couple of future accounts. I guess so. One of them is the one you're referencing to.
Yes. Well, they gave you
I mean,
gave you an
yeah.
account.
Yes, yeah, I believe so. Let me double check here.
For those who are wondering, Victor has so many accounts that he barely even notices when he receives a new
Which one is which? Yeah.
It's
But no,
just another
mine's-
account, guys.
Mine's not active yet. I'm still waiting.
Still not. Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to get on with trading it, but
Waiting for risk.
yeah, still waiting.
Darth Vader asking, "Hey Rich, today you trade any futures?" I did try and where is my futures one? I did try a sell down here. It ended up taking me out over here, and now is dropping again. I'm just waiting for the New York session to open up, and then I would potentially get in on another few trades. So I'm $93 down for today, which is slightly more than my normal $80 losses. So I can make that up very quickly, so I'm not too bothered whatsoever. I will let it play out. I tried to take the breakout, and then it just...
The account you're referring to, that's a 25 swing, right?
Correct.
Or you don't know? Okay, all right. So I got
Correct.
it. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. You
Yes,
did.
I haven't
Excellent.
placed a trade. Haven't placed a trade yet, but now I identified it, and I can write it down, and so I don't lose track of it, which one it is.
And now LJ went ahead and basically passed his account in one day.
Really?
And then found
Yeah,
out that he was trading on the
Consistency
sim. No. He
Oh.
found out he was trading on the sim section. So he made
That's not
like, I don't
funny.
know, he made like $13,000 or $14,000 and sent me a photo. I was like, oh well, dude, I just hadn't passed it. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. And then he had that little red symbol there at the top that said slim, and he was like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's
I passed the next one though in 2 days after that, so that was
Yeah.
fine. Yeah. There was another headline that was it was the exchange of messages between Iran and the US has stopped for at least a few days for what is called the initial memorandum of understanding between Tehran and Washington, which is from Fast News, citing an informed source. So that was the actual headline piece that was driving it. Because the prior
Yeah.
I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
that makes sense.
basically, yeah, their discussions have paused
Mm.
for a while. So that's
But that was yesterday already, wasn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, for the past couple of days. So hence, like we've heard various bits and pieces from Trump. I was talking about this with Pedro before, saying there's been other tangential sources saying what Trump has been saying. Some of it's true. Yeah, there's progress. Other things he's kind of bloviating a bit, which are a bit kind of fake newsy. Maybe showing a bit more optimism, positivity than is actually quite going on. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm just getting sick of this whole back and forth game theory nonsense now. I just,
It is.
just get a deal done and
It is.
then we move on. Like,
Yeah. We are
Don't care
all
anymore.
are.
I mean, we were talking about this a little while ago, myself and LJ, and I said basically, this feels like that last dying attempt, that last attempt before everything is completely over. It's like they're purposefully extending it just so that they can have that very last minute, last few trades before before it all comes to an end, and then there's going to be no more Trump tweet to maybe there will be, but it's going to have to be a completely different new thing that he's going to have to go into. If it's not tariffs, then it's a war, and if it's not war, what's it going to be? Back to tariffs? I don't know.
straight in
It just
Malacca.
feels like that
something
long
like that.
effort.
I don't
That's
know.
what it feels like. But yeah, we're very much done with it. It's just like, whatever.
I wonder if
Long story.
the space
Like
station
it's like a
IPO.
good Spanish novella, a good Latin American novella
yeah.
with a lot of drama.
Yes, yes. Princess Bride?
I was. What was I going to say before? It was. Yeah. So
Like
the
IPO.
thing I sent you before, Rich, with the SpaceX thing. I wonder if that happening might. I don't know. Like this is where we see the top,
On NASDAQ.
the indices. Yeah. Dude, that whole thing seems like a mess. I don't know how.
Yeah. All
when you
right,
get
so
that sort of-
maybe we should give some context because we've got another 14 minutes or so before the New York session opens up. I don't know, Victor, if you were aware of this. However, we're going to talk about it now. So when a company tries to become a part of the NASDAQ index, what they would do is...
Mhm.
Oh, no. Oh, no. LJ has disappeared. We'll go back to here. When a
come
company
back.
wants to become a part of the NASDAQ, they have to put up some information to be scrutinized effectively. So the company itself is going to be scrutinized in terms of its profitability, its sheer level of shares available, and all of that kind of like stuff. And then there's a curing process effectively within the NASDAQ where over X amount of time, they will be reviewed and then either approved or disapproved for the NASDAQ. Now, obviously, if a company is added onto the NASDAQ, there is a potential other company that needs to be removed from it in order for it to stay part of the 100. It's the whole craziness. Anyway, so if we're looking at SpaceX in this case, it is a combination of 3 businesses that have been totaled together. One of them being the actual SpaceX side, which is the rocket ships, if you want to. The other side is the AI section. So it was like the XAI portion.
Rock.
And then there's what used to be Twitter side, which is X. So those 3 portions together make up the basically SpaceX at this point. 2 of those portions are profitable. One of those is losing money right now. So the XAI is a net negative gain, whereas the other 2 is net positive. Not crazy amounts. However, the culmination of these 3 companies together now is going to lead to an IPO, an initial public offering, that is going to potentially go live very soon. The initial public offering, Starlink, there we go as well. Starlink, not X, Starlink, sorry. So Starlink, SpaceX, and X. Those are the 3. And then now they're adding XAI to it as well. What was I saying? So the initial public offering, they're looking at I think it's like $1.75 trillion initial public offering, saying that this is what these companies is going to be worth.
Okay.
Right? Which is ridiculous. And anyway, that's not the big story. The big story is that the NASDAQ itself has rules that need to be adhered to in order for a company to be potentially placed on the NASDAQ list. Now, they have a usual 6-month curing process where they look at everything about the company. They kind of know if it's a good thing to be added onto the NASDAQ. That law is now going to be changed down to, I think it's 3 weeks, between 3 and 6 weeks. I can't remember the exact amount, but it's effectively halved the amount of time. Then, on top of that, they're making another change or at least they're proposing another change, where instead of a company having 15% of their company's listing basically be available as stocks, it's now, as a minimum, it's now been reduced down to 5%. So a company can now look at 5% of their stocks and put that up on offer, and it's going to be viewed as if it's 3 times more than it actually is. So it's going to be overpriced by 3x. So,
what's the logic in that?
No idea.
It's so that Elon can control majority stake in it and be a trillionaire.
Yeah.
Not have to give away too many of the shares publicly.
Yes. So if you just look at the initial public offering that's going to be made very soon, and you look at the strange laws or rules of the NASDAQ that is going to be changed just to allow this to happen, it is really strange. It's rules that were in place to ensure that a company could prove profitability over a specific period of time, and to kind of help them curb risk and all of that stuff by bracketing all of it together. And you're just kind of taking those risk parameters and those risk rules and you're saying, screw it. Things are happening too quickly, let's reduce this time. And it just seems weird. It just seems strange that all of these changes are now potentially going to come into play right about the same time that this IPO is going to be released. And then on top of that, you're talking about the 1.7 something trillion dollar initial what do you call it? IPO. Public offering. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
And they want to do stuff like this. Imagine setting up this deal. You get a 0.75% fee. Right? All the investment bankers, whatever, and they're doing all this work, doing all the legal, I mean, goddamn. And the other thing with it being priced that way, and then also the 5% float, they also did talk about now that they want SpaceX to then buy Tesla.
On top of that as well.
So that's going to be the thing. So hence you have that very small float so that they can use the rest of shares because they'll be like a weird, they buy it via shares in the company rather than paying actual capital for the, it's anyway. Ridiculous tax / business structuring chaos. But yeah, this is literally like this is like a world domination type esque. Like he's going full crazy. Like I've always been like, yeah, Elon, and he got a bit weird, but now like some of this is getting extreme. Like this is going because what's the next level after this is now what I ask, because this is a leap. This is a massive leap that I don't know. Like I just don't know. Like at this point, it's nuts.
Yeah, don't quite know what to make with it, but
My thinking is though, because it's such a large portion, you get a massive company scaling into there, and then they get punched into say the Nasdaq and the S&P. They'll have to get indexed onto the indices pretty quick, by definition, and especially then also if they're buying up Tesla, that slots that right in there. If people then look at this,
taking their space.
Yeah. So one, there's that. Plus, so there'll be basically that absorption plus just the the cap weighting, right? They'd be admitted into the index.
Within 3 to 6 weeks instead of 6 months.
Yeah, and I wonder are people going to look at this and look at that whole situation, like you're saying, Rich, and just short it? Let's go. This is the most ridiculous IPO.
You're doing a $1.75 trillion initial public offering.
Yeah, which
who's buying that up?
Not that...
Who's taking the opposite side of that?
No one, and that's the only thing. Like the float, it's an implied value because of that 5% float. Right?
But
so the thing is, though, even if you, this is the trouble. Say you short 50% of the shares, right? That's 2.5% of the company.
Yeah,
because it's at that such high valuation to begin with, like it doesn't even dent the stock that much.
No, but it dents everything else. So you have to remember, what is the Nasdaq linked to? It's like, imagine it's the other companies as well. They're going to be pulled down as well, along because they're part of the index. And that 1.75 and it's 30% or 15 to 30% of other companies' absolute like stock balance is tied in, but for Nasdaq or for the SpaceX, it's 5%. That then gets inflated.
So that's where I'm wondering where if somehow that selling gets kind of ignored, and the rest of the broader tech, AI space, whatever, it's almost like people because a lot of this stuff is run by algos, so algos are automatically going to sell this stuff. Do you just give like a delete all data from SpaceX? A component in the index, right? Or,
can you imagine that? Don't take into consideration SpaceX. Just remove from calculation.
Yeah, exactly, right. Because if I had I would want to do that. I think it's just like what we were saying. It's like a false flag, false signal type situation. Yeah. So,
but I'm wondering if this is what
kills the stock rally because this stuff. Sorry, Victor, go on.
No, I didn't wait for my turn. The but what do you think, right? Whether you find this absurd, out of the ordinary, or simply an offense to to our rules and regulations, how things are going as you described. what is it going to do for market sentiment? Is it going to be, what are you as a trader going to do? Are you going to be buying it as long as it, it shows strength? The Nasdaq, I mean, because of all of this, even though it's not kosher, or it doesn't look, doesn't win the beauty contest for the way things went, but you still realize it's gonna happen anyways, and it's gonna attract people, investors to to the market. Or do you think this will be start a cascade that will be the catalyst of perhaps the correction we've all been waiting for?
I think
Yeah,
the latter. I think it's the second option. I
because
think
it
it is.
creates precedent as well,
Yeah.
right? Like it changes the rules. It creates precedent for every other future company coming forward. And say we get OpenAI trying to go IPO, right? Which they are looking to eventually do. And there's potentially Claude, and now they can. It rewrites the rule book, you know?
Yeah.
I was just going to say I was going to close this, and now we literally dumped down as I was talking.
It's NYSE Open. It's a New
Open,
York
yeah.
Exchange
But
Open.
the open here.
I think it's going to be the latter. I think it's going to maybe not immediately, but it is going to be the front runner for the catalyst that is eventually going to lead to price of the Nasdaq coming down, the correction, as you would say, quite strongly. Because, like LJ is saying, you're changing the rules of the game that everybody else had to play according to, and now you're changing it so vastly. I mean, it's going from a 15% float to a 5% float as a requirement. That is massive. That is a massive change. It's not just 10%. It is. It's if you look at it from that point of view, it is a crazy change. And then on top of that, the waiting time as well. My question is, how many of the companies are going to turn around and say, "Wow, this is crazy," and how are you going to carry that float? That's the other issue. Who's on the opposite side of it? That's kind of like what I'm worrying about.
And well, like 5%, say that goes up 10%, right? Whereas normally, like, so the available float of the stock, right? Because people still want to be exposed to these companies. Now that takes the valuation of the company to the moon.
Yeah, but
And
it's overinflated. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
it's
that's what I mean.
So
But then
severely overinflated.
Yeah, then it changes this. It makes this weird thing that each of those incremental shares, even though it's such a small percentage, they are worth, like you're saying, overinflated amounts. So you can just shares, you can eventually like split them up into infinity.
Yeah,
right? And it's
fair
just a
enough.
percentage. But you could then use them to buy other companies. Furthermore, it's going to create a weird dynamic in terms of people's implied net worth, as far as governments, taxes. We've already got this idea of wealth disparity, that kind of thing. So people's implied wealth, and now the populace doesn't understand that the implied wealth is not the same as liquid. It's not like Elon Musk actually has like $1 trillion liquid cash, right? But it then creates those other effects into politics and that kind of thing, and populism of people wanting to, tax them, and
Social unrest.
Yes,
essentially.
Yeah.
I
mean, if you look at gold as an example,
so weird, dude.
If you look at gold as an
that's
example,
the answer. Don't buy SpaceX. Buy gold.
No, I meant like if you look at gold as an example, way back in the day, why did we move away from the gold standard?
Yeah.
It was that inflation of what it's worth versus what was actually liquid. What could the bank provide? Because they had that 1-to-1 ratio for you could go to the bank. There you go. Here's your deed to say I'm allowed to exchange my gold for the equivalent in fiat currency at the time, whatever. And then what happened?
Equivalent in gold, and there's not enough actual
and
gold.
And there wasn't enough gold actually to carry that. And that's basically what this means. It's just like you've overinflated something to the point where if everybody, and it's happened before, it's not to say it's going to happen again, where everybody is going to be like, look, I want to cash out. I want to cash out of SpaceX. At some point, the shares are so overinflated, the company needs to then take up that shares. That's what I'm saying. It's who's on the other side of that IPO. Who's the one that's carrying the capital risk effectively? And it's like you're saying, they can buy up other companies and all that kind of stuff to kind of like offset who is going to be taking up that liquid risk. But that's why I'm saying, like Victor was asking, I think this is going to be that cascading effect when it happens. It's going to be like a blowout. I don't know if people are going to be like hurt by this. I honestly think people that have invested in like the S&P and invested in NASDAQ and whatnot, not just trading, like futures
but
trading.
Isn't that the market cycle? I mean, it happens over and over and over again.
Yes,
all the time.
It becomes a bigger one. This is like a shift from when, the UK lost out during World War II and US took over. You'd now imply that this kind of cements like just buying emerging markets in Asia. Like I would want to be going over to India, China,
exactly,
Korea, Japan, and then that still has that AI exposure and the kind of tech exposure that you want as well. But you're just going to, scrap off the US. It's had its day. Now we're over here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
this is weird.
It's
for
one of
like
those things where we're
portfolios.
really gonna have to pay attention to what is happening there. I feel like this has gone a little bit under the radar, under people's noses, and I do think that it's going to have a much bigger effect than I think initially people are giving it kudos to,
Yeah.
That's why LJ and I were talking about this. We were both like, what the actual F are they thinking? This is weird. It's so against the grain that it feels like it's a fairy tale. It feels like this is not true, right? This is a joke, right?
Yeah, it's weird. It's
So, but what would you think is the best advice for the trader out there? How would they know when poo-poo starts hitting the fan?
Massive red candle.
Yeah, one big one like this one. just on, maybe on the weekly time frame. I think that it's going to happen suddenly. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think that it's going to be a slow decay. I think it's going to be oh crap, there we go. And I think that to position yourself with that is a little bit different or difficult because we are not we're not financial advisors, so I can't tell someone, hey,
not long-term trading, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's sort of more active. Yeah, it's different if this is really difficult question for your long-term portfolio. As far as active trading, I think it will be like we probably got a day coming in the next couple months where we see circuit breakers being hit on indices, and we have one of those 5-6% down days. Kind of like gold just falling out of bed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just making sure that you're ready and positioned to potentially, play the downward volume, downward momentum, and just, try and
cash, short, short everything.
Alt S, Alt S, Alt S, Alt S on every trade.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to bring that up so that people can become aware of this, the potential ramifications of an IPO to this degree, and also the potential legislative change that may be coming to stuff like the NASDAQ with regards to this, because it like LJ was saying, it seems like a bit of a precedence that's getting created, and it's a lot less risk for a company to be placed on something like the NASDAQ, especially if the float that they require is now 3x less, or 66% less than what they normally would have. You need to kind of understand who is taking up that risk now. And it's going to boil down to other investors, outside people. It's going to go other companies. And then just realizing that it's probably not going to be as liquid, and your investment may be affected by it, potentially negatively.
Much more volatile. more whipsawing.
Yeah.
The market being very
Depending on the
Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I was just going to say, like, for instance, I mean, we could beat this horse to death, honestly. I think we've covered everything. We'll wait until stuff comes through, and then we can talk about it further. Otherwise, it's just arbitrary and hypotheticals.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we're going to have some lovely conversations with regards to that.
Yes.
Dude, I'm gutted that I didn't get in on this sellers yet. So,
well, I'm more gutted that I was short before and then I flipped long, and now I'm still like we're at basically this was my short target. So I'm still holding the long. I've got like a bit of room, but we're very near the extent where I'm just gonna scrap this.
We're at that 30. Sorry, let me put it on futures. We're on that 34.50 zone, which equates to about 33.90. That first zone, we've just bumped into that one. So right now, we're going to see how we're potentially going to react here. I do think that down here, this like 30, let's say 3,300 to 3,260 is a potential ricochet point. But if you go onto the futures, you can see if I go over to the 15-minute, we do have quite a bit of, where's that? Triangle. We do have this area down here potentially to come and test, which is 33.45 to 32.74-ish. Another 4 minutes before this 15-minute candle closes. On the 1 minute, it is showing a continuation pushing lower. On the 5 minute as well, we have yet to have a pullback and continue. So
pushing hard.
What's it going to look like here?
We do have an H4 structure and H1. So I think that area where you indicated, my area is a little bit higher. Mine is at 405.25 up to 340, so about 65 points. So we'll see. We'll see how it reacts when it gets there. But that would be the area that I will start looking for possible, opportunities to get back long, to get in, because I haven't done anything yet.
I'd even consider if we get down there, I would even consider shorts, like we've topped out and we actually go lower. We break through that because now we've got this lower high through today from yesterday.
I see that.
So
yeah,
I do see that.
did.
Like this might be the turnover point if we can't come back to at least near flat on the open. Like, I mean, this is a record run for straight week after week after week for the Nasdaq. So I think it's one of those, like, we're playing musical chairs at this point. When's the music going to stop and we flip? You know, how zoomed in are you right
now? Very zoomed in. There's one thing about the platform that's a little bit weird. Like, I use my mouse wheel to zoom in and zoom out.
I have that too.
Yeah. And it doesn't always zoom. That's the funny thing. It's like if I do that,
scrolls.
It does this, and then I don't want that. I want it to. I don't know. It becomes like fixed, and then as you can see, it just stays in this area.
It has an anchor point.
Yes, anchor point, and it's weird sometimes. So sometimes I have to go plus, and then I have to come here, and then it does a 1-2. Then I have to zoom. Dude, it's weird sometimes.
Yeah, I use the little on that bar with the magnifying glass, zoom in, zoom out.
Yeah. Like I'm scrolling my mouse wheel up and down, nothing's happening. Then you have to go and hover over the price action, and then it will scroll again.
Yeah.
So over here it does nothing.
So you can hover it and it'll do it.
You have to hover over the price to make it really work. It's sometimes it's just weird, mate. But I do like it. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
We are reacting off of that point right now on the 1 minute.
Yeah, I held it. I was down 1.7% on this.
Oh.
And I had just a hair below. I was like, all right, 2%. That's what I'm gonna accept. I've been in this trade all day. I'm not calling it now, right? I think we will get that snapback. That was my original like short target. So hence I was like, okay, I did have that as the original trade idea. So we'll see if we bounce through here. Now, depends if we can recover. If not, then I'll just close the trade for a smaller loss, a bit higher. I think this next candle close right here on the 15-minute is going to be imperative. So we'll see.
Yeah. What are you thinking, Victor?
I'm still waiting. I mean, and Q, right? I'm still waiting for the level below us to be hit. If that's not, maybe I should show my screen for people to get some visuals. If that's okay with you,
Yeah,
Richard.
100%.
We had a. I do see what you mean, LJ. That things are getting sideways, and actually, the speed by which we are making these movements, these bearish movements, these bearish candles, the size of them may be an indication that we might be breaking some structure soon. But what we still have is a from perspective of a quasi. We had a quasi. Well, actually, from here from yesterday. This is the lower time frame, but came into a. This happened yesterday, right? And it was from a H1 order block we had before that has also some other time frames overlapping. If you go to the H4, you will see that we are still basing on some structures that we had before, a flipped structure that is an H2, as you can see. And so I still have enough reason to still think, this could just be a pullback, maybe squeeze these levels, go a little bit below them, but still come back and push higher. I mean, it's been doing that for so long. And why not? It could do it again a couple of days in a
Yeah.
row, even though you think, it's over, or not you specifically, LJ, but I mean, one would think it is over. It's the equities, right? So they ever optimistic equities who is that is still drifting upwards even though there's headwind. So I'm still looking for the market to get to this level, and I think this area has been already retested, so I'm looking for something slightly a bit higher, and that's why I indicated the 30-minute outside bar that created that order block, and it's actually also very close to an H1 that is freshly created. So I would say if we take these out and push a little bit, come back, that would be something that I would be interested in. That could be something like so, right? So uh, come back. If that were to happen, that would be a ideal way, but it seems like we'll have to see what price action actually does. Um, what price actually does. But I mean, take that out, get into the 30-minute area that we just talked about, which is this one, and then if it has a reaction there, that's where I want to be buying. And otherwise, I will have to go inside the orb, the opening range, to see if there's something that we can use. You can clearly see that 5-minute structure at the end of the, at the bottom of that. That could be something as well, but I would rather have it take out, the low first, squeeze, touch something that might be, might be more. I'll be more confident taking it if that were to happen. So I would say this area is the area that I would want um, to see if we have a reaction as well as well here. I would be interested in going long from here. This is a 2-minute, not a 3-minute, but you get the point. Not an entry order block, just a regular candle. A regular order block, I mean. So I would want to see something like this. It's not waiting. Uh, that would be my other option, right? Either it takes it out, or we see some market reversals happening before, or maybe squeezing this out just a little bit. That would be fine as well by me. And then take along from, taking that low, putting it a few points below it, and targeting at least the other side of the orb. But actually, I mean, if it holds nicely, target something that's reasonable considering the ATR of the last couple of days. And maybe we can see where that would be. I don't see anything there. Well, the order block, I would target something like that. That would make sense to me. If it were to happen as it did yesterday, basically, right? We had the same thing. Price came back, they took out the low, but came back and pushed a little bit higher. This was my target based on the ATR. It came quite, relatively near it. Now, I would say this would be a nice area to be targeting if price, not expecting a breakout and a continuation, but just going to the other side of the high we put in yesterday.
Yeah.
But the market is still bullish. I mean, look at this coming back. Look at that. That's
Yeah. Thank
that tells
Christ.
you it's not
I'm
as
back in
weak as we
profit now.
thought, right?
I don't know whether to just close this now though, or if I do want to hold it up to towards those highs, like you're saying, Victor.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this trade has been kind of scrappy. That maybe I want to just dump it, but we seem to be pushing on now. Hopefully, we now do
Yeah.
get that.
This is very, very strong. I mean, it's been creating structures, not even coming back. I mean, it's hard to get into these moves because it doesn't give you a chance to get in at a good price. But I mean, if you're day trading and session trading, it's clearly wanting to continue. It does need to take out that high, that upper border of the orb, and not make a lower high, because then it would look, it wouldn't look that great when it comes back for the retest. But if it does take the high and then come back, then I'll surely that will be a nice area to be buying for that continuation. I mean, it may not even get that low. Maybe something a bit more. Maybe that outside bar we see there. This is the 1 minute, so take it with a grain of salt. But something like that would be a nice area to be looking for. I mean, if it takes out the high, takes out the high of the orb, that area would be a nice area to um, even put some limit orders there if you don't have time to watch it the whole day. But you know, I don't like putting limit orders because I want the stops to be tight. But I mean, if you risk a little, the smallest position you can, then easily put a limit order there. Market is very, very very nice, that recovery. Tells you the bulls are not tapped out yet. Even though
Nope.
SpaceX might be a catalyst of the world coming down, not happening today, it seems.
Yeah, not today.
No.
That's down the line.
Yeah, that's definitely not a today.
All right.
Yes. I'm going to say this. I'm going to wait for a bit of a pullback, and then I'm going to start looking for a potential long entry, bar we respect that low that we created with the New York Open. So if we can keep this 30,039 to 30,361 on CFD, if we can keep that area if we can respect this area on our way down. So let's say we start doing this a little bit, and then we get close to that and then start turning around, then I would consider getting in on a buy, trying to push up. If it doesn't happen, that's okay. Then if that doesn't happen and we start breaking these like highs of London, we start pushing up, we have a little bit of a pullback and then continue, then I'll consider getting in there. And then I would just try and get to the all-time highs and anyway. So to me, right now, very, very bullish. Would prefer a pullback. If I don't get a pullback, I'll just get in on a base and just make sure that I'm on the right side of it.
I think I will get in on the treble.
No, Victor. No. You get in on the base.
Slow down.
No, but if it doesn't come back to anything, I wouldn't get in. No, I'm not saying I disagree with you, Richard, but I mean personally, I would prefer let it go. Um, I'll just sit and wait and let it come to me, and I see a lots of trades go by me, and that's fine. But I would wait. I would
Mm.
wait for the retrace, and if it doesn't really happen, like it hasn't here, I wouldn't be able to get in. It had just three, what is that, 5 minute candle almost
Yeah.
of consistent uh pushing higher. I wouldn't be able to get in on such a move. And that's very typical because I need that retrace, that third,
Mm.
not third, but I mean the right shoulder to come down to get me before I can get in.
Yeah.
I'm not that kind of a trader.
No,
My
fair
target
enough.
is 30,000. Yeah,
Is how much? 30,000?
600. That's on CFD.
Yeah. So right there.
Yeah. So it's just by the body close and open near the highs.
70 points above us.
Yeah, so I'll be happy with that. Like I'll just probably take it there. Unless somehow we, once we get close, we're gonna like smash through, go through new highs.
Like
But
happened yesterday.
yeah, we'll see.
I
And
had a
then
long yesterday, and I closed it before my TP, and that thing just went through and went on and on.
sometimes you can't script it. Sometimes it
Yeah.
goes without you. It's you tried your best, and all you can do is just accept it. This hourly candle is going to close in the next 4 minutes or so, and it is quite the hourly candle. What a weird candle! Massive wick
Yeah.
below, big wick above. Did not break the London highs. You may get your retracement yet, Victor.
I think it's still in the cards. Why not? Because
Yeah.
it did have. If you look at that from the 5 minute, it does look like it opened the door to continue higher, right?
Mm.
Because it took the wick took the previous high.
Mm.
But it's now showing at least, well, there's still 3 minutes for that candle to close, but it's showing like as if it's going to retrace at least a little bit. But
Yeah.
it already opened the door for later on, and that's what you want to be seeing. You want to see that that high didn't stick, and we might get some retrace and then continue. But we'll have to say, because that current candle is still has enough time to surprise us and print green. So, what are you guys which country are you guys cheering for this World Cup?
I mean, Australia, of course. Like it's got to be Australia number one, then New Zealand number two because Tim Payne, right? You know, gotta go. Gotta
You're
go.
stretching, Richard. I think you have a shoulder. You're stretching, right? That's what you
He
get
was trying
here.
to make an A as well because he's also going for Australia. So
I've been trying to put a bunch of green stuff up, but
you're a bit blue there. I think you got the wrong wall color there, buddy.
it's no DNA. It's only RSA, mate. It's no DNA.
Dude,
it's only RSA.
I thought those were watermelons. Now I can see it. Yeah.
It's like a South African flag, mate.
Oh yeah, there you go.
They are the first match, right? South Africa, isn't it?
I think we're in Group A with Mexico. So I think I didn't check the actual.
I think the first match is South Africa. I'm not sure.
Look at us, be the openers, ready to take over the world.
And Nasdaq is leaving the ore behind as we speak.
Yes, it is. Look,
And
look
doing
at
it
that.
with power, with gusto.
Yeah, with pizzazz.
Can you guys imagine if I close this out for minus 1.5% and I'd just be crying now?
Where are you right now, like percentage wise?
Hang on. What? Wrong count. 1%.
news coming up in 2 minutes. 1
GBP
minute, actually.
and jobs opening. So Governor Bailey and jobs opening.
JOLTS, yes. Which is
Sorry,
orange folder in 1 minute. JOLTS job openings coming up. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
I'm 0.7% up, not 1%, 0.7. Sorry.
Nice.
And I need 1.5 for the target because it was 1% before, but I scrapped the
I
Aussie
think you're
dollar
gonna get
trade
it today with this
when we
trade.
were coming off.
Yeah,
It looks like you're getting.
you should. I think you're gonna get it.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
this is clearly clearly in the hands of the buyers. So it seems.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh shoot! Something just happened.
Not on my side. You mean on NAS?
I just saw FX.
Yeah.
10.
That's jolts
That was the
opening.
jolts.
Here
That
we
was
go.
jolts, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh yeah, we're in the
Wow, it came out quite a bit higher than forecast. It
Yeah.
was forecast for 6.866 million, and it came out 7.618 million. That is quite a bit higher. NFP is going to be interesting, don't you think?
That is interesting. Yeah.
That's very positive.
And where's my
Look at DXY. It's jumping. Jeez.
All right.
Anyway,
I had a TPB hit on EU when that news came out.
is it on one of your high stakes accounts?
It's on all of my accounts. It's my master account. So
Oh,
not
nice.
all of my accounts, but yeah,
Nice.
it's on most account. Most of my accounts are connected to that master.
That's very good.
Yes,
That is very
my
good.
target was 38 for I think it was 36 actually, and was hit nicely. Let me I have to check on my terminal, but it was below this this swing low, probably something like this, but I'll have to check it later on. It was based on the quasi, the fact that we had the actually all of what we just explained and we talked about. We had the daily. You can expect some kind of a reaction there. You had a H4 that's still fresh. You had the quasi on the 1 hour. You know, all of these. And actually, I was already discounting that this order block wouldn't hold. But as it was happening, I was indicating with maybe people can go in the rewind the cassette, the VHS. But
Play by
about
play.
I don't know. That was about 40 minutes ago. I was indicating, the break of that. Either it comes back to retest the structure and then go lower. I was waiting to get a short there, but I also got short based on the main strategy, but based on a more discretionary trade plan and targeting a little bit lower that low. That's what took me out. Actually, I think it's it is that swing that point. So it was a little bit lower than that. I think it was 37 something, and just got hit with the news right there. Didn't trigger the main strategy, by the way. The main strategy would be these areas. I know they look kind of crazy, but those are the different time frames that would be. It had levels for the 2, the 5, the 3, the 1 minute, but it didn't come back and read. It didn't not yet. Maybe it will do it in the coming hours or so. But
Yes.
that's it for today. We are at the end of our stream. There is a session going on or going to go on. Oh, where's the I need where's mine? A
Come
session
on.
going to be held on the Discord community, the best Discord server trading wise you can get on. It's going to be in about 40 minutes. And so you're all invited to join. We're going to be talking about risk management, about psychology, having a good time, and you're all invited. 10 hub credits for a lucky person in the Discord community today, as we do on every weekday. Yeah, that's and we have a lot actually, Richard. I think you're um, great talking about this, but all the activities we have coming up. I mean, the World Cup, the trading championship. I'm actually very excited.
As are we. We're all very super excited for it. That's why I
Get
was
ready,
playing
get
with my ball, but I dropped it. I dropped the ball.
Don't do that during the World Cup, all right?
Ooh, yeah. So, for everybody that has joined us today, thank you so very much. If you haven't already, drop us a like, a subscribe, a follow. Share with anybody that you think would enjoy this kind of content, and then please go ahead and support Victor in his Discord session. He's trying to break records. He has a little internal feud with Richard Wells and LJ to my right. That's why I'm in the middle. I'm going to have to separate these two from each other because there's just infighting. So go ahead if you want to go and join Mr. Victor here. It's well worth it. There's a lot of stuff that you can learn, and then on top of that, you can get some hub credits. Anything else from yourself, Victor, before we switch off?
Not really. I think we cover what we intend to. Just wishing everyone a pleasant day, and come back tomorrow for more trading insights here from the 5ers. Thank you guys for being part of this stream, Tim and Richard, and everyone watching us here at the 5ers. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to like and the subscribe button if you're not a subscriber yet. That's it for us. Take care, and maybe some last words, Tim.
No, that's about it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, my illness is getting better, not worse. That's all I'll say.
Perfect. All right.
See you guys.
Awesome.
Get better soon. All right. That's it. See you guys tomorrow.
Cool.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, everybody.